watch you like a cinema. Wine pan the thing like a niva. Make sure you do nobody else like it. Baby, don't mind when you see, come give me that. Jump up on my body like animal. Dance make you feel like carnival. I go lock you down like criminal. One touch feeling like 1 million. People just they watch you like a cinema. Wine bandit thing like carnival. Make sure you do nobody else like it. Just that approved and trusted. Just that approved and trusted.
Nilipatana na Udem akanisha kuna mansi wakali so nikampeleka Decimal akapatana na Punet alafu msio kaka nipea track twende kazi Rasha mimkali anza gamziki tuna na kitari akajikanisha basi tuna dakitari tunajua fresha na kuwaga dakitari mtaani mini ordinary sio getikari boss mnane ndo maana tudem tunashindaga kelele wanataka mpango kando ati ni wadare boss hey ni shamare niko mdogo tu kwenye gari si usare nikisonga mbele wako pale si tuko kwenye club tuna pale lezo yani pale tunarusha mizuka na pale sitampata mkali maishani mwangu sitamwona mkali maishani mwangu unaitemedari Jistari generali tangu kale kikundi serikali yani sirikali tangu kale haijalishi kare gani kazi zote kare na katika ile hali kashenkari ina hari kari forward kari Francis hari safari za mbalimbali biashara mbalimbali hatuchoki na hii safari sauti za kinyumbani wekelea kwa dakikari ya dakitari nani wangu sitampata mkali maishani mwangu sitamwona maishani mwangu Suzanya na maranga gakukute ugazanyisanga gakukute usangane chimame chakukude uchisanga nochi wakasimbe chakukude and everybody like this we body till morning come and everybody like this we body till morning come batutuka yo mubyenda waita balete byokunywa basajja benda emuchansa bachireta waita balete byokunywa bachala benda senyuma baba senyuma balogana senyuma
You're looking for love in all the wrong places. Look my way. Kimala matata kipeke bastro. Kila wakati nakuona. Na nikizidi kata majima. Mazungululu mchitanda. Batutuka yo mubyenda. Waika walete byokunywa benda. Demu chansi bateka. Waika walete byokunywa bachala benda. Kwata no use mutima banange you're away now what your mama gave you is a killer senyuma baba senyuma barugana senyuma senyuma de janyuma you're such a beautiful woman senyuma baba senyuma barugana senyuma senyuma
kuchi twada mu malwane baba laba we batutwala kakasente kokosobola champisa bubine baba and every party like this we party till morning come and every party like this we party till morning come
kimala mala najibeba so kila wakati nikuonapo na nikizidi kata majima nazungululu muchitandacho
Sinyuma baba sinyuma sinyuma baluganda sinyuma
Sinyuma sinyuma you're such a beautiful woman
sinyuma baba sinyuma sinyuma baluganda sinyuma
Sinyuma you're such a beautiful woman
A minute of love, a minute of hate, making mistakes, shying away. I would've held you closer if I could. You're bitter than I could ever taste. Now I'm in love and I'm effing wasted. I would've held you closer if I could. And even when we try to throw this all behind, I find myself inside of your arms again. And what if I'm insane and taking me for granted? I would never come to forgive myself, 'cause I ain't tryna be your ex. So don't call me if you wait. Trying to vibe on my way. I'm on top of my game. I'm on my way, yeah. So don't call me if you wait. Trying to vibe on my way. I'm on top of my game. See you wasting the chance in the corner, like you don't know I'm down to be on. Yeah, I keep on reminding you that you're mine. You're gonna wife me, and I hang in the backseat, and I waiting for a chance to say bye. 'Cause we've been waiting for love that is real. Even when we try to throw this all behind, I find myself inside of your arms again. What if I'm insane and taking me for granted? I would never come to forgive myself, 'cause I ain't tryna be your ex. So don't call me if you wait. Trying to vibe on my way. I'm on top of my game. I'm on my way, yeah. So don't call me if you wait. Trying to vibe on my way. I'm on top of my game.
It's an exciting Wednesday morning, and we're coming at you live and direct from Nairobi, Kenya. This is the Sarit Expo Centre. A good morning to you and welcome to the second edition of the Safaricom Decode East Africa edition. Of course, this year we're going big because we are taking control of collaborative innovation. That's why we are going East Africa. My name is Aziza Hashim, and I am going to be your host for the day. Now, our ambitious and achievable goal is to be Africa's leading purpose-led digital company, making the theme for this year's edition, charting East Africa's digital destiny. Now, we hope you're ready for what we have in store for you. It's going to be 3 days of impactful, insightful, and transformative conversations with tech innovators, industry leaders, government officials, of course, tech enthusiasts, and students from all over East Africa. Now, yesterday we had an incredible opportunity to engage with amazing speakers. We had keynote speeches, we had panel conversations. We, of course, got to interact with different booths from our partners as well as Safaricom. But my favorite part was the epic opening ceremony with MDA Studios. We had from Safaricom CEO Peter Ndegwa, who talked about powering Africa's purpose-driven innovation excellence. We also witnessed a live demo on engineering for the future. Now, today is not going to be any different because we'll be having investor of forums. We'll also be having keynote speeches. We'll be taking a look at how exactly to identify the right capital for your growth and so much more. But my favorite part will be the afternoon session where we'll be connecting as youth, but also delving deeper into the world of our careers in innovation and tech. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be having amazing mentorship sessions during the career extravaganza. But I also hear kutakuwa na entertainment kidogo. So, as we delve into the world of tech, kudunda na kudonjo vile inafaa. But right about now, the excitement is on a whole different level. And I want to interact with a few people who are here. I can see some of my favorite girlies. Come on right up. Let's have a conversation with them as we get to know what their expectation of today is. I'd like you to start by introducing yourself and the school that you're coming from.
I'm Mumtaz Abdikadir from M-Pesa Foundation Academy. My expectation of the day is learning more about innovation and the impact of it to the world that we're living today.
Let's have the lady right here say a little something.
Hi everyone, so my name is Glory Grace and I'm from the M-Pesa Foundation Academy, and what I expect from today is to learn how we will use 5G and others so that we can make technology better and better every day.
Ooh, absolutely love it. Last but not least, baby girl, what are you expecting today? Were you there yesterday?
Yeah, I was there.
Ooh, can you tell me a bit about what you learned yesterday and what you're most excited about today?
So one of the pickouts I got from yesterday's session was how entrepreneurs can come up with a blueprint that can help us change the business world of today. For example, is how entrepreneurs can change from a fixed mindset to a learning or growth mindset. And that one can help us solve small problems that we have pressing us. For example, is the one that was given by the speaker, James, when he said about imagine one day having a Nairobi where we have a flawless traffic. Imagine coming up with an idea that can solve that. It is a small issue, but the small issues are the ones that matter. The small issues are the ones that matter.
Absolutely love it. I love the fact that she was definitely paying attention. Thank you so much, girlies. We'll interact with you a bit later, and all the best on today's sessions. Of course, we have a few more people right here that I want to interact with because yesterday was quite insightful and today is about to get even better. Come on right up and let me know what you're most excited about today's session. Y'all are looking quite sharp. What's your gorgeous name?
I'm Manjiko from M-Pesa Foundation Academy. Yes.
How was yesterday for you? And what are you excited about today?
So yesterday I learned a lot from different speakers, especially the students and the young people in the crowd. Yeah, getting to learn that every solution presented must be viable and it must be beneficial to the society, because you see, we have problems, but then we don't know how to solve them. So coming up with innovations that help us solve these problems is what we are coming here to do.
Love it, love it, love it. I love the fact that ladies are the ones who are, going techie, but we also have affirmative action right here. So to the mandem, do you have a particular session that you're most excited about today?
Yeah, my name is Luca Tony. I'm from the M-Pesa Foundation Academy. The most important thing that I learned yesterday is creating solution that is based most on technology. And we are actually seeing that Safaricom as a company, we have actually seen that it's moving towards that progress, whereby we have initiatives that have been taken by this industry to help the society in solving real-world problems. So my expectation today as a computer scientist student, I expect to learn more about fin technology that is being presented today. Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. We hope you'll be able to gain as much insight as possible from the sessions. Thank you so, so much. As you can see, my oh my, the sessions are creating quite the impact. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome one last person right here so we can get to know how she feels about the day today, but also what the expectations are. But remember, we're currently live on Facebook, on LinkedIn, and on YouTube at Safaricom PLC. Come on right up. Ooh, I do know this girl right here. Please introduce yourself to my audience.
My name is Naomi Wangare. I work at the M-Pesa Foundation Academy. I'm here to bring the kids and also experience the whole Decode. Yeah.
I want to know what the experience was like, the journey back to school yesterday after the session. How were the kids feeling? Because I believe yesterday was quite a day.
Yeah. So our school leverages a lot on technology, and you've been there, you've seen it. So the kids were very excited about what they saw. The live demo that was done by the developers, that was quite exciting, even for me. So they were quite excited even to come today and learn more and maybe find out what else is there, Safaricom is there to offer for learning developers. And, most of them are doing a lot of projects in tech, sustainable projects for that matter. So they are very excited to learn and even tell their friends back at school.
Yeah, and I know you are here, but there's somebody back at home who would want to experience all the action firsthand. What would you say to anyone who's back at home, especially you're from a teacher or, a leader's point of view?
Yeah. So if you haven't experienced Decode and you're a techie like me, you're missing out. Yeah, so if you can come over, just come to Sarit Centre. It's quite exciting. You get to learn a lot. You get to interact with vendors and partners and get to know what they have to offer in the tech space and even in other spaces in this country. Yeah.
Thank you so much, my darling. I hope to see you a bit later and we'll be chatting some more. So all the best today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you, we will be live throughout the day at Safaricom PLC on YouTube, on LinkedIn, and on Facebook. So keep on interacting with us down in the comment section. We want you to be a part of this entire experience. And in case you're interacting with us on social media, don't forget to use the hashtag Safaricom Decode. It's going to be quite the day as we delve into the world of innovation and tech. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want us to cross over to the main arena where we have our host Mbugwanji here, ladies and gentlemen, pardon my diction, who will be leading the program today. I'll be joining him a bit later. Alafu in the afternoon session, pia tutaonana kiasi kiasi. So be sure to keep it right here. Stick around. We have a lot to do between you and I. I know it's raining outside, but it's definitely raining tech and innovation on this side. It might be cold outside, but it's definitely hot in here.
Come aside, tunasonga. It's the West, they know who we are. Niko na salu napenda, nasema natenda, najitolea. I'm always here for
Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of Safaricom Decode East Africa edition. And today I'm co-hosting with the lovely Aziza Hashim, who's taking care of our online audience, and of course accompanied by the amazing DJ Redbone, and you'll hear those beats drop in a bit. For those joining us for the first time today, if you're not here for day 1, my name is Mbogwa Njehia. I'm a technology entrepreneur and venture builder, and I'm keen and passionate about seeing Africans become what we call net creators of value. And it's exciting to host you for day 2, even as we look at exploring East Africa's digital destiny. And 3.0 is an improvement of Decode 1 and 2, and also very cognizant of the fact that there's an amazing spread across the ecosystem. We had 9,000 people register to attend, and you could imagine the different interest levels. And therefore, for this edition, we've actually broken down into 4 thematic areas, and I'd like to walk you through those. We have the Earth Arena, where we get to experience sustainability and grounded solutions. We have the Air Arena, where we unlock creativity and innovation. We've got the Water Arena, where we explore adaptability and resilience. And then lastly, we have the Fire Arena, where we get to ignite passion and transformation. So of course, getting housekeeping out of the way, if you need to go to the bathrooms to your left, straight down to the end wall, there's a green corridor. Walk down that corridor, you'll find the bathrooms. And of course, I have to give you the obligatory video and photography notice. So if you see a camera in your face, do smile. Like we said, you're live on Safaricom's different social media networks with millions of followers. So make sure you do give us a good smile. If you do feel unwell, lightheaded, anything wrong, we've got cadets on standby. Right outside when you came in, just past the security, on your right, there's a table or there's a desk there. There are cadets on standby. If you don't feel too great, do go there. And that is also our lost and found section. My highlights from yesterday, and I'd just like to summarize that. I picked 2. We had our good CEO who talked about the intersection of various things, but specifically spoke about building for segments of one. And, he connected the dots from his visit to the Mobile World Congress, where he said AI took such a center stage in all things, but we have to think about how do we distill this technology to day-to-day value. And he said, if you start thinking of solutions to the atomicity of one consumer, which is what AI allows us to do, then we open ourselves to a lot more opportunities. Then we had Florence, who's head of HR at Safaricom, who said, we're living in challenging times, even as we try to lead teams of Gen Zs who think a bit differently. So the talent pool is changing, the organization of the future is changing, and we got to explore some ideas about what the organization of the future would look like. She mentioned a particular statistic about DeepSeek, a company that I think had only 17 members of staff, but you could imagine the sort of revenue they were pulling. What does that mean for the organization of the future? And she shared a playbook that probably everyone in the C-suite and everyone who's aspiring to either run a business or to be talent in one way or another should look at. Now, starting off today, we'll be having parallel themes across the different rooms. This is the main plenary, and then of course we have the 4 breakout rooms. And in this main plenary, we'll be running an investor program where we're running conversations on startups and venture capitalists. In this topic, conversations of interest, of course, are if you're in the startup space looking to raise financing and figuring how to navigate that journey, that will be in this very room. In the Air Arena, we'll have a fintech demo, masterclass, and digital immersion. In the Water Arena, we have a cybersecurity talk. In the Earth Arena, we have an agri-tech conversation. And lastly, in the Fire Arena, we have a power modernization talk. So all of these tracks are running in parallel. And that said, we'll take a break. And DJ Redbone will check in here. And for 5-10 minutes, I want you to figure out where you want to be. And the various sessions will start in 10 minutes. DJ.
maji ya moto, ukimpata kapiga ngoto. No hair, don't care, na sina fomo. No hair, don't care. Shine your head, it's a crown. Don't let nobody ever put you down. Everything they do, we do it better. You need a bald one to love you better, babe. Shine your head, it's a crown. Don't let nobody ever put you down. Everything they do, we do it better. You need a bald one to love you better, babe. She says she want a bald one. She says she need a bald one. You know, once you go bald, no, you don't come back. So man, a bald one, come break this back. Oh, killing me, you're killer, mutwanaza. Yule anani majaliwa. Angapi wanazo na kichwani matope. Wengine nywele walinunua. So if you don't have it great to be rasta, don't let your hair be your master. Keep clean like a soldier. Somebody call the liar. Shine your head, it's a crown. Don't let nobody ever put you down. Everything they do, we do it better. You need a bald one to love you better, baby. Shine your head, it's a crown. Just father. Don't let nobody ever put you down. Everything they do, we do it better. You need a bald one to love you better, baby. If everyone else had my eyes, then who I am wouldn't be a surprise.
Dereva masri, konda wa masri, pia kama unakonda masri, necessary noise. Boy, that Kenyan boy, make me hands skip a bit like boy. The way him a move on the dance floor, boy. He a original Kenyan boy. Yo, Nairobi, the love child, Nazizi, the first lady, we make it high. You know, we make.
Cash hapa kugrow investment inaweza kuwa kama learning a new language, but kwa ground vitu ni rahisi. Kwanza sahi na Zidi Money Market Fund hakuna kizungumkuti. It's a straightforward way to grow your money, kutimiza goals zako kama kufund hustle yako, kulipia watoi fee, or maybe saving up for a dream asset. Or that special day. Zidi Money Market Fund is the simple way of investing. No games, no gimmicks, just smart, simple investing. So tap in and start making money moves today. Your future self will thank you.
Grow your money daily with ZD Money Market Fund, powered by M-Pesa. Opt in on your M-Pesa app or dial *334# today. Terms and conditions apply.
Wangu umenipa furaha, najihisi kama mtoto kuwa wako ndio nataka. Sema ruka niruke, sema cheza nicheze, unachotaka kiwe, bora tu niwe na wewe. Wanijaza furaha, sukari, zaidi hata yanachotaka, hebu dansio. I wanna be with you, boy, that's the truth. Nakupenda.
yeah. Story yangu ile mi ulisikia na ile message ulisoma kwa simu. Mystery ilitoka wapi? Nadhani maadui wangu waliniseti. Mapenzi yetu yaishe kweli. Hey, hey, baby. Kuna kitu mimi nataka kusema. Nataka kusema. Niamini nikikwambia I need you. Hey, 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 baby. Kuna kitu mimi nataka kusema. Nataka kusema. Niamini nikikwambia I love you.
Mazen nilipatana na Uden akanisha kuna mansi wakali, so nikampeleka Decimal akapatana na Punet, alafu msioka kanipea hii track twende kazi. Rasha mimkali nilianzaga mziki tuna na kitari, akajikanisha basi tuna dakitari. Si unajua fresha na kuwaga dakitari, but mtaani mini ordinary, siwa getikari, boss minade. Ndo maana tudem tunashindaga kelele, wanataka mpango kando ati ni wadare. Boss hey nishamare, niko mdogo mdogo tu kwenye gari. Si usare, nikisonga mbele wako pale 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 pale. Si tuko kwenye club tuna pale 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 lezo, yani pale pale narusha mizuka pale pale. Sijampata mkali mkali mkali, maisha ni wangu. Sijamuona mkali mkali mkali. Oh no 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 no. It's too late, I can't even lie. Everything you do matters to me. Don't you ever doubt on my grace. Baby, put your head on my shoulders. Just tell me some certain now. Oh, it's the cole sin as long as you had it by my side. Baby, I got nothing but you on my mind.
My apologies, we took a bit of time with that. I think the instructions took a tad bit longer to distill. For those still left in the room, I'd like us to aggregate kindly the next minute or so. Just move to the front kindly, so that we can start this particular program for this plenary. It's interesting, there's some guys in black at the back, and you're kind of like invisible, but kindly move to the front. And for this next session, we're going to have an executive address that speaks to transformational leadership, charting the path to sustainable prosperity, that will then segue us into the investor conversations. And for this, I'd like to welcome Michael Mutega, Chief Business Development and Strategy Officer, Safaricom PLC. Help me welcome him on stage. Very good.
Thank you, Mbugua. You know, I was warned about the ramp. I need to be careful about going up and going down. Good morning, everyone. You know, it sounds very strange with this echo. Okay. Can you hear me fine? Okay. So the topic I was supposed to cover was around charting the way to sustainable prosperity. And maybe I'll start a question in terms of what do we understand by sustainability? So to the youth out there, what do you understand by sustainability? Any takers, any hands? The gentleman in blue?
A business model that is able to recoup the investment that's been put into the startup and drive sustainability.
Okay. It's a good perspective of what we understand by sustainability. So the gentleman in red. Bugwa? Sorry.
Mr. Lewis. I think we've got mics here now. Are they live? Thank you. Maybe name, organization, if at all.
Hello.
Hello.
My understanding of sustainability is about endurance and solving problem to users.
Excellent. And that's also a very useful perspective. I think at Safaricom, our perspective is sustainability is how do you ensure you're able to be profitable today, profitable tomorrow? How is supporting the environment, how is supporting people and the communities we work with? Our ambition is to be Africa's leading purpose-led technology company. And for us, purpose is all about being a responsible corporate citizen and ensuring that we are doing those things that are sustainable in the long term. And our view of sustainability is the 3 Ps. Number 1, people. That's both our staff, the communities we work in, our partners, and how we engage with them in terms of their prosperity, in terms of their progression and their growth. As it is, we run 2 of the largest foundations in the country, the M-Pesa Foundation, as well as the Safaricom Foundation, and those are very much geared towards those activities on health, on humanitarian efforts, on education, and on economic empowerment that are geared towards how do we help our citizens and our customers thrive. The next P talks to planet. And planet is all about the world we live in. And not just the big blue ball that you see from space. But if you look at what's on that big blue ball, our ecosystem around us, everything from pollution and environmental sustainability, wildlife, especially here in Kenya, which is a big theme for our country, and how we invest in greening and averting some of the impacts of greenhouse gases and the role we play in that space. The third one is profit. We recognize that to be sustainable in doing those good things for the planet and for people, we need to be profitable as well. And not just from a pure numbers perspective, but from ensuring that our profit is not just this month's or this quarter's share price, but doing those things that ensure in the long term we can sustain our growth, which can then sustain and fuel our continued participation in the environment. A sustainable economy means everyone's got fair wages, equal opportunities, and also fulfilling their careers and long-term life. So I'll just touch on 3 things we've done as Safaricom from a purpose perspective and what it means for the 3 Ps. The first one is we did Kenya's first sustainability-linked loan. We raised 15 billion in 2023, another 15 billion last year, making a total of 30 billion. And that investment was geared towards how we transition our use of diesel generators across our network to solar backup for our base stations. We've also engaged in other initiatives around tree planting. You may have seen our mission of planting 5 million trees by 2025, so by 2030. We're well on track on that goal in terms of how we help the country avert the risk of desertification and arid areas. We are also, on the third point, reporting on our corporate and social responsibility a lot more sustainably. So if you look at our Sustainable Business Report, we are the first company, and it's now in its 15th edition, the first company in the country to itemize in a lot more detail the impact that we're doing on sustainability, what we're doing around reducing our carbon footprint, minimizing waste, what we're doing around, in particular, recycling and e-waste, and the various aspects, and ensuring that we're being transparent and reporting what we're doing from a CSR perspective. And then lastly, when it comes to people, how we're supporting agriculture is big. We've set up DigiFarm, which is our agri-tech platform. As of today, we have about 1.6 million farmers on that platform. It provides farmer credits, better access to markets, better access to inputs and insights as to farming practices. And that goes to how we're trying to ensure that we've got a sustainable food growing environment, as well as how we're supporting our farmers to live economically growing and empowering lives. There's more we can speak to in terms of the role we're playing as Safaricom and the support we need from our partners to ensure we continue to chart our path to sustainable prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Maybe stay on for a second if you have any questions based on that strategy. You know, Michael, I think it's great when you talk about sustainability, and you know there's a people component, which yesterday was quite a highlight with the keynote from Florence, and about how dynamic that is. And fair wages is just but the start of that, because there's always a talent war. But at the core of it, even as you spoke and said that Safaricom does run one of the largest foundations, I often argue, or rather put it out to people, that Safaricom did not lead with the foundation. Safaricom did not start as a Safaricom Foundation. It started with a product that resonated well, that was sustainable even in its own pricing, that then led for that to be value that could then open up a foundation that then delivers even more value when looked at a longer term. So do you have any questions for Michael in regard to Safaricom's take on the strategies? Any takers on that? And even as we look at, maybe in closing, even as we look at product, I think the challenge remains, can we embed climate action into the product? You know, many times it's looked at as a thing that is discussed outside of the product itself. But can we now look at embedding climate action in the products themselves? Like when you walked into this room, how many of you tested your seat for stability?
All of it. Everybody.
No one. But many times we tend to look at climate action and climate change mitigations as a thing that you do post creating your product. Why not embed it into the product itself so that just right out of the blocks, it is sustainable in a climate-friendly way? So some of the challenges, food for thought, as we continue with these discussions. Help me appreciate Michael one more time as he takes his seat. Now we're going to a fireside chat with a gentleman I admire and deeply respect. And as we get the team to set that up, DJ Redbone will drop for us a beat. And she takes me way back. You know, she's dropping some of those beats that you're like, when I was in high school, you know, the things you used to bop your head to as you're studying, and she's got quite the repertoire there. So DJ Redbone, over to you.
Make beats on the beat, beats on the beat. Yeah. I could be instructor, I could be your guide, I could be the leader, we go to the Mumungo. I could be your vodka in the hottie daily. You don't have to worry, cause I'm looking for your love. I could be instructor, I could be your guide, I could be the leader, we go to the Mumungo. I could be your vodka in the hottie daily. You don't have to worry, cause I'm looking for your love.
Don't even think about it, I've been there before. I wanna give you license, you take over the city. KGL, Menyako, you coming for the money. Take it easy, don't complicate it. Be fat and simple, mommy. Take time, don't rush it. Girl, you know me, the movie control it. So whenever you like, we can stay up till the morning. Sweet lover, you're the only one. Pick up the phone. Use the hands, sweet lover. I wanna look at you, baby Kitoko, Katerina. Say whatever you say, she's my new lover. I deserve her. I wanna look at you, baby Kitoko, Katerina. Hey, wow. Say whatever you say, she's my new lover.
ntekereza amarira kuzura amaso dayimoni kankurura ikanyibutsa ko ari we nshaka iyo ndimo musengesha ndandiroda ararunguruka iby'ubukwa binkundisha nkoni ya mosi bizenguruka uzi gukunda umukobwa w'umurundi ibibazi wabo barajata nk'umunani urukundo rw'umurundi uzi gukunda umukobwa w'umurundi kazi abigira ibanga kugeza umukuyi wabo
Thank you, DJ Redbone.
DJ Redbone mix.
Fantastic. Now we get to really get into the meat of things here with talking about matters investment. And it's always great to hear from people who've been in the trenches, either both building and raising and scaling out their businesses. And for this conversation, it will be moderated by Mariano Chola from Endeavor. And help me welcome her on stage. And she will then bring on her panelist, Karibu. Help me appreciate her, guys.
Thank you, Mbogwa, and thank you to all of you for being here today. So I'd like to welcome on stage Kamal Budabati, a serial entrepreneur, a very inspirational one, group CEO and founder of Craft Silicon, Little, and the newest kid on the block, My Salary. Please, a round of applause as Kamal joins us. Great. So thank you for joining us today. You know, Mbugwa set it off with when he was in high school. So when I was in high school, there were only 3 careers. Everybody aspired to either be a doctor, an engineer, or a pilot. But how did you decide being a tech entrepreneur is going to be the story of your life? Why did you choose being an entrepreneur?
So, hi, good morning, everyone. Good morning. So, I think its story relates. So, what happened is, I'm from India, I studied there. And in India, when you finish your schooling, you either get into the best of the best, gets to the doctor degrees, they become the doctors, the next one become engineers, and the leftovers, they get into physics and science. So, I was one of those leftovers, and the way it happens is the leftovers generally know that we are so many, we would not get job anywhere. So we end up doing computer programming in the side. And that's how I got into the tech space. Yeah.
And then so many years later, you're very far away from India. You know, you're in Kenya, and not just building 1 or 2, but 3 companies. So how did that happen? How did you go from being the leftover doing physics in India to this serial, prolific entrepreneur in Kenya?
So I had a friend in Kenya who, I was in my final year at that time in my college, and I had a friend in Kenya. His company was looking for someone. They said, there's an opportunity in Nairobi. Do you want to come? And you know, as leftovers, we go everywhere. So I didn't even finish my last year, and you know, I came to Kenya. The job was not so interesting. I thought I'll be doing some great programming, but when I came in, it was some data entry job. I was given a lot of invoices to key in on one side every day from morning to evening. And where I used to stay next to my house was an IT manager for a bank. And his bank was looking for a system. And one evening he was saying, you know, my bank is looking for a system. We don't have too much money to go to the big suppliers to buy these systems. You know, can you develop it for me? And I said, yeah, okay. And I had no knowledge of banking. I had never done a business before. But he asked me, I said, okay, and I just jumped in. Yeah.
That's a really interesting story because when you look at the most developed entrepreneurial market in the world, the US, they say more than 50% of tech companies have been founded by people who were not born in the US. So there's something in somebody who's ready to move that also allows them to take risks that, perhaps people who are native to that market, are not willing to take. So you build this banking software. And a lot of young people today are asking, I have an idea. I can build something. We had somebody from the M-Pesa Academy saying, I want to solve the issue around traffic jam. But the question is, how did you fund that? How did you go from idea to building something that the bank could use? And then go from bank 1 to bank 2 to bank 3?
So when the friend of mine says we can do a banking system for his bank, I had a job. So I used to work in the evening times, on the weekend times. But the place where I was doing my job, they found out, so they were not quite happy. And then they fired me. Now, I think this all again boils down to what you said. In the US, a lot of entrepreneurs are not from the US. And I think it's the peer pressure that drives us. For example, when I left India, my parents and my friends, and forget all the people I never knew, they all came to see off me at the airport because I was going somewhere. Now with that pressure, if I go back and I say, Mom, I came back and I failed you, it is so embarrassing. So there was no way I would have gone home. So I had to just make it up. Then you go to the friends and you say, you borrow some money here and there. You figure it out, some well-wishers who can give you some opportunity to. So the place where I stayed, I stayed as a paying guest at some place. That auntie let me stay there without paying the rent for like close to a year or so. In the evening, you would end up at friend's place and says, I was just passing by and popped in. And then say, okay, you are here on the dinner time, come join us. So one expense is taken care of. Yeah, that's how you do it, but just do it. It's not a must for the people who want to start a business that you need an investor from day one to start the business. You start the business, as it grows, then obviously investors would come to you. Yeah.
That's a really powerful takeaway there. So I'm hearing the first thing being, you need to get out of your comfort zone, whether that means leaving your entire country, or it might be leaving your village. It might be, so you need to get out of your comfort zone. Number 2, I've heard you talk about friends. A friend introduced you to the bank executive. A friend funded you. So the value of friends who believe in your dreams and are willing to go out of their way to fund those dreams. Yeah. But number 3, you've also said, you don't always need a big name investor to start something. Start small and then build from there. Okay, so Kamal builds Craft Silicon. It becomes really big. But then Kamal doesn't stop there. You go on and you found Little. And now you go on and you found My Salary. Why? Most people would say, I'm going to build Craft Silicon and sell it and become wealthy and go buy an island. Why? Why are you still building, even after, the success of Craft Silicon?
So I think if you are building for your passion and for your love, then there is no selling. You are not building something to sell. You are building this because you want to be part of it and feel it. So I think for me it's like that. It's Craft Silicon, as we speak today, we are close to about 1,000 people company. We support customers all across the continent. We don't process as many transactions that M-Pesa does, but I think we are number 2 or number 3 when it comes to processing the transactions in the country. So once, I think I still keep on looking for opportunities, and I'm sure when I see here, I might see an opportunity and I open up something else as a new company. So the Little came in just the same way. We used to work with Safaricom, and then at some point Uber drivers were striking. On our board, we have Dr. Bitange Demo. He sits on our board. So he was saying, Kenya should have an app of its own so that all these, things stop. So he says, and we saw an opportunity. And because Dr. Bitange Demo was also sitting on Safaricom's, I think, some board, He took me to Bob Collymore, and then we just started. So I think when you get an idea, you don't just put it under the pillow. Don't say, if I share my idea with somebody, my idea will be stolen. I think that mistake, a lot of young entrepreneurs do that I have a bright idea. If I share it with somebody, the idea will be stolen. Idea is as good as if you execute them. If you don't execute, then that idea is as good as nothing. Yeah, and then... So Little came into the market. Today, Little, again, I'm proud, we are the largest corporate ride-hailing provider in the country. We compete with the bigger players, the one who has millions of dollars in funding. We are not funded, but we still compete with them. And I am very sure they are scared of us, very, very sure. Then came in another opportunity and then another. So it will keep coming and I'll keep producing something, yeah.
So even if there are global solutions to the problems we experience, there's still a place for local solutions, for people who live in those markets, for people who understand the problems.
Absolutely.
And then the other thing you're saying is an idea is just an idea. It's about execution. So don't be too worried about it being stolen. But then I'm sure a lot of people come to you with ideas, Kamal. How do you decide which idea is worth pursuing and which one is not?
So it's, sometimes you just take a gamble, Miriam. You only see these 3 or 4 companies that I'm running at the moment. But behind the success of these 3 or 4 companies, there are like 10 other companies who we tried and have died. So you keep trying and don't fear that I start something and what if it will fail. If it will fail, so be it. You just stand up and start walking. I have close to about 4 or 5 other products that I have tried before. Before Little, I tried something. After Little, also, I have tried something. Even as we speak, we are trying out some products. And some products will never see the light of the sun, because they just get buried before they get popular. Yeah.
Meanwhile, we're hearing a lot about artificial intelligence and how this is going to impact our future. How much are we doing as a country, as a continent, to leverage artificial intelligence? And are you applying it in any of the businesses that you're running?
So one company that nobody knows, and I think this is the first time I'm telling the public, I think first or second time, is I've already started working on a new product and a new company called Blue Beetle. So Blue Beetle is an AI product. It's like a chat GPT, but for corporates. It sits within the organization. It's not like chat GPT that sits outside. It sits within the enterprise and allows you to do so many things. So that's the product that we are working on. And I think it's going to be an interesting product. So as a continent, as a country, I think there are a lot of things happening. A lot of people are trying out. But I also feel that we as Craft Silicon Group, we want to also get into the large language models, but for the local languages. Today, if you ask something in Kikuyu or Kamba or Luya, Luos, will the system be able to understand? I doubt it will not. So we want to work on local language models that can help the country and the citizens to use in local languages. Yeah.
So you're building AI, yes, but also building for others, for yes, enterprise. Again, clearly local solutions. You're very passionate about that, and building local language LLMs is a big way forward for you.
That's true.
Okay.
That's true.
And talking about talent, and when you look at the talent landscape in Kenya, how do you think about it? How do you remain competitive? How do you compete with all these global actors who are in Nairobi for talent to build all these amazing solutions?
So one is, I don't think Kenya has a talent gap. A lot of people think Kenya has a talent gap. I don't think we have a talent gap. We might have a talent gap at a very senior level. For example, you want to do something very complicated. You want to build a rocket that goes to Mars, for example. You might not get the talent. But a general talent, I think we have very good talent. And the team that you have in Craft Silicon, amazing. If you team in Little, so amazing. Talent, if you give them a vision, if you show them the dream, and if you show them the opportunity, then even the global players, when they come in, they cannot poach us. We are so proud to say that. I mean, at some point about a year back or so, there was a news headlines everywhere. The international players are here. They post I don't know how many people from this one, even Safaricom here, there. And none of our talent went, none. All our senior people were with us. There are people who were offered 3-4 times the job, what they were earning, but they still didn't go because it was the vision that was helping them to stay with us. Yeah.
So the fact that you've said we don't have a talent gap, because I think sometimes you hear these things repeated, but to hear a local entrepreneur building in this market saying there's no talent gap, I think that's very, very powerful.
Personally, I think we just need to figure out the right people, give them the right environment to bloom.
Yeah, and they will grow.
Then they'll grow, yeah.
Do you collaborate with universities?
Yes.
How do you build your talent pipeline?
So we pick up students from several universities, and I think the people who have come out of the universities have done the best job for us. The CTO for Little, today he was an intern. He came from one of the local universities, and through the ladder, today now he is heading Little. So we have many of those cases. We work very closely with the universities. Yeah.
And the thing that continues to fascinate me, Kamal, is you're one of the very few Endeavor entrepreneurs who have never raised venture. Yeah. What is the secret? What is the secret to continuing to build without leveraging on the VC ecosystem?
Okay, so raising fund, Miriam, it's not that it is bad, but I think it needs to be aligned with what you want to achieve. If you just want to scale a company, spend the investors' money, scale it up, and then leave it to somebody else, either to grow it or to let it fall, then maybe it's a different case. For us, I think we just wanted to be part of it continuously. All our business actually are making money, so then we never see a need to look for an investor. Craft Silicon is minting a lot of money, so when we want to start a new venture, Craft Silicon funds that venture. And then when that venture starts making money, we spin it off as a separate company. So that's how Little came in, that's how my salary came in, that's how the Blue Beetle is coming in. So one company which is pretty stable would keep on funding the other companies till the other company becomes stable. Yeah.
That's a great strategy. So if there's a young person here today who has a fantastic idea, but they just don't know what day one looks like, what would be your advice to them? How do they get from where they are with that brilliant idea to being the next Kamal?
I think if you have a bright idea, first of all, you need to do some soul searching yourself. Whether are you willing to die for that idea? Because many people would come up with an idea and says, I have this bright idea, but when an obstacle comes in, they just leave it and walk away. So first thing that you need to do is do a soul searching within yourself. That this idea that I have, am I willing to die for it? And if the answer is yes, then go for it. Nothing can stop you, Miriam. Nothing. Yeah.
You had that. Are you willing to die for your idea? Yeah. That's the first test. And finally, how are you leveraging partnerships? What have been the most important partnerships for you as you've built your ventures?
So, the tech space is becoming so fragmented and so big that you cannot do everything yourself. At some point, Craft was doing everything ourselves. I'm sure Safaricom was also trying to do everything themselves, but everyone has opened up to partnership because, when you work with partners, you can scale faster. You can take up some responsibilities and some work where you are good at, while the partner who is good at some other things, they continue doing what they are good at. So partnership is a must. Many people also feel that when you partner with a larger company, you might be swallowed. I think that also, is not the right narrative. For us, when we partnered with Safaricom on Little, Craft was very big. Little was actually non-existent. But we still partnered with Safaricom. And many people warned us, you are partnering with Safaricom. You wait, in 6 months you would be swallowed. But it didn't happen. So don't have that fear that, a big provider will swallow. Just figure it out. Keep going for it. Keep faith. Keep trust. And then things would work out. Yeah.
So there you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, have an idea you're ready to die for. Have friends who will go to war for you. an idea is just an idea. You know, it's about execution. You don't need big pools of capital to build a business. That there are fantastic ideas around. Build something that works and use it to fund all your other ideas. Kamal Budabati, thank you very much. Keep inspiring us and keep building for our economy. A round of applause for Kamal.
Thank you, Maria.
Thank you, Marianne and Kamal. I think Marianne did quite do herself justice when she got on stage. She didn't tell us who she is and what she does from an organizational perspective. So I'd like to give us that perspective. And Marianne works with Endeavor, where they support high-impact entrepreneurs like Kamal, and they form this community that helps just drive additional excellence. People learning from mistakes they did, experiences they've had, and almost paying it forward, creating this velocity that we keep talking about, enabling, each one enable one, and therefore we grow these communities. I remember I said at the opening, can we see ourselves becoming net creators of value? Kamal with Craft Silicon is exporting technology in a massive way. He's creating jobs. We talked about talent. He's also spoken about why there's no dearth of talent, and why we also need to be the ones we are looking for in terms of developing that talent pool. Kamal's story is about grit. Many times when you see the end result of, say, the Craft Silicon campus, you assume the campus started there. But when you hear his story, he talks about grit, about the time when probably no one understands what you're trying to push, and saying, why can't we use another vendor solution who's probably an MNC? Yet many years later, they stand tall. Not forgetting the power of networks and partnerships. Talked about Dr. Ndemo. A good ambassador mediated a conversation, right? And that network that he had drove a certain partnership. And for a long time, you'll bear me witness, people thought that Little was a Safaricom product. Until Kamal came out of the shadow and says, no, we're in partnership with Safaricom, but Little is indeed a homegrown product, and you've seen it scale to over 5,000 businesses on the platform. Now, to tell us more about that particular journey in a different way, I'm inviting Kamal back on stage for a keynote that's titled Shifts and Trends in Africa's Investment Landscape. Do help me welcome Kamal back on stage for that keynote. You want the roving one? There's a preference for a roving mic, so tech team.
So I'm back again. I have a presentation that if you want to get some investment, if you want to work with the investors, and I think what is the Africa landscape in terms of investment, that's me. Okay, how do I go to the next slide? Okay, the shift. So, Africa, now the shift is happening. So what do I mean the shift, by the shift? Years back, Africa was looked as a continent where only the aid used to come. People would send some, the US aid and the DFIDs, all those, they would send some money to Africa for aid. But now the shift is happening. The shift is happening from people and the investors and the government sending money to Africa for grants. Now they are putting the money for investments. So that shift is very good for us because strategic investors are coming to the continent, putting in a lot of money, investing in the companies to grow. So it's the right time for you guys, everyone who wants to start something, because there is a lot of money available for companies to scale up. So that shift is very important. When I started Craft Silicon, for example, a lot of money used to come to Africa, and we used that as an opportunity to grow Craft Silicon. For example, my first customer was a microfinance customer, and that microfinance customer was funded by the grant. So when they got the money, they had money to buy the system, and I gave the system. Nobody gave me the system to build, money to build Craft Silicon, but they gave me an opportunity to write a software, and I was still paid. So the shift is very critical. The second one now is unicorn illusion. When I also met many founders, they come and see me and say, I have this bright idea. In next 1 minute or 2 minutes, they end up saying that they want to become a unicorn. They want the value. A unicorn, by the way, if you don't know what a unicorn is a company that is valued at $1 billion and above. So, people just want to build unicorns. Yes, building unicorn is fine and you should do that, but let's not start the company by saying, I want to become. I think you become a unicorn as you grow. You don't come and say, I just want to become a unicorn and this is my idea. I am selling this idea, and because Kenya has a population of 45 million and everyone is going to use my service and they're just going to pay me $1 a day, so I'm going to make 45 to 50 million a day. That means in a year I'm going to be a $1 billion company. I think that's all bullshit. It just doesn't happen. You need to start a company in a smaller way and then scale up. And I think Kenya should also have, instead of unicorn, unicorn came from the US. I think we should have something called Kenicons, not unicorns, called Kenicons, where it's not $1 billion valuation, but maybe 100 million shilling valuation, and you are now at the up level. So I think that expectation, if it's set right, it could help both you as well as the investors that you are talking about. The next one, how does it go? Not going. Oh, it came. Sorry, technology. Sometimes in the morning when I am going to use the technology, I always pray to the technology God. But today he's not listening to us. Oh, yeah. Scaling with sustainability. So what that means is grow the company, but let's grow where you can afford the growth. If you scale up the company too fast and spending too much money to grow the company, at some point you will just fall apart. So scale with sustainability as you grow. For example, how we grow Little, for example. Little started in Kenya, and then Kenya operations started making profit. When Kenya operations started making profit, we then opened up Uganda, because the profit coming from Kenya we were able to sustain the Uganda operation. Then when Uganda started making profit, the profits from Kenya and Uganda together, we said, let's go to Ethiopia. So that's how you scale the company. If you keep scaling the company on a borrowed money, on investors' money, what happens when the day investors' money finishes? You go and grow here, then by the time you can start making the money is finished, you just fall down. So there are many companies in Kenya as well. They were funded very well by the investors, but they fall apart because I think they were not scaling with the sustainability. So my point over here is, as you scale, as you grow the company, make sure you are growing. If you are doing a business, you invest a shilling, make sure that shilling is able to return is at least a shilling plus something on top of it. Nowadays, when you talk to the investors, the mood has changed. It's no longer about unicorn, no longer about just scaling the company. It is about profitability is the new metrics. If your company is profitable, then the investors would like to put money in you. If you are not profitable and just showing out a vision that, in 3 years, 5 years, this is what's going to happen, I think the mood is changing for the investors. They are looking for companies that are now profitable. And then the last one, any business that you get in, investors also like this, any business that you get in where the business that you are doing is taking care of our planet. Is the business that you are doing going to generate a lot of carbon and then the planets are going to spoil? Or do you have some other ways to make it up for you? Do you have some foundation that's running, that's taking care of the planet? If you have, always make sure that when you do business and a business plan, put in a way how we are going to take care of our planet. So with that, I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Kamal. Always great hearing from you and your story. And I do remember seeing a demo of Blue Beetle. Again, building in silence. You know, sometimes we're used to the excitement of putting stuff out just to say you're working on something. Like I know Blue Beetle has actually been there for a minute, just iterating through the possibilities in terms of product. Again, we're back to sustainability, and that sustainability is on a unit economics model, right? Making sure that out of the gate, the numbers make sense. Because you cannot out-innovate a poor business model. You cannot innovate something that where, like we say, you're selling $1 for 90 cents. At scale, you lose a lot of money. That said, you know, this unicorn conversation, we've always said, can we map that to the African animals? We are, after all, in the Silicon Savannah. Someone said, maybe we should be cheetahs. But being a fan of National Geographic, I don't want to be a cheetah. A cheetah can only do a sprint for 200 meters and it's done. Lunch has gone, failed to catch it, that's it. And like, okay, let's be the Simbas. But the Simba is generally a lazy animal, right? Just lazes around, sleeps half the day, doesn't do much. How about we be the elephant, the Tembo? Moves a bit too slowly, maybe your size defends you, but not quite there. I say we should be camels. We should be camels because a camel is resilient. The camel survives in the desert. The camel is able to drive value even where we feel there is none. So here's to camels, carrying our own weight and supporting entire communities as we go along. Now, we're getting onto the next important topic that's looking at that's going to be looking at surviving the funding squeeze. And to give me some 2 minutes to set up the stage for this amazing panel, DJ Redbone.
Marema one and only, the giver of life, he got to nanapa. Messi mama kosu kona mimi, you never let me go. Mipaka yangu umeitanulia mbali, even sky see your limit kwa ikibali. Hata haters wanashangilia kwa ndani, umewawinga oh. Sina kingine mimi najivunia, side yako baba. Maana niko tuli nimetulia, wewe unagabaya. Hata wale wananionea usuda, shabaha yao mbaya. Watapataje mambo umenifunika, ule watataya. 'Cause I know that you got me where you got me. You got me where you got me, Papa. You got me where you got me. That's why I never fall. You got me where you got me. You got me where you got me, Papa. You got me where you got me. That's why I never fall.
Waiting me up tonight. I dey Yankee tonight. Make I play with Choppy tonight. Now me and you tonight. I'm so angry tonight. Make me happy tonight. If you smoke backy tonight, then I go give you backy tonight. Yeah.
Oh baby, I'm feeling good, baby. Don't know if you feel it too, baby. She make we dey move, baby. Talk on me love for days. You know me too, baby. I ain't gonna say I know me shit, baby. She make we dey move.
Blessing me with visual halo over your head. Take it off, take it off, take it off. Give it all to me, yeah. How you standing so far, but you're pulling me closer.
like a diamond in the dark. See the way that you're shining, it's the way that you are. I don't feel like this often. Now you caught me off guard, and you got my attention. Want to experience your silhouette. I'm curious. I'm wanting your experience your silhouette.
Oh Lord, don't let me cheat on my girlfriend. 'Cause as far as I can see, she loves only me. Oh Lord, don't let me cheat on my girlfriend. But Lord, if you can stop me from cheating, just don't let me get caught. No, 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 don't let me get caught. No, don't let me get caught. So hope I don't get caught. So listen to me now. It's such a sticky situation, girl. I promise my girl if you only look in her direction. But everywhere me turn, me see her next one, girl. And my body is too weak and I'm bad for attention. I don't wanna be with girls what they want. My lady says I'm from she would understand. I don't wanna lie, but I don't want to cry. So let me make it. Oh Lord, don't let me cheat on my girlfriend. 'Cause as far as I can see, she loves only me. Oh Lord, don't let me cheat on my
You got it all going on with your body. You got it all, baby. Your papa, Uganda, your mama,
A big thank you to the technical team for doing that setup quickly. And I'd like to call a good friend of mine, who's the head of digital transformation at Safaricom, is going to be moderating this session. Help me welcome on stage to then introduce his panelist, Joe Kanywa. Karibu.
I see. I think you can. I think the mic is working. So, good morning, everyone. We are just about to have a very awesome conversation, as Mbugu has just mentioned. My name is Joe Kanywa. I head digital transformation at Safaricom, and some people will ask, so what is that? I know transformation is not a new word, or rather, it's a very misused word. But when you add digital in front of it, what do you really mean? So digital transformation basically is just using technology to find better ways of doing business. Very simple explanation. And for those that love more of encyclopedic definitions, you can think of a systems level restructuring that happens in a business or in a society or an economy when digital diffuses, when digital technologies diffuse. From your elementary school chemistry, you might remember what is diffusion. So the same way, you can throw in digital into a business and then just diffuse it, then you'll find that there are so many opportunities. It's good that we are having this panel conversation following Kamal's presentation, because we'll be talking about real entrepreneurs, talking about building real profitable ventures, as Kamal has just alluded to, that profitability is the metric really, and I agree. It doesn't matter the size of the business, whether you are an SME, a medium enterprise, or a large enterprise. At the end of the day, these businesses are measured by how profitable they are. Unless they are charitable organizations, a business, and I think Mike also mentioned about it, the people, planet, and profit. So we can't run away from that. So I have an amazing lineup here of entrepreneurs, venture founders, people who are really shaking. I can tell you, I'm very honored to moderate this panel. I'll bring them to the stage, starting with my very good friend, Nyasha. Nyasha is a multi-talented guy. I've worked with Nyasha for a long time. We used to work together at Oracle since 2013, I think. You can choose a seat, Nyasha. Nyasha is currently the Chief Executive Officer of Ajua, and he will tell us more what Ajua is all about. Then next online, I have Shiro, who I've met today, but I can assure you I've met her online because I've been double-clicking on her venture building route, and it's quite impeccable. So great to have you, Shiro. Welcome on stage. She's the co-founder and the head of growth at Mosmos. Mosmos, when I saw the name, I was like, okay, I remember my Sheng. I grew up in Eastlands in Kayole. Those people who fear going to Eastlands, please look for me. I'll show you all the nice dens. Most means pole pole, right? Yeah, so you will tell us more why you chose that word. So it's a Sheng slang word that says, there was even a song by was it Issa? Yes. Issa was quite a celebrity. I remember that time I was in campus around 2002, 2003, and that song was owning the airwaves. Tunazienda, most. Maybe the DJ, I think at the end, you better cue that song. So thanks Shiro for coming over. Then moving over slightly, Sheena, a lawyer that is a techpreneur. Also, so a very fantastic background. I want to hear from her. The company she comes from is called Kuza, which is Swahili for grow, right? Yes, so she's the Chief Growth Officer at Kuza, so we have people focused on growth, Shiro and Sheena. Then moving on to Hilda, impeccable CV as well. Hilda is the founder and CEO at Pezesha. So Hilda, you complete my lineup. Everyone has a mic? I think there's one more here. So guys, we are talking about moolah. We are talking about money here. We are talking about entrepreneurship, and everyone out there, even at Safaricom, we encourage intrapreneurship. And we also know that our employees also engage, of course, in compliant businesses out there, whatever business it is. So I love speaking to entrepreneurs because I know we can get a lot of it. But let's start first with introducing ourselves. Tell us who you are. Tell us what the company you represent does. And also tell us what is your entrepreneurship philosophy in a very, very summarized way. I think let's give it to the girls first, and Nyasha will speak last. So let's start with my friend Hilda here. Please, go.
Thank you for being here. I mean, for us, as Pezesha, our goal is to support SMEs and provide them with working capital in the most simplest way. We work with partners like Safaricom, of course, to access value chains, and we go to these SMEs where they are. So we find them at their point of need, provide them with credit and digital tools. And really, our philosophy is very simple. If we can be able to provide affordable working capital for these SMEs and they grow, of course, they will create so much impact for themselves and their community. The economy is run by these businesses. Informal businesses are everywhere. And so for us, it's very intentional that we support them because that's the only way we believe that we can solve problems, but also create a sustainable business in the end. Yeah, so really glad to be here and engage in our journey of Pezesha. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheena. You go next.
Thank you. Great. So I'll start with me. My name is Sheena, and although I'm very short, I'm the Chief Growth Officer at Kuza, so that says something. But prior to that, I've had a very varied background. As mentioned, I used to be a lawyer in London for 10 years. Don't hate me. But then I came back home to Kenya, and I started my own startup and failed. But I learned more in that failed startup than I did in my entire career as a lawyer and my MBA combined. So I'm very proud of that. Then I worked in bringing investment to Africa. So we worked with startups to help them grow with a $100 million fund, angel investing, which you'll hear about. And then I became what we like to call a donor. So I started working with the British government, where I was the country director for the UK Kenya Tech Hub. And then for all my sins, I was also doing a lot of government advisory work because I was one of those people that was like, no government. But then I realized you can't scale without government, so I did that. And then I said, actually, now I'm tired of being on that side, and I want to get my hands dirty again. So I joined Kuza Biashara, which is Grow Your Business. And we're an ag tech company, but we really believe in the power of people and platform. Tech can't solve everything. You can't eat tech. You need people. So what we do is we empower young people, we call them agripreneurs, in the rural areas, in basically every county, in Kenya, we're in 7 other countries. We empower them so that they can grow their agri-business. Because actually, there's a lot of money. I know when we think money, we don't think agriculture. We think farming and we think poor mama farmer. That's agriculture. I'm talking agribusiness. And it's probably, if done right, can be not only the most profitable, but actually it can help us as Kenya feed ourselves, feed the world, make money while doing it, and create jobs.
Awesome, Sheena. Concise, precise. We shift to Shiro.
Absolutely.
So I'm Shirin Njoroge, and I'm a co-founder and head of growth at Mosmos. And you're right, that's exactly why we chose the name Mosmos, because it's a word that almost everyone understands, pole pole. And so what we do is that we enable our customers to save for high-cost items that they would like to buy. These are household items, construction material, you name it, while enabling them to avoid debt. And our mission is simple. We want to enable accessibility to high-cost items without necessarily using or accessing credit. So that's what we do at Mosmos.
Awesome. So it's a buy now, pay later, but you end up without a huge liability.
Exactly. So save now, buy later.
Okay, buy later.
Exactly.
Okay. Awesome.
Exactly.
Fantastic. Nyasha could have been a good radio presenter, and you will tell me why I've just said that. So please, go ahead.
Now I can't speak. My name is Nyasha Mtekwa. I'm the CEO of Ajua. I think in this panel, I'm a bit weird in that I'm a corporate guy who's gone into the startup world. I did a long stint at Oracle, both here in Kenya and in South Africa, and ran Adapt IT's business here as the regional executive. And now I'm in the comfortable shoes every day of startup. What Ajua does, many would have known about Ajua. I mean, we were in the Safaricom Spark Fund 1. I think we're the only ones left from that fund, alive, breathing, kicking. What we do is basically allow our customers, enterprise businesses, to understand how much their customers love them. And we bring metrics into that. So you can talk to me and ask me, how do you measure love? And I'll tell you.
Thank you, Nyasha. Good to have you. And I'm learning from the startup founders the kind of shoes to put on if you plan to build a unicorn, or what Kamal is calling a Kenyacon. But on that note, my youngest sister is called Shiro, so I'll stay with Shiro first. In your perspective, Shiro, maybe you can tell us, and the audience, we have a huge audience online, you can tell us what, in your view, is truly the DNA of a startup that has a high probability of success, because success is not guaranteed. But in your view, having been a builder of ventures, what really is the DNA? What do you need at the very, very, very start, even as you try to create something to become successful?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think some of this we've already learned from Kamal. One, I would say, is the resilience, founder resilience. Building a startup is not easy. As he already mentioned even before us, the idea comes free, but the work is in the execution. Therefore, I think that founder resilience, that grit, that obsession with execution, and being able to see, a solution from start to finish, or a test from start to finish is very important. Secondly, I would also say customer obsession. So really being in touch, especially at the early days, being in touch with what the customer is saying, the customer feedback, because that enables you to adapt then, very quickly. You might go in solving a problem with a hypothesis or one assumption, but then the data or customers are telling you something different, which also brings me to the third point, which is the ability to adapt and adapt quickly. So when data is challenging your assumptions, taking that data and moving along with it rather than, fighting what the data is telling you. So being really adaptable, being able to move quickly, I would say those three things are very important, especially in the early days of building a startup, and keeping with those three things even as the company grows and scales.
Absolutely, that's fantastic. And now shifting to Nyasha, based on what Shiro said, we've seen startup founders come in all shapes and forms, to be honest. Whether it's globally, we've seen even startup founders who have been kicked out of ventures, like Steve Jobs, for example, kicked out by the board from a company that he founded, not because the company was not successful, but there is also a DNA, forget the venture itself, there's the DNA of the founder themselves. So in your view, Nyasha, how do you see, what's really the DNA of startup founders? And I know they are students, they are young people in their careers, or people even in their advanced careers. You are never too old to build something transformative. So can you at least take a few minutes to tell us what you really see with those startup founders that eventually become very, very successful? What do you see as a common thread? What is the DNA that they embody?
Well, I think there's something that we as Africans need to kind of start embodying, which is very different from the Silicon way, which is we always grow up in a village, right? So we've got community. And I think for me, the guys that are doing well here on the continent are people who build communities. So when you're building a community, you're building community can be, your people, community could be your customers, community could be partners that help you build the business. So the guys that I see doing very well are people who know how to build community. So having that community builder type in your DNA. Then after that, I think curiosity, of course, right? So once you're sitting there amongst people and you're hearing what people are saying. I mean, what Kamal talked about, there's many people who've been asked, can you code this for me? And they're like, no, and they move on. Or they say yes, and then they're like, it's just too hard, right? Or they're not curious enough to know and learn what it is that person is requiring. So having that curiosity, I think, is critical. And then the last thing, of course, that Shira just talked about is customer obsession. It's not good enough to build a product in your back room and think that you've fully executed. You actually need a customer to buy or use it. So, if you've got community, you've got curiosity, and you've got customer obsession, I think you'll do very well.
Fantastic summary. So now shifting gears to Hilda. Before we start talking about the core funding and the profitability as per the theme, I would want you to at least weigh in on what do really investors look for, especially when it comes to things like DEI. We've seen some changes in the United States. We have a new leader in power. And then all of a sudden, some companies are saying that DEI is not something that they are very keen on, which is a surprise because it was created in the first place to address a problem. So how do you ensure that the diversity, the equity, the inclusivity is baked in at the very core when you are starting to build that venture? Because I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that at the end of the day, if you plan to take your venture either to an IPO, an initial public offer, or you are looking to bring in investors in any shape, form, they'll definitely look at how well, not just the product that you build, but also the team that you have put together. Because talent at the end of the day, even in an era of AI, talent still remains the most important asset. And Kamal was saying here that he doesn't believe there is a shortage of talent. So please weigh in on that particular topic, diversity and inclusivity.
Absolutely. And I think just to add on to what has been said on success, the way I also look at it is diversity and inclusion has to be part of that picture for success to happen. And diversity and inclusion is now becoming very increasingly one of the key requirements investors are actually looking at. And, even before you go to the investors' side, as a company, I think in the current world where we are in, very complex, a lot of problems, macro situation problems that are with us as founders or people building businesses. And I believe the only way to address these challenges is if you have a diverse team. And diverse not just in terms of gender, but also in terms of skills. And I'll give an example of what we've done in Pesesha. 50% of our workforce is women in Pesesha. And the benefit we've seen is when you bring women on the table to make decisions, to bring perspectives in how the product is built, in how we put the structures, we've seen massive success in terms of the solid foundation in building those products and processes. And I'm not saying, without the women, and if we only had men, that wouldn't have been possible. I'm just saying that the perspectives that have been brought now on the table bring a lot of success in the products that we build and how we build it. And so it's not an option anymore to decide as a business even early on if you want to include diversity or not, it is a must for you to survive in this current tough economic situation. And then the other thing I would add is the benefit we've also seen, at least from our experience, is investors are constantly now asking how you are including that in your day-to-day, because it is one of the ways to become competitive if you have diversity and inclusion, especially if you're looking to scale. If you go to Uganda, you'll find different cultures. If you go to Tanzania, it's a different culture. So how do you address these multicultural challenges from one country to another? Is diversity. And so you can't be telling investors, I want to scale, or I'm looking for money to scale, while you don't have diversity. And so, just to conclude, diversity and inclusion is no longer an option. It is a must in the way you're building teams, governance, from the board to the team. Because I definitely, in the early on of our journey, our focus was on the board. We literally made sure that our board was balanced very early on. But now we are cascading it to the team, and in every dimension of how we're looking at this lens of diversity, even our partnerships, so that it can actually be 360 in the way we are addressing the issues, the challenges, the products that we are building. So what I'm saying is it's not an option. Investors are asking for it. And for you to be able to compete in the current tough market situation, it is a must to ensure your teams are diverse.
Fantastic. And someone once told me that diversity is being invited into a party, and inclusion is being asked to dance in that particular party. And belonging is dancing like no one is watching. So you can think about that context even as we continue. So thanks for breaking that down for us. Now, let's talk about the moolah. I know I have a Mora on stage. Hilda is called Mora. But let's talk about the money. And I want to hear, especially from Sheena. We hear about startups funding. We hear there is Series A, Series B, Series C. And for many entrepreneurs, they want to know what really is Series A funding, Series B funding, Series C funding. How do you even get there in the first place? If I am somewhere in Kawangware, in a garage, or in a room, in a one-bedroom house, and I'm starting to think, will I ever really attract these angel investors somehow? And what are these series of funds that I need to go through? So we have Sheena here. I believe she knows this stuff very well. She can break it down for the audience, both here and online. Please weigh in on that. And in fact, as you do so, please also tell us whether you have been approached, you have been courted by investors who have huge, they want to bankroll stuff. How did that play out? So, Sheena, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, yes, you hear about all these terms, right? Series A, pre-seed, what does it all mean? And it sounds very complicated and confusing. So first of all of these terms are actually not our terms. They're not our local terms. Where do they come from? They come from the Silicon Valley. They come from the US. They come from the West. That's how they fund. So I can give you a quick breakdown, but my main point is that model really suited for us? Let me ask a question. How many of you are part of a chama or have invested in a friend's business, whether it's a restaurant or, your friend has asked you for something and you've put, or some family, or you yourself has got some money from your family or something? Raise of hands. You're angel investors. If you've invested in somebody, you're angel investors. You've done probably seed funding, which is a seed, like an idea. You've given somebody some money to start your business. So we make it sound so complicated, but in this room, in Kenya, probably most of us are seed investors ourselves, right? Then you go on. So you've started your business, you need a little bit of money. And in America and in the West, that little bit of money could be $50,000. In Kenya, it could be 20,000 shillings. It could be 100,000 shillings. It depends on what you're doing. But that initial start where somebody takes a risk on you, where you don't know, you don't have any money to pay them back, it's not a loan, but they're putting their money on you. Then your business starts growing. And now you need more money because actually you're hiring people, you're doing this. That's how you go to seed A, like A, B, C, D. Each round basically is as you grow your business. You started to grow your business. Then this word scale. Now we want to grow it everywhere. And that's how those letters come in. But the most important thing I want to say is Actually, we need to stop following, chasing all of this, right? The biggest thing that we can have is local investment, which is that community that we've been talking about. What we really, really need is us as Kenyans, as Africans, to invest in ourselves and invest in our businesses rather than trying to come up with this language to get foreign investment. Because there's money here. And we had a really brilliant example showing where you start a business, you build a business, and then you invest in that business. How did it start? Kamal's story. He got money from a friend. And remember, it's not just money. Sometimes when you have somebody who is your angel or is your investor or your friend, they give you that first cash, M-Pesa, whatever it is. But they also open doors for you. So it could be something simple like, I make cupcakes. I make, it'll be like, not only have I given you some money to buy your stove, to make your cake or whatever, but here, I'll buy the first one from you. And when I take it to my office, I'll take it to everyone in my office, so they become your customer. Your biggest investor is your customer. Find something that people will pay for. Once people start paying, people will chase you. So the company that I work for now, it's Kuza, it's an ag tech. And the founders, and they're not young founders, they've been in the industry for about 30 years, they actually had an investment offered to them, which was a significant amount of investment that they were offered. It was $20 million. And they turned it down because what the investors wanted did not fit in with what the founders wanted. The founders wanted to build a business that had social impact. So actually, this is the other thing. Everyone talks about impact and sustainability. I grew up thinking, you work hard, you make money, then you do charity. Yeah, that's one way. But there's an alternative way. You can use business as a force for good. You can do business and do good. Do good and do well. Of course, make money. We all need to buy stuff. We have kids. We all have to send them to school and feed them. But you can do good and do well at the same time. And if you follow that, I think there's a huge opportunity there.
Force for good. Business as a force for good. That's fantastic. And thanks a lot for breaking that down for us. And we'll remain on that aspect of, and I want to bring Nyasha into this conversation, bootstrapping. Building, just like Kamal said, building a viable venture from the ground up and not depending too much on investors from the Far East or from the Far West. Is bootstrapping still a viable option for many startups? Not necessarily in the tech space, because we understand our event Decode is baselined around technological innovation, but we can speak generally about any venture. And I also want you to square this with the fact that we also know that they are predatory startup and startup founders. We've seen examples, for example, Sam Bankman-Fried, for those guys who keep tabs with the news, with the FTX situation. And even locally here, we've seen a lot of real estate founders that end up sinking a lot of investors' money. So how would you respond to that, Nyasha? What's your take on this bootstrapping aspect and the predatory aspect of some startup founders?
Well, I think bootstrapping is the best way to go. And it's, it's not what I guess, we've been hearing for the last couple of years, especially when we're talking about East Africa and how much Kenya itself is bringing investment from the Silicon world. But bootstrapping gives you a couple of things. One, it gives you the ability to shape your vision. When you've got an idea, you've got such a long journey to go before that idea becomes a real business. And I think when you don't have the pressure of taking someone else's money, I think you can grow your business in the direction that you are most comfortable in, and that makes you, as the founder, most satisfied. The other thing also is that local context is important. I think we get too focused on trying to be the X of X, trying to be the Uber of this, or trying to be, the little cab of this, right? So local context is very important. So by bootstrapping, you actually can bake in the local customer and how they actually want to buy, how they want to use your product. Even branding from perspective, I mean, a couple of years ago, calling your business Mosmos would have been like, yeah, but that won't scale, right? But when you've already bootstrapped and you've gone past MVP and you've got customers, the investors just have to follow, right? You called it Mosmos. Okay, will that work in the US? Who knows? Maybe it will. But, I like the business. I'm going to put money in. So bootstrap gives you a lot of control. And I think now there's even a term that is changing now people are calling it seed strap. And I think the point is giving founders control of their business idea to the point that they can actually meet customers where the customers are and then create a sustainable business.
Fantastic. On that note, I want to bring Shiro in, and shortly we'll be engaging the audience, so you can start organizing your thoughts around the questions you'd want to field to this very eminent panelist. Shiro, local investors. How can we leverage and ensure that local investors are investing in startups with greater potential and with the DNA that we spoke about earlier, and that we are not always looking either Far East, Middle East, or West when we are trying to get investors coming in? Because there are folks with money, and here I'm talking about hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands, millions. These small-scale people who are the typical Mwananchi, the typical Kenyans, or typical Ugandan, who wants to put in the seed capital in a venture that they believe has potential. How do we galvanize that and actually formalize it, other than the things people call you on the phone and ask you, give me 20K, and you know very much that you'll never get that money? How do we actually, and we know that culture is very ingrained here, how do we bring local investors into the fold to invest in these ventures so that they can reap returns even as the business grows? What's your view?
Definitely. And as Sheena has also rightly said, local investment is very important, not just for the money, but also for the network you need as you're starting. It's the local investors who will help you open the doors. If you're a business that's serving other businesses, it's very likely that, there's some very important introductions that could be made. So I think the value in local investment also goes, it's very important to highlight, also goes past the money. But what's also really needed as you're starting is also, the partnerships, the intros that you'll need at the very beginning. So one, I would say, really strengthening investor networks. I give an example of one of our local investors, Nairobi Business Angel Network. That's one of our investors. That's been also very crucial. As I mentioned, as we were starting, who are the people who are going to help us open these partnerships? It's really the local investors that came in and helped with those intros. So building and strengthening and creating more structures with a lot more angel investor networks, because this could be a way that more investors or people who wouldn't even consider themselves investors then are attracted to the startup ecosystem. People who wouldn't necessarily be attracted to or naturally be interested in investing in startups. So through these local angel networks, making investment a lot more accessible. As Sheena mentioned, even from an investor perspective, if you're not very familiar, it may sound complicated. There's pre-seed, there's seed, there's Series A. So at what point, with my 10K, do I come in? Am I at what point, right? So I think the local angel networks are very important for attracting local investment to existing startups. There's a lot of also high net worth individuals and family businesses who are not exposed to the startup ecosystem, and so having more structured networks is a good way to make sure that startups are made to be attractive. And also a second thing to highlight is also changing the perception. I think startups are also viewed as high risk, no return. So it's very important to also highlight, success stories that, startups are scalable. There's a lot of impact, as Sheena's rightly mentioned, a lot of employee opportunities, for example, and that there's also returns within the startup ecosystem. So also changing that perception is really, really important to attract local investment. That is for, a business like ours of Mosmos has been very crucial from helping us get to year 0 to year 2 where we are now.
Absolutely. I have friends who live, for example, in the US, and penny stocks are very common there. There are people who become dollar millionaires just overnight by having that ability to spot a startup at the very nascent fledgling stage. And then they put in whatever capital they put in down there, whatever equity they put down there, and eventually they come out on the other side quite successful. I would want to see that more, and it's a challenge to you as the founders of these very, very successful firms. I would be keen to see how we can bring in the local wananchi and the local businesses to get them investing in these ventures that have a high probability of scale. So, Hilda, we've built a venture that's vibrant. How do you actually ensure that governance is there? There's no business without governance. And we've seen regulators are coming in hard on startups, for example, requiring that they conform to so many things, because you don't want, at the end of the day, if you've gotten funding, external funding, local investor funding, how do you govern a startup to ensure that it's not just working on the MVPs, the minimum viable products, but it's actually a robust business that also complies with the law of the land and that is also socially responsible? You spoke about sustainability here. How do you put the guardrails around a startup even as you try to scale it up to one that people can reckon with?
I will say governance is the job. It's really the hard work in building a business. Whether you're in early stage or in growth stage, you're going to have to be thinking about governance. And for me, governance is three things. One is, do you have the structures in place? I think in the early stage, we are asking ourselves, have you incorporated your business? Those simple things are part of governance. You know, do you have shareholders? Do you have a shareholding agreement? And it can get as complex as you continue to grow up the ladder. And a lot of businesses or founders, they want to think about these things after. They want to focus on the product. And that was me in my first company, Wezatele, because now, onto my second one, I've realized how important governance is. But in my first business, Wezatele, we said, let's build the product. We will do governance later. Of course, it was so hard to go back on the drawing table to do these things right. And I remember back in 2015, when we were being acquired, that is the time we were asking ourselves a lot of questions about governance. And we had to pay the price, which is literally to think about these things as the acquisition process is going on. So we were basically rebuilding the business while being acquired. Now, on to my second, Pesesha, we've basically had to start there. It was not even a choice of, do we do governance later or do we do it in the early stage? We had to do it from day one. And really, it's putting all the structures in place, making sure we have a board. And I think a lot of businesses, especially in the early on, I've gotten some of my peers asking me, do you think we should set up a board? We're still in early stage. The answer is you have to. It's not a choice. You have to have a board. Whether it's advisory or whether it's a board that has actually invested in you, it has to be there. And the reason why this is important is also for independent decision making. And as founders or business owners, we always believe our decisions are the best. You know, no one should come and tell us what to do. We are making the right decisions. But in actual fact, in most cases, because we are driven by, you know, a lot of passion, sometimes emotions while we are making decisions, do we kill this product that's not working or do we leave it? You want to still convince yourself that it's working. So there's a lot of decision making to be made. And that's why it's important to think about an independent voice, even from day one. And for us as Pesesha, we've always had a board since we started the business. So they basically bring a lot of sanity into our decision making and an independent view. And I think now I'm speaking to solo founders because I've built Pesesha as a solo founder. If you don't have governance and you're a solo founder, you know, it's going to be even harder. Because one, you don't have a co-founder, you don't have someone to, you know, bounce back ideas. And when things become hard or decision-making becomes very tough, especially in the current environment, who are you going to turn to? You turn to your board. You turn to your governance. The second thing is governance is one of the key things that is currently going to determine whether you make it or you die. And to be honest, I mean, and if you look out there, there's a lot of stories about companies dying because of the lack of funding. But in actual sense, if you go deeper, it's actually the lack of governance. because the funding issues or challenges most of these companies have had, if you go down, you realize they didn't have governance that kept them accountable of that funding, that asked hard questions. Where did the money go? Where are your books? Where are your audited accounts? Who is auditing you? So all this is part of the governance, building that structure, but also the structure of accountability. And then lastly, governance is also about looking at it from the perspective of sustainability. So I'm sure we've all heard about ESG, environmental, social, and governance. So currently, if you really want to raise capital, especially if you're in the growth stage, you have to think about your ESG strategy. And it's very simple, at least in our world of Pesesha, we look at it in three different forms. Environmental, how are we supporting the SMEs that we work with to basically encourage green credit? And so we're working with partners there. We don't know where to get SMEs in the green space, so we work with a lot of partners there, including Safaricom. And then the second of S, which is the social. How do we make sure that whatever we are building has a social responsibility towards it, but the impact that we create benefits the people in the community? So the SMEs we work with, the credit we give them, are we able to actually see how their income has grown and how it has helped them as well? We are able to track that. And then lastly, governance, which is what we are talking about. So governance is not even a question of should you do it. It has to be part of the equation of sustainability. And the question to the startups and the founders here I'm going to leave you with is, if investors walked in this room and wanted to give you money, will you pass the scrutiny of governance? You need to go back and ask yourself that question.
Fantastic, fantastic. And I like the last prompt because I believe these folks are here because they want to be builders. So start thinking broadly about that. Interesting, I had attended a leadership training at Strathmore. It was delivered by Dr. Kipngetich, the CEO of Jubilee, for those who know him. And he really, as a CEO, he told me, CEOs nowadays, they focus more on DEI and ESG. Those are the things that keep them really awake, because you really don't want to be pulled into disrepute as an organization. Your brand can be pulled down just because of those issues. And we have seen it actually happen. So your point, Hilda, is quite valid. So we are coming to the conclusion before we take the questions. Karanja, I saw Karanja there, my colleague who heads ventures in our strategy team. Last year, we were involved at Safaricom. We had a program we are calling Spark Accelerator. We invited a lot of startups. I think Ajua was actually included in it to try and see how can we actually partner. Partnership nowadays is the new form of innovation, because there's no one who has a monopoly of thinking. Even an organization as grand as Safaricom, we recognize that we don't have a monopoly of innovation. So we need the ecosystem to work with. And when we saw many of the startups that came in, then they were looking for the seed capital or the Series A. We're asking them one fundamental question: where do you want to put this money at the end of the day? So what do startups do with the money that they raise? Where do you put these dollars? Is it in marketing? Is it in talent acquisition? Is it in product engineering? Is it in research? Where do startups prioritize? Sheena, you can give us a perspective.
Great. So I think one of the things that we keep talking about in this world of tech, etc., right, is how important tech is. And don't get me wrong, tech is super important. But you know what's more important than tech? People, talent. So as a business, one of the sayings that people always say, look after your people and then look after your customers. So I think as a business that has raised, or if you're raising, I think if you're not raising because you don't want to hire people and you don't want to grow, I think you have to have a long, hard think about it. The biggest funding that when you receive should be on building your team. There are a lot of founders who take a lot of pride in, my business cannot run without me. If that is the case, you're actually a failed business. You're actually not a business, you're working for your business. So the biggest thing, I think Hilda talked about governance, but as part of that governance is your organizational structures are your teams. Once you have your team in place, you can use that to build the products you need, to build the services you need, to expand, to do marketing, all of those things. The technology play is also super important, of course. You know, we know how important, and we know the costs of technology, the cloud, the tech infrastructure, etc. And this is where, again, I keep going back to this. You know, we are local founders. We are here in Africa. We are here in Kenya. Do you realize that building a business in Kenya is not building one business? It's building 4. When I'm building a business in the West or in the UK or something, lots of other stuff are looked after. In Kenya, I might be building an ag business, but you know what? I don't have logistics in place. I don't have this in place. I'm actually building 4 businesses. So it's slower, it's harder. People are not as well off. So another factor is stickiness. I'll give you an example. You know, when Netflix came about, I was still in the UK, and it was like 50p or something, like really cheap. So my sister was in the university, she's 10 years younger than me. She goes, Sheena, please play for my Netflix. So I just set up a direct debit at the time in the UK. And literally for the last 20 years, I've been paying for her Netflix, her and her friends. I meet her friends, and they're like, because they share, even though they don't have to do that. In Kenya, I have Netflix at home. Do you know, I pay M-Pesa every month. There are some months where I've forgotten to pay Netflix, and we go in, oh, shoot, we have to pay. So there's different business models there as well. So I think when you have that money, number one, build your teams, and number 2, have that runway, right? Don't think I have customers today, so I'm going to have customers tomorrow. Have enough of that runway to protect yourself. So that's what I would build.
Fantastic, great. And this is the final question to Nyasha. We know, even as we talk about digital capabilities, today, thought leaders say, every organization has to become 2 things. Number 1, a technology company. It doesn't matter the industry you are in. And number 2, an experienced company. And you work at Ajua, which offers a solution for people to measure and track the experience that they give their customers. So how can startups actually figure out digital and understand the advantages and the merits that come with figuring out digital capabilities, especially when you think about scalability of solutions and even governance from a systems perspective? At the end of the day, governance needs to be enforced. So if you are running a business without any form of systems and processes, then I don't see how having a board that does governance. Individuals are great, and I agree, but at the end of the day, you still need to have a capability to figure out systems that can help you track on this. So are startups really taking advantage of the opportunities that digital really opens, looking forward, knowing what's trending now, what is the trend, what's new? How can startups keep tabs with that, considering many of them are in bootstrapping stage, they might not have a lot of dollars? Nyasha?
So let's maybe do the thing we're saying we shouldn't do, but let's do that. Let me give you an example of Starbucks in the US. Starbucks for the last 5 odd years has been going through many problems, some of them being people, unions, and stuff like that. But the other thing is that they went super digital and now are drawing back. So you could be walking to a Starbucks and order online. By the time you get there, it's supposed to be ready for you. You just take it and walk out. But what the customer actually wanted was to come and sit and interact, talk to the barista, all these things. The things that Kenyans like to do, right? So why am I using that example? I think that when you're starting a business, your first port of call is your customer, right? And are we using enough digital to get to the customer? I don't think so. But I think we're building too many digital products without the customer, right? So I think that there's a hybrid conversation that we need to have where we are saying, what is the experience that I'm trying to give my customer? And how does that experience both happen on a physical level and also on a digital level? And then marry the two so that you actually have a seamless customer
Phygital,
experience.
as they call it.
So yes, phygital. I'm going to use that. And because you have to think like that, again, it comes, and Sheena will talk about the farmers out there in the rural areas and how they've been able to reach them, digital and physical, right? But at the same time, you can cover digital and physical with a overarching governance technology.
Absolutely. Right. Fantastic. Guys, this is an MBA really crash course. You'll agree with me, right? So let's take two. I want co-moderators in the audience. So let's take two questions. I don't know if we have a roaming mic, Mbugwa. Let's take two questions. I'm sure this eminent panel, and I can see the hands up. I think I can go to the floor, give them the mic. Please, let's know who you are, where you come from, and who you direct the question to. Let's start. Okay, the roaming mic is there. Let's go. Let's start with the gentleman in a blue shirt or green.
Oh, good morning. My name is Victor Opio. A founder myself. And first of all, congratulations to Hilda. I remember working for the regulator when Pesisha was still in the regulatory sandbox, and also interacted with Nyasha recently in my other capacity in corporate. So my question, I think to the whole panel really, as a founder, I've had a unique problem of late, and it's not in funding, it's the team around me, and I'm a solo founder. And recently we had an investor who wanted to come in, but his main concern was that the team has changed so much that he is questioning why I'm not a good developer myself. So I need a team of developers, I need a team around me to help me do a couple of things. And the investor was wondering why I change my team so frequently. But you see, it's because I'm the one who owns the dream. And when you're working with people who don't own your dream, they don't seem to hold it as importantly as you do. And I tend to change them because, sometimes you agree we need to do this by Friday, but someone will be slow, and you don't like that because you are the owner of the dream. They don't own the dream themselves. So we've had a challenge with the team. So how do you, as a solo founder, how do you solve that?
Okay.
Do you build the board, as you say, or how do you build a team that shares in your dream?
Thank you. Got you. I've taken note. Let's take the three questions, and then we'll answer them in quick succession.
Hello. My name is Daniel Moenga. I'm also a founder myself and a software engineer. So my question is gonna go to mostly Hilda, Sheena, and Yash. So the first one is around governance.
Let's try direct the question to specific. We cannot direct it to the entire panel because of time.
Okay. It's around governance, compliance, and regulations. So as you're building, once you validate your product, you find yourself facing so much new regulations, especially in the health space, health tech, like the new proposal coming in requiring startups to pay almost up to $250,000. You find yourself diving into fintech, insurtech, the way the panel has spoken. You find yourself building multiple businesses at once. So how do you kind of deal with that? Because legal compliance is actually expensive. So how do you approach the right people with bootstrapping funds? Then the second one is around partnerships. You can't build alone. So how do you get to open doors as a young person? Because most of the time, you'll find yourself going to seek partnerships with government, really big corporate organizations to actually enable you to build really, really hard things. But you find yourself being told you're too young, or your team is too young, you're talented, but we can't really work.
Thank you. Got you. The last question? Let's take from a lady in the spirit of inclusivity. To the far right, sorry. Quickly, your name, the company you come from, even if you're a student, feel free to say so, and keep the question concise and precise. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Maureen, a student at Multimedia University, software engineering student. And as a student and listening to all the panelists and all the people having the questions, I still have one question which I had from the beginning. Maybe I'll address it to Shiro. Is there a certain procedure to have a startup, whether technical, in terms of technology, or in terms of passion? What's the procedure? Is there a certain procedure, or is it just you just do things? Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. I think we can start with Shiro answering to Maureen's question. Is there a playbook? Is there a rule book on how to do these things? Or sometimes you gamble or you try, fake it until you make it. Is there a rule book that we can adopt so that all of us can be successful startup founders?
My answer would be there's no rule book to starting, but there is an existing rule book to building. And we've discussed some of those elements here. But when it comes to the most important thing to starting is, what is the problem I'm solving? You know, what does the customer need, and am I in a position, or do I think I am in a position to first identify the problem and be able to build to solve for it? So I'll give you a personal example. So with Mosmos, we are a tech company, but I'm not the technical lead myself. So I lead business development. So there's two co-founders, there's myself, and my other co-founder who is now in charge, who is a technical lead. You know, he's the developer, he's really good at that. But then I am stronger when it comes to business development. But you see these two aspects, seeing that, you know, we need to build the business by forming partnerships, working with other businesses. However, our foundation is tech. Therefore, there needs to be someone who has the capability to build, and there needs to be someone who has the ability to sell, or you know, sell and enjoy doing it and do it well. So as you see, what we identified was a need. We identified a customer's problem, and then the two of us got together, him with his skill set and me with mine, because the two of us separated would probably take us very long to achieve what we've been able to do so far. However, so that's why it comes down to two things. One, is there a need? Is there, you know, a need that you're also passionate about, or you identify with the problem, and you're excited or motivated to be able to solve for that? And then, okay, what skill sets do I have, and what am I missing? And therefore, I need to then fill that other gap, because then, you know, what's the saying? If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. So then you start to sort of fill those gaps. And I think you've mentioned, you know, having you know, a team and needing to find the perfect fit. So the team is very important. You know, Hilda's been able to, is a solo founder, but then she also has a team around her, because it's impossible to do everything well and all at once. So that's what I would say. There's no playbook to starting, but then when you've identified, you know, a customer problem and one that you're excited to build, then you start from there. What do I need, and, you know, how do we proceed from there?
Thank you. Switching on to Daniel's question, I think we double-clicked on the compliance and governance aspect, at least Hilda over here did it. But I would like to ask on the partnerships, the question that Daniel is keen to learn. How do you leverage partnerships to really grow? We are talking about growth here. How do we really leverage these partnerships? Maybe you can answer that, Hilda?
Yeah, so very quickly, I mean, our model in Pesesha is actually partnerships. We do what we call embedded finance. So we integrate with partners. It's not been easy, I won't lie, building partnerships. But the way we've done it is we basically leverage one partner to the other with success stories. So when we make one partnership work, we find that it's a network effect. Our partners are actually selling us to other partners. So our biggest partnerships right now are with telcos and banks. And you can already imagine, if Kamal was here, he'll tell you getting those big partnerships, the corporates, is really hard. But also it's the route to scaling. If you have corporate partners, you scale as well really quickly. So what I would advise you is just start small with what you have around you. Use the networks. If you have mentors, let them help you to find these partners. We're very lucky as Pesesha to be part of the Endeavor network, for example. And it's these networks that actually also open doors, and they lead you to the right people. So whatever you're doing, I don't know what your business is in. I heard you say health. Where are the health conversations happening? Please go there. Don't even think twice about it. You'll be so surprised that the networks actually start from there, with the partnerships. I will answer Victor. I want to console you, and thank you for being vulnerable. Building a business and finding the right team early on is very, very challenging. And I want to console you by saying I changed my team, I think 6 times. to be where I am today, a stable team, the best team I think I've ever gotten. Of course, not to undermine the early stages of that journey, but it takes time to find the right people. And I'm telling you, it's taken me 6 times in this journey. We've already been in business for 8 years. So literally you can argue that every year the team has been changing. We've been pivoting. So to be where we are, where we now have a very strong management team, I don't need to be there. That's why I'm seated here. Yeah, and I know everything is happening okay. They understand the business. They are passionate. They are experts. They are smarter than me. It takes time to get those people. So be intentional. Go everywhere you think is the right place to find those people. Don't sit in the office and think they will come. Sometimes you will have to talk to a lot of people, friends, to find these right people. So don't give up. It's a journey. But also try as much as possible to also find out what is it that you as a founder is also missing or needs help with. Because I realized in this journey also, we as founders, we have our blind spots. So sometimes you're there, you're thinking, oh, I can do it all. You can't. You also need to find out, okay, what is it that I'm struggling with? At least for me, I realized, because I'm a software engineer, I realized I was so good at hiring technical talent. But when it comes to finance, I don't know what happens in finance because our business is fintech. So I'm very good at technical talents, very, very good retention rate in the company. But finance, I really struggled. So what I did is I found mentors to help me with very strong finance skills. Where do I find a strong CFO? Where do I find the best finance talent? And I can tell you it's worked magic.
Awesome. Fantastic. So I'll just let Nyasha and Sheena to take 1 minute to give us a parting shot because all the questions have been answered, and then we wrap up. In no particular order, the girls first.
Great. Okay. So my parting shot is, it's so exciting to see so many of you funders here. And I'm so confident, right, that 10 years from now, you guys will be like our future, solving problems, creating jobs, earning money, doing all this stuff, right? I think you all brought up some really, really good points around partnerships, talent, and the rest of it. So one parting shot, and I kind of wish I'd understood this earlier, is just remember, everyone talks about collaboration, but we're also all competing. So how do you collaborate? Figure out where we are competing. If we're competing for the same clients, we're competing for the same funding, take those conversations aside. And because even though we might be competing on many things, there's still other things we can collaborate on. So come out very clearly and say, look, we compete on this, let's not collaborate here. It doesn't make sense. But these areas we're not competing on. So actually when we collaborate, we all win. So try and find the win-win-win. And always think about the other side, right? You're thinking, I need this, I need this. But if you change your mindset and said, what can I give? What can I offer? You'll see things will just run towards you. So even in networking, everyone talks about how important it is, right? Don't go around networking saying, what am I getting? What am I getting? No, think, how can I help? And weirdly, those relationships where you help and add value, they will add more value than you'll have ever imagined. So that's my parting.
Thank you.
Thanks. I think listening to the panel, listening to the questions, I think there are more founders out there who've got questions. So my parting shot is really around mentorship, getting an advisory team. You may not be ready for a board, a formal board, but get a board of advisors. And that enables you to actually get that mentorship that you require. Of course, Nairobi angels, business angels, get involved in that community. Endeavor community, get involved there. There are lots of communities that you should get involved in that will help you also build. And some of those communities lobby government. Some of those communities are actually the ones helping with the overarching compliance that you may need in your industry. So get involved in community, get a board of advisors, and grow.
Awesome, awesome. That is it on this. That pulls the curtain on this panel. Surviving the funding squeeze and building for profitability at Safaricom Decode. This was not startup or venture building 100 or 101. This was 901. Really, really advanced conversations. You can only get them at Safaricom Decode. I'm looking forward to replaying this panel. So I'm looking at the production team. I can't wait to see the production of this because I would also want to listen to it attentively in the comfort of my home office, especially, to see what insights and nuggets I can glean from this conversation. But it's been an honor to have the four of you on stage, and looking forward to this conversation does not end here. I'm sure you will keep engaging with the audience using either digital means or any other means that these folks and yourselves can reach up to. So thank you very much for your time. I'll ask Karanja, my colleague, to come and help me bring the goodies. We appreciate our panelists, even if in the modest of fashions. Please come with the four of them, and then we can have the photo session with the panel, even as we wind up and let the MC come over and take on to the next stage. Thank you very much. Let's clap for the panel. Thank you. Applause.
Yes, there he is. Wait, you have to wait for the moment. How much will be too long? Most. Fantastic. DJ Redbone will usher us into the next session now. Asanteni.
Nani mwingine mjua Kenya nzima kama mimi mwenye kushika maiki na kuwapa Kiswahili shua rhymes kitua rhymes masuwa vifua na safari hii ma MC na waombea dua nikiwa hit kwa industry nikimanuka wanajesha mahewa nikileta wako wengi lakini sivyo
wakanyagie na sneakers high heels Matimba Nike Adidas kila aina sneaker kanyagia kariba si ya biz na raia keep distance story weka insta itabidi wametulia wakiniadi ndani booth kangu ndani ya kiatu na nimepiga luku tu sitachungulia tu na nimevaa matimba juu na kanyagia tu stories za upuzi na kanyagia watu kufanya wajuzi na wa kanyagia komejazwa na kichuki na kukanyagia kumwagia tina yangu chumvi brother kanyagia tino maza spreading brother maintain samene kila kitu nasomanga kwa mnete nikugenje punguza kelele kasi necessary sina jua story ya mkebe kiwa empty nani yani chambezwe kama story involve punguza kasheshe na wachane na showbiz genje niongeze manoti ndani ya bowl kanyagia na sneakers high heels Matimba Nike Adidas kila aina sneaker kanyagia kariba si ya biz na raia keep distance story kanyagia na sneakers high heels Matimba Nike Adidas kila aina sneaker kanyagia kariba si ya biz na raia keep distance story
everything you know it king already you know it top everything you know it king already you know it my body so got a king body body gon' shine bling body falling on the shots from ring body crown on your head got a king body don't have a king you a know it king already my baby you know it top everything you know it king already you know it shine already it's time already shine already it's time already shine already it's time already shine already it's time already
nina kama kasijaigongesha chezo bado sijaupoteza vile nimekuwa nikikusoma sana fantasize vile naweza kuona smell perfume kondipo tena dress code hipo ni ya power ina show features zote uko nazo no wonder kidogo tunakuta between nazo
you see all these sexy girls in the club oh girl I wanna hold on you tonight every time you walking out the club girl I want you to be mine girl I want you in my life I swear teasing me I feel you feeling me your eyes talking for you make you say focus on me focus on me sawa. Umeniacha nimeachika ni sawa. Ningenyamaza yote tisa, but for you, is that who you have picked over me? Umeniacha nimeachika ni sawa.
Uko sure ndo mwenye unataka, uko sure
ni sawa.
Uko sure unaweza sema with the chest, uko sure.
But for you, is that who you have picked over me? Umeniacha nimeachika ni sawa. Ni sawa. Ni sawa. Ni sawa.
Fantastic session there. And we did get some comments from online, and I'd like to read those. There's Moses Karani, who said, I have learned that as a founder, you have to be resilient, obsessive with execution, with the ability to adapt to change. We have Gershom Ochanda, who talked about diversity in terms of gender and skills from the board down to the team is key in attracting investors. Brian Mureithi, also on the diversity conversation, saying diversity is being invited to a party, inclusion is being asked to dance, ... and he gives a nice laugh there. And Amos Ruto says it is okay to start and fail sometimes. If you remember also, borrowing from what Kamal said, it's a graveyard that you don't see. You just kind of like see the party and the nice stuff, but you don't know what else has happened in the back. There Mutuma Kimathi, who says there is need for localized investment Africa for Africa. So solid masterclass, in under an hour. Like I can't even pick a highlight to say the truth, because everything was pretty rich. The only question I had, for the founders, for Hilda and for Shiro, is that, I find my own experience has been sometimes local founders find it a bit tough being fully vulnerable or giving all data, your data room, to local investors, right? It's easier for someone to say, come from the outside, to say, hey, can I see your data room? And you're like, hey, here it is. But, Joe comes and says, can I see your numbers? You're like, why? Why do you want to see my numbers? You don't run away with my idea. So there's also an element of vulnerability as entrepreneurs that we must have if you're looking to catalyze local capital. Local capital understand local nuances, and it's more relatable and can probably take you further beyond capital. Sheena said something that resonated with me. I'm sure it did with most of you, that you're probably building 3 or 4 businesses. See me on the side to tell you stories about trying to transform mobility or public transport in in Nairobi. You think you're building tech, but you need to do operations. You have to have a garage. You have to have a fuel station. Now you have to have, because you're dealing with EVs, you have to have now EV charging stations. All of these are distinct businesses in and of themselves. Now, just remember we are live, and for you to engage, you can use the hashtags Safaricom Decode, and a QR code is going to come up for feedback. This feedback helps us improve how we plan these events and how we also invite the right people to continue giving value. So the QR code is there, it's going to stay there for a bit longer. And yes, it was fantastic that we got to break out into different arenas and lots of activity going on there. Do make sure across all your socials you also follow the hashtag to be able to pick up the conversations of what happened there. Now, getting straight into yet another thing that literally builds up on the conversation from Joe and his panelists, whom I thank deeply. We're now going to look at finding the right capital for growth. And there's no person better to take us through this than Karanja Gishiri, who's the head of ventures, Safaricom PLC, for the Investor Roundtable. Welcome on stage.
Hey, good afternoon. Hey, some energy and love. Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. Very good. I am pretty excited to be here this afternoon. You know what's exciting is we have had a very good talk around what are the constraints, how do you survive doing a business? But I'm quite privileged to be hosting the people with the money, right? So if not for anything else, in session ya pesa, this is where the money is. So I'm quite excited, no pressure to my panel. The idea here is, what we hope we can take away from this is how can you really attract the right capital for your business? Now, it could be that you are at the early stage of thinking of setting up your business, but it's good to understand what do founders look like. And I'm very proud that we've been able to come up with a very good panel that represents the different stages of capital building. So I'll invite my panelists on stage. Let me start off with, if I were to be courteous, Noni. Noni comes from Enza Capital. Karibu Noni, let's welcome her on stage, tafadhali. Thank you. Next, we have Marie. Marie from Antler. Karibu sana. Very well. We also have Nick. Nick from Naiban. Karibu sana, Nick. And last but not least is my good friend from Japan, Yuhei. Karibu sana. Hi, bwana, tumwaletea dua Japanese. Karibu. All right, very good, very good. Great. So we are going to kick off. The idea is I'll have a couple of questions we'll ask, and then after that we'll have a Q&A session for us to interact, engage, and learn more. So please do take note of your questions. I will be very keen to engage you afterwards. So let's start with you, Yuhei. If you could just give us a brief of who you are and who Sumitomo is in this region.
Okay, thank you very much for having this session opportunities. And my name is Yuhei Mura. I work for Sumitomo Corporation. So Sumitomo Corporation is the one of the largest global trading and investment firm based out in Japan. And Sumitomo has over 400 years history, and we have over 900 subsidiaries, and we are selected as one of the global Fortune 500 companies. And myself, I moved to Kenya 6 years ago, and actually my 7 years start from next week. So most of my Kenyan friends say, like, I'm Kenyan Japanese or Japanese Kenyan, although my Swahili is very kidogo. And Yeah, so since I moved to Kenya, I have been involved in the business development. So what I have done is, of course, with Safaricom and M-Pesa, started the Spark Accelerator program. And also I have managed the investment in M-Copa, including 2 times follow-on investment. So yeah, that's me.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Nick, who are you and what do you represent?
Thanks. My name is Nick Vallel. I'm one of the founding members of the Nairobi Business Angel Network. So we're a network of mostly locally based investors writing pretty small checks, so $1,000 to $5,000, and then we pool those together so that we can do that kind of friends and family, small capital into early stage startups. Most of us are founders. I've been a founder a number of times myself, and I really enjoy working with early stage founders. So it's a pleasure to be on this side and kind of supporting people building their dreams.
Thanks, Nick. Marie?
Hello, I'm Marie, a partner with Antler here in Kenya. We are a global investor, so we're present in 30 ecosystems around the world. Actually, Kenya was our second location to go live, so quite early in Antler's journey. Over a period of 7 years, we have now invested in more than 1,400 companies across these 30 ecosystems around the world. Personally, I'm a founder myself. I built a paper recycling business in Ethiopia, lived there 10 years before I eventually moved to Kenya to build Antler since 2019. Really good to be here.
Thank you very much. Noni?
Thank you so much for the invitation. My name is Noni, and I'm an investment principal at Enza Capital. I'm also a former Antler founder, and so I have definitely been on both sides of the table. Enza Capital is a multi-stage Pan-African VC fund. We invest pre-seed all the way to Series B, and our tickets range from 250,000 up to a potential 5 million. Enza is a thematic investor. We invest across financial inclusion, human capital, climate smart technologies, artificial intelligence, and we really look for businesses and founders that are using technology to solve really large and meaningful problems across the continent. Thank you.
Excellent. As you can see, we promised we'll bring money on stage, and you can hear that different checks to be written, right? So I think we want to kick off our discussion, and maybe, Noni, let me kick off with you. You've talked of Enza being a multi-staged, multi-country investor. Are you able to just briefly give us a sense of your investment activities across the continent? Where do you focus on in particular? That's one. And two, what have been the challenges you've faced investing in Africa as a whole?
Sure. So I think one of the wonderful things about Enza is it is truly pan-continental. We cover North Africa. I have a colleague who's based in Cairo, so we have Arabic-speaking skills. We cover West Africa, including Francophone, so we also have French-speaking capabilities. Of course, East Africa, many of us are based here in Nairobi, and then Southern and South Africa. I think that gives us sort of really fantastic geographic diversification. Francophone is a very interesting region for us because it operates truly like a block, and also the currency is pegged to the euro, so there is some form of stability there. North Africa is an incredibly interesting space as well. The ecosystem is very localized, and of course Egypt, has a huge sort of population, and a number of companies can sort of achieve unicorn. I know we heard not to aim for unicorns, but a lot of Egyptian companies can achieve unicorn status just within Egypt. But also Egypt has the ability to connect into the GCC markets. And then of course, East Africa, we're here, we're in Nairobi. I would say the majority of our investments in East Africa are here in Kenya. Proximity to some of the best founders here, some of the best development talent. And then of course, South Africa. South Africa is very interesting. It has pretty advanced sort of financial markets, pretty advanced consumers, and a higher GDP per capita than several other African countries. And I think that does make up for its sort of slower growth compared to, say, East, West, or North. We've got exposure, like I said, in sort of all of these regions. But I think our biggest challenge is team. The majority of the team are here. We have a colleague in Cairo and we have a colleague in London. But actually we have no one in West Africa. And I think that is a challenge because sourcing deals, you want to be on the ground. You want to build the relationships. You want to kind of get into the startup ecosystem and make sure that your firm is known so that you get a lot of inbound interest. But also you want to, really understand the ecosystem that you're in, the problems that founders are solving. So I think from our perspective, that might be the current challenge and definitely one that we're looking to solve.
All right, and thanks a lot for that. Maybe if I could come to you, Yuhei. Sumitomo has been around has been, I think, in existence for over 400 plus years, and in Africa as well. Are you able to just give us a sense of the challenges you face and whether what has been experienced at Sumitomo in Africa been like?
Yeah, thank you very much. So I think Sumitomo started investment in Africa over 30, 40 years ago. And what we have done so far is the mining investment or power plant investment, such a huge infrastructure side investment. But we recently started investment in B2C side, so like Safaricom Ethiopia, of course, and also M-Kopa. And what I've learned from the investment to upstream side, like infrastructure side, is sometimes government is uncontrollable anymore. So dealing with the consumer is easier. So that's the biggest learning from previous investment in Africa. Then after the investment in Safaricom Ethiopia or M-Kopa, of course, currency issue is very challenging. And also the unpredictability for the economics or country situation is also challenging. But it's, how can I say, one day it's resolved. So we need to be patient. And the reason why Sumitomo can survive 400 years is because we already have long-term view on the business. Yeah.
Very good, very good. Thanks a lot. And maybe, Marie, if I could move to you. When you reflect on both Africa and Kenya in particular, are you able to just share you've mentioned Kenya is a second hub for Antler, but are you able to just give us an experience of what your experience has been in, around Africa, but also reflecting on Kenya in particular, give us a sense of the kind of business models you've seen work in this market, and what are some of the lessons you could share of some of the startups you have worked in this particular market?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Maybe also to start with, I can explain how Antler is a little bit different as an investor, because Noni, for example, the latest stage investors, they look for an existing team, an idea in the making, and some early traction. And that's the point of time of entry. We really start, as Noni was saying, she was a founder in our program as well, start with the individual. So our job is to find people that want to build a company, bring them together, and out of that comes really interesting ideas, and we then typically become the first investor in those companies. I think what we've learned is what tends to maybe work better in this market is not only the dream of a tech unicorn, rapid scalability. You need huge mass markets for that. You need purchasing power. You need better infrastructure sometimes. It's not as easy to scale, rocket companies in this market as it is in other parts of the world, like Silicon Valley has been mentioned a few times. So what we found really, really interesting is to also look at business models that are more tech-enabled, that are more physical, that combines technology with real-life interventions, so that you have a tech as an enabler. Tech can make you scale faster, work better with your customers, and just be a better performing business. So as we are thinking about the evolution of Antler as well, and what we want to invest in more in the future, it's more of those tech-enabled business models as well, which sometimes require hardware, sometimes they require stock, sometimes they require physical presence, and not be so obsessed around the technology part. If you're solving a real problem, the best way of doing that may not be tech and software only, but a wider approach to it.
Interesting. And maybe, Nick, what are your thoughts around what works in this part of in Kenya in particular? All right, reflecting more on Kenya. What have you seen work? Because you get into businesses and you really, like Antler and Maria has mentioned, really focusing first on the individual at that very early stage. What have you seen work in Kenya from some of the success stories you have?
I think the issue of resilience of the founder came up, and I think that is such a big indicator for success or just surviving. So I think to founders out there, you really should be starting something that you're 100% passionate about and want to solve that problem, and you're willing to take 10 years to do it or 20 years to do it. Because we certainly see that some of the failures that we've come across are people who thought it was a good idea, but they weren't in love with the idea and the problem. So I think that's a big key. At the higher level, I think like B2B companies are always interesting, but sales cycles are very slow, especially I think in Kenya. We had one portfolio company is now Kenyan company in South Africa and saying, it sells a lot faster there. So you also have to figure out where markets really move. And that's just part of the growth of the companies and figuring out really where you find that product market fit.
And there's one recurring theme around size of the market, and allow me to just double click on size of the market. And perhaps to you, Noni, when you think of Kenya and just thinking of what has been shared here, do you think do you think we have big enough a market? All right, because most of us are going to start businesses first in our own market. Do you think we have big enough a market to become a sizable business here, given your experience around the continent? One. Number two, are there any particular industries that you think are, maybe too small for scale, so that they don't look promising or attractive? So just your thoughts, given what both Nick and Marie have mentioned.
Sure. So I really love tackling the market question. You'll get multiple pitch decks, and in it you'll have a TAM, SAM, and a SOM slide. And usually the TAM will say, billion-dollar market or billions of dollars. But I think my advice for founders would be super, super, super realistic. A startup is very much, it's not yet a business. It's an idea that is in search of product market fit. And so you don't really have an exact TAM figure. And so I think my advice there would be use a bottom-up approach where maybe you have your average price and you have some sort of metrics that you can use to calculate what size your market might be. So I don't want to say that Kenya, based on the population size, is not a large enough market, because I think that would be misleading. Because population and macro fundamentals is not necessarily your market. So I think the advice there is be super realistic, and as you grow, continue showing how your TAM changes and becomes a little bit more solid, particularly as you find product market fit. Having said that, though, I think what we found in terms of businesses that maybe struggled to scale were that these were businesses that it wasn't necessarily market, although market will be one of the issues. But I think the ones that struggled to scale were perhaps the ones that, number one, didn't have positive unit economics in the first place. And so as they grew, they were just really expensive. And they just cost a lot of money in order to kind of scale them. And I think the second thing is, vanity metrics, like GMV, for example. Your GMV could really look amazing. It could be in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And then your revenue is, a tiny fraction of that. And then your contribution margin or your gross profit margin is an even smaller fraction of that, and sometimes negative. So yes, your GMV might show that you have this incredible market size, whether it's in one country or multiple countries, but actually you will struggle to really, truly kind of create a sustainable business because you just didn't have positive unit economics in the first place. So yeah, I think market size, it's very hard to answer. Kenya is a country of, I think, 55 million people. But depending on what you're doing, that's probably not your market.
Yeah. Nick, any thoughts?
Yeah, I just want to, thinking to the founders that are listening to this, you also have to be very realistic with yourself for what you want to build. like unicorn shouldn't be the goal if that's not what's a good fit for you. There's a lot of good lifestyle businesses. There's a small and growing business. And so when we talk about market size and we think, oh, it has to be 100 million plus, there's a lot of great businesses. And the way I made most of my money was through small businesses that were profitable. And so I think sometimes there's this external pressure to think I have to build such a massive thing. And that's not the case. Like, look inside yourself and say, what do I want to build? What's going to make me happy, fulfilled, wealthy, or financially stable, whatever it is. And that's the thing you should be thinking about. And then that also impacts what investors you should be trying to talk to or not talk to. Because you have to think, what do they need? What do the investor need in terms of return? So just wanted to bring it back to the founder.
Oh, very interesting thoughts. And perhaps Marie, and then to you, Yuhei. Maybe just a question for the two of you. How important, when you're evaluating your investments, is profitability and unit economics a key consideration from the onset? Or do you take the approach that burn as much money as you want, build a product and, get to 1 million plus users? So what's for us to understand, what should we prioritize on from the onset? Just maybe getting your thoughts from Yevi and Yuhei.
So we're lucky in that way because we work with entrepreneurs so early that sometimes the idea may not even be formed the moment we start. So I think what we try to do when we start at that point in time is to ask a lot of the critical questions up front. One of them being very important is, can this be profitable? And what does it take to get to a level where you're starting to cover your basic costs, right? So when you're starting to break even, and especially in this kind of funding environment, I think the businesses that needs too long to get to a level where you can get your base cost covered have a very hard time fundraising. We see, those that are quick at getting some revenue, quick at getting some traction, even though it may not be what your company end up becoming in a 10-year horizon, but just finding smart hacks that can get you to a baseline, that stability, then you have all the time in the world to decide how you want to use your excess cash. Do you want to innovate? Have you found product market fit? Is there something else you can do? So there can be smart ways in the beginning to not over-engineer, for example, and spend all your resources and raise millions, to build a fantastic product that maybe no one wants to use. Start with small, simple products, make a little bit of money, and then over time you can, go into more advanced place. So I think it's really important to be super focused on making revenues quickly, not being too picky in what you start with, and then rather sophisticate your approach and product over time as you learn. Especially in this funding environment, I think it's very hard to do it otherwise.
Interesting. From Sumitomo's perspective, what do you value and look at when you are investing? Is profitability, your ability to make money quickly and retain some cash an important metric you consider? Or are you like other investors who would say gain market and will figure out cost later? What's your philosophy at Sumitomo?
Yeah, thank you very much. So again, we run the business over 400 years. So we do not necessarily pursue the very quick growth. The business in Africa is not a sprint, but a marathon. So we need to grow step by step. So to do so, the profitability is very important to self-sustain, because if you spend too much cash, then you need to always beg the money for the investors, which is not sustainable. So yeah, we need to balance, of course, but the profitability is always very keen to see when we do the investment.
Interesting. We've talked, I think if we were to recap where we are so far, we've said that, look, you need to build a business that, be simple, have the right revenues, but also it's not revenue at any cost. It needs to be at a sustainable cost structure. But Nick, focusing on that, and now you as an investor, right? You manage, the angel investment network here in Nairobi. What are the type of capital structures or you invest in? Or simply put, how do you invest in these companies, right? I'm a founder. Do you come and ask for equity? Do you give me a loan? And perhaps just a sense of the kind of terms an angel investor like yourselves would have getting into a transaction.
Sure. So most of the investments that we've done so far have been in equity, but I think increasingly we're looking at sort of venture debt, because I think it's a better fit for quite a few of the companies that we see coming to us. So I think, we don't invest as a group. Every individual makes their own decision on what they want to invest, and I think also speaking to the founders in the room again, you have to think, kind of put yourself in the shoes of that investor and try to understand what they want to get out of it. Is that a quick return with some debt? Are they in it for the long haul to kind of be part of the team and the vision for a 10-year outcome where maybe you get acquired by somebody? So while we have done mostly equity, I do think there's a need in the market to do a broad array of different types of investments, because unfortunately, a lot of founders feel the need to squeeze themselves into that sort of VC backable type business when they approach us. And you can see it's not really what they want to build or really what's a good fit. But because that's the only source of capital, they feel like, okay, I have to be this. And that shouldn't be the case. So we need to kind of broaden the different type of offerings that can meet for different type of business needs.
But if I got you right, much of the capital today it's largely in equity, but there's a need for debt and other structures, which is good. But from what you've seen from an investor perspective, so some of the angel investors that you work with, where is the preference? So there's the preference from the entrepreneur, but from the angel investors, what are their preferences?
I think it is mixed. Some people like the idea of just being on the journey and owning a little part of the company and seeing where it goes. But I think there's also a lot of interest in debt. The problem with debt is, how do you price it in a way that is not bad for the founder, bad for the business, but also, equates to the risk that you're taking? Because if I can go get a treasury bond or an infrastructure bond and earn 15, 19%, then do I have to charge the founder 30% to make up for the additional risk I'm taking on that? And that's not good for the business. So we're also thinking through, how do we price debt that's affordable for founders but still have an upside as an investor? And that's also a challenge to the founders, is think about how do you structure something when you're approaching an investor to say, okay, I can only pay you 15% on this debt, but I'll give you a little piece of the equity as well. So then if I succeed, or I can buy those shares back from you at a certain prearranged rate. You have to be creative with these things, because each situation, each business requires a little tweak to it.
Marie, what has been your experience and any thoughts on appropriate capital structures?
Yeah, I wish there was more capital for those businesses that don't fall in the tech venture space, for sure, like Nick was saying. I also think we've learned the importance of making sure the companies can have sustainable working capital situations, which the banks will never give you, a loan to cover your stock, for example, if you're pre-profitability. But you need that stock to be able to get to post-profitability, where you suddenly become interesting for banks and other financial institutions. So I think looking at our portfolio, we've come to learn, and this is a change we're making in our next fund, is we want to be equity investors, like Nick said, being part of the journey and being part of hopefully building successful businesses long term. But in the short term, also have a small pool of debt that we can utilize when debt is really required, for example, to hold stock and other things that are directly related to generating revenue. But there's a very fine balance there, because debt can also kill a business. I remember in my startup, I took debt, and this was pre-COVID, and during COVID, it really put us in a trap. So I think being sure the company can handle debt and thinking through different scenarios for how that debt can be sustainably managed is really, really important.
Arenza, what's your preference and thoughts around, is it debt, is it equity, is it a mix, or how do you approach that question when you're looking to invest in companies?
Sure. We are primarily an equity investor. In terms of the kinds of structures, we have used convertible notes, which is a debt instrument, but then turns into equity at a certain maturity point. And we've also used safe agreements. And of course, we've also done priced equity rounds where we receive our shares. But I do echo, my other panelists on the need for early stage debt, particularly, Marie talked about working capital. So there's inventory or supply chain financing. But also a lot of our fintechs are either lending businesses or they are embedded finance businesses. So I think, the ability to support them either with debt or to help them raise debt can be a really big differentiator for you as an equity investor. I think one other thing to add to this sort of debt conversation is, and actually even to the equity one, is the importance of local currency funding. And so, I think as we all kind of think about how we can provide debt or raise debt for our portfolio companies, we want to look more to our local financial services sector or local angels, to kind of match your debt to the revenue that you're generating. Otherwise, that currency mismatch can really hurt, the business in its very early stages.
No, interesting. And maybe Yuhei, from your perspective, what's Sumitomo's preference, philosophy, and approach, number one? And number two, what works in this market? We have had some pretty good nuggets of wisdom, but any thoughts on what also works here?
Yeah, thank you. So Sumitomo basically do the equity investment, and if necessary, we can do shareholders loan to the invested company. But as long as I see like M-Corpa getting the money from bank is very, very critical, as we cannot sustain your business only by equity. And early stage startup, I'm not very clear, but it's quite important to know what informations or what capability you need to get the debt so that you can be ready. And bank's requirement is a bit heavy, but that may help your business to be more sophisticated. So readiness for the bank debt is very important from my viewpoint.
Very interesting thoughts. Match your debt with your currency. I think that's a very important point. But also debt can hurt. You've heard of Marie's experience around the fact that, debt needs to be taken at the right time, right? And we've heard around the issue of being ready for bank debt, that you just don't wake up and go to a bank and say, I want it. You have to be ready. But also from the angel investor network, there is a growing pool of debt available, but it's really circumstantial, right? So very, very good points coming in so far. But I'm just curious around one thing. Which sectors are exciting for you? And this is a really, because you look at the funding space from very different lenses, very different vantage points. Are there any sectors that excite you as an individual or your companies? Maybe we start from Noni coming this way.
Sure. I'm going to be really boring and say fintech. And the reason why is access to financial products, for consumers or businesses is still really, really, really limited in the entire continent. And because a lot of the fintech companies, certainly those ones that, are scaling rapidly and growing really fast, are succeeding is because they are solving really critical pain points for businesses and consumers. So I'd say definitely fintech is very near and dear to me. But I think also the other thing that's exciting me is just finding startups that are either helping people save money, make money, or drastically improve their quality of life. So I think those, one is a sector, and then the other is just sort of what I'm looking for.
We share that because we at Safaricom believe in transforming lives. So hopefully you're excited about us. But Marie, what are your thoughts?
So we're sector agnostic, and it's very deliberate being sector agnostic because when you start with people, you want to build on people's backgrounds. And we see a very strong correlation in the performance of a company and whether the founders knew something about that space before venturing into that domain. So a lot of founders want to solve problems where they have no advantage in. You may not have that experience on the team. You may not know, the right people to speak to. You have too much to learn and to catch up on. So it's really key for us that people think through what am I bringing to the table? What do I know something about? What am I passionate about? And sometimes those two are quite aligned. And then really build on people's strengths. So at the stage we're at, it's too early to be, focusing on one sector over another. Like I say, I think it's more important for us now as well, also thinking more about that physical space. So just widening the mandate rather than narrowing it into certain things that we will and will not fund.
Interesting. Are you well-versed in that sector? What about you? What are your thoughts?
I mean, Marie said a lot of really smart things there, so I hope founders are listening to that to do something where you have an advantage. That's so critical. To the sector, I'll name three quickly. I think stablecoin movement is really interesting, a part of fintech, but when you look at how much people are paying for remittances, cross-border trade, et cetera, I mean, it's just so exciting to see how that could kind of grease the wheels and get commerce moving on the continent, in the region, et cetera. Second would be prop tech. I just think it's a very fragmented space and a lot of money.
Sorry, prop tech?
Prop tech, property, technology, real estate, fractional ownership, all of these things. There's a lot of money in real estate in this region, but it's pretty fragmented and you haven't seen a lot of innovation there. And then finally, one that's kind of interesting, because as investors, we're looking at AI and how AI is disrupting everything, and you might be investing in a SaaS company, and you're like, will this exist in a year, or will this just be an AI agent doing this business? So it kind of makes you take a step back and look at outside things. And I think something I've noticed more recently is like sports, entertainment, music. Like those are some of the areas that are less likely to get disrupted by AI and I think have a huge growth curve. It's hard to figure out how to invest in them, especially with like kind of a tech angle, but I think it's an exciting space that's certainly set to grow on the continent.
Thank you. Yuhei, what excites you?
Yeah, so if I compare to Japan, Africa has a massive opportunities in all sectors, let's say. So agriculture, healthcare, financing space, everything are very attractive. That's why I always very keen to see what problem you solve. And do you solve the very essential challenges, problems, or your team is strong enough? Because like M-Copa, they changed the business from solar to smartphone. But after changing the business, they grow very fast. So I don't care what's your business starting from, but your, what problem you solve is essential, and also your team is strong enough to pivot if you need. It's very important. And as Nick said, as Japanese like contents, like animations or manga type of things, has a huge opportunity from Japanese viewpoint. I personally keen to look into that space.
Interesting. I think just on gaming in particular, our experience as Safaricom as an investor in this space is we are actually always on the lookout for folks who understand gaming. Think about it this way. There are over, 6 million phones sold in this market annually. We have very few local games being developed here. So I agree with you that we've done call-outs for folks doing gaming, but we haven't been able to find any. So before we come to the closing remarks, let me open it up to the audience. Do we have any questions? We've had a very good discussion. So where are the roaming mics? Yes, there's a question in front here.
Thank you so much, our eloquent MC. That was a nice presentation. And I would also like to thank the panelists. I tried to capture your names, but sadly, starting with the lady from Enza Capital, your name is a little bit hard, so I didn't catch it. So I heard of Enza Capital and then Sumitomo, but I didn't get the two companies. So my name is, yes, if they could display it, it will help. My name is Radak Sami. I'm a medical laboratory scientist by profession, and I'm looking to solve some of the very critical healthcare issues in Africa. And I'm visualizing 2030 as a year of a healthcare revolution. And I'm starting this by, I'm starting up a company called Rio Healthific, which I'm trying to solve the problem of laboratory, because as a person who has a background in laboratory sciences, I'm trying to streamline the processes of getting laboratory tests in the hospitals. They usually take a lot of time, and they also usually are complicated. The processes are usually complicated, take a lot of time, and also some of these laboratories that run the tests, they are not accredited. So I'm working on an idea of the company, so it's still in ideation stage, but I'm looking forward to discuss with you so that you can also help me how I can be able to scale further, even in the as far as I'm doing the research and development. But I really wanted to ask, What as investors, what are some of the specific pinpoints you can see, for instance, in healthcare, that is a direction that someone can go? Of course, I know there is AI in healthcare. There is also health tech. For instance, with the laboratory thing I'm talking about, I'm also looking for actually a co-founder in tech. So if you are a tech person and you're looking to be a co-founder in a health company, please reach out to me and then I can interview you, see if you could be a good partner. So I'm looking to also include a similar tech thing, but I wanted to ask, which are the direction in healthcare that you can advise? Because you've been, Sumitomo has been for 400 years plus. You can advise that this is the direction that if I take, I'll be able to stand out and be able to grab, the market by the neck. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Maybe we could have 2 more questions. 2 more questions. All right. So as we try to think of the questions, who wants to take the question around healthcare? All right, there's one more question over there.
Thank you. My name is Stella Oiro. I'm a software developer from Zone 01 Kisumu, and also a founder. Yeah, so my question, there was that point of be super realistic with your market size. So as someone who has pitched a lot, and I'm always wondering if I'm talking about the market size right. What are some of the mistakes that we make that make you feel, because it made me feel that you're not being realistic when talking about the market size. So what are the specific mistakes we make when presenting our market sizes?
All right, thank you very much. Last question for the first round. Okay, yes, there's one question at the back.
Hi, my name is Anastasia Kagai, and I have a question for the lady from Antler.
Marie, yeah.
Okay, she said that their entry point are at the initial phase, where they take an individual who has a project or an idea, they form a group, and they invest from the initial phase. So my question is, for this individual, should he or she have what are the requirements for you to take the individual to help them invest in their idea? And for the group that you'll form, are they different projects or are they working on one particular project? Thank you.
Right, thanks a lot. Allow us to maybe answer those 3 questions and then we'll have another round if that's okay. So maybe we start off with the Antler question.
Sure. So what do we require? First of all, we require you to have some knowledge to build on. Like I said, the importance of knowing the area that you're going to build in, which typically means that the entrepreneurs that join our programs have anything from 5 to 10 years of work experience to build on. So if you're a fresh graduate, it can be healthy to go into an industry you love, learn from some of the opportunities that are already there, and once you've obtained a certain amount of base knowledge, take that knowledge and then go out and build for yourself. I think you may save a lot of frustration by knowing what you have to start with before going in and taking investor money, promising the world, and then having a hard time delivering on that story that you're selling. I also think it's easier to raise money when you have that baseline in place. So with that background, we basically work with entrepreneurs at all stages. Sometimes people come in with one idea and they're quite certain they want to build that thing. Sometimes people come in with too many ideas, and part of what we do is to filter through those ideas. What happens is we expect people to be full-time for 2 to 3 months, working within our premises, being part of our community. As part of that, we would push you on validation. Have you really tested that the market is interested in what you're trying to serve? What problem is it that you're solving? Is that problem so important for people that they're willing to pay you something that can become back again to sustainable unit economics, that you can charge enough for the product, that you can make a sustainable business? So we basically work with founders during 2 to 3 months to put all of this in place. So after coming in as an individual with probably too many ideas on the table, hopefully you walk out with a team, a clear vision for what you want to build and why, and then as well investor capital that you can take it forward. That's really what we try to do.
Thanks a lot. Let's maybe switch gears to the question around market size, mistakes that people make at market size. And I just want to get two perspectives from you, Nick and Noni. Nick, I think you'd be a good starting because most of us will possibly be coming to you first for that initial angel check. And therefore, what are some of the mistakes people make at that initial level? And then Noni, to you, because when I grow up a bit more, then I'll come to you and say, okay, can you write me a check? What are some of the mistakes you see people making?
I think Nani touched on one of them earlier. Like, I really like bottom-up analyses of market size, because I think one of the mistakes is taking a number off Statista and then saying, if I only capture 2% of this, then I'll be making $100 million. Like, that just feels like a rookie mistake, because no one is going to quickly capture 2% of a number that we don't even know if it's true. So I think if you say, okay, I'm serving 2 customers, and I can make this much money from those 2 customers, and then kind of go bottom up to say, I know that there's another 245 of these type of companies in my target market. So if I can go there, then that brings me to this point. It won't end up being that huge number, but I find that most investors appreciate the realism of it, and that there's really tangible knowledge behind that. So I would go with that rather. When I see the billions, I just ignore that slide, because I know it's generally there's not enough detail. And if you're going to put it, at least put your assumptions so that we understand at least how you thought about it to get to that figure. Otherwise, it just feels like, unbelievable.
That's exactly what I would have said, actually. I think one of my pet peeves is when you sort of get these market data reports online. So Statista, amongst others. And just taking that number and using that as your total addressable market. I think that it's not realistic. You are kind of starting out. And maybe actually, if you've graduated beyond angels and you're now getting your first institutional checks, you should actually have your own data. You should know how many customers you served, for example. You'll know the average price that you're selling at to those customers. So you can actually become a little bit sharper about your numbers and show how your numbers have changed over time and how they have grown, and then you can use that as a means to forecast. But I think one thing to remember about what total addressable market means is it means you've identified who your customer is and identified the price that they're willing to pay, but also it's an assumption that you will sell to every single person. And so that is your TAM, every single person that you've identified at the price of which you've identified. And so then work backwards from there. But I think the key thing, just building off Nick, is understand your customer, use your own data, and take that kind of bottom-up approach to it. And even if it is a market that is only in the millions, you can show how it evolves over time.
Very good, very good. When you talk of bottom-up, it has its own political connotations. But this is the first time I'm actually seeing, let me not say the first time, but this is a good example of what bottom-up really means, right? That you start qua ground. You don't start saying, I will serve 20,000 because there are 30,000 people who maybe go for lab tests every month. Therefore, that's my time. It's saying, I have 2 people who have come to my service, and there are 2 people who are willing to pay 100 shillings per test today. But there are another 100 people in this community who are willing to pay at this price. I think that's a very, very important takeaway. And speaking of tests and labs, Yuhei, perhaps, what are your thoughts around opportunities on healthcare opportunities in Kenya, and what direction would one invest in?
Sami, thank you for your question. I feel your passion. Yeah, thank you. And I think the healthcare space, many opportunities, including laboratory tests. But if I go to the hospital, very long queue, wait 2 hours, 3 hours easily, and the trust to the doctor is very low, and many challenges and opportunities. But I want to, advise you need to be very niche, then start from small and quick. The reason why Sumitomo can be becoming a very big is because Sumitomo starting from copper mining in Japan. Then mining business need construction equipment, so we start construction equipment business. Then we need a port to export the copper to foreign countries. Then we start port business. Then we need procure the chemical to refine the copper, so we start the chemical business. So, even if you start very small space, you can find another opportunity adjacent area of your business. So don't need to capture very big opportunity from the beginning. Instead, you start from small space, then expand your business. That's my advice.
Very good, very good. Let's maybe do another round of questions. There's a roaming mic. Kindly just lift up your hand. Yes, there's a question over here. So we have, yes, 1, 2. So let's start with the gentleman on this side. We come here, and then we have an opportunity for 1 or 2 more questions.
Good afternoon. My name is Joel Nyongesa, and I have a question to you, Marie. You say that for a founder to join Antler, you need to have 5 years of experience, at least base knowledge in whatever problem you're solving. But then, come to think of it, the biggest companies in the world were founded by college dropouts. So it's not like fresh graduates don't have the desire or the will. At the end of the day, I feel like if you do your research well, you're solving a real problem that exists. Then who knows? So do you also accommodate for that? Yeah, thank you.
All right, thanks a lot. You ready? Yeah.
Hello, my name is Daniel. I'm a founder in the healthcare space, health tech specifically. So my question goes to Marie around Antler. First of all, can you accept startups as a whole, as a team, and not just individuals? Second of all, you've mentioned the story around experience, like my colleague has mentioned there. Does cumulative experience for the whole team count? Because if you're building a product you've already validated and in the stage of growing, you find yourself integrating a lot of things. You find yourself, embedded finance, embedded insurance, you're doing AI, you're doing a lot of things. So do you need to have people with so much experience in all those fields? Or if you experienced well enough in one particular field and the others have some experience, then you can actually consider that.
All right, thanks a lot. Thank you. Any other question? Yes, there's a question at the back there.
Hi, everyone. My name is Wen Charles. My question goes to Antler and the early stage financiers.
That's Nick.
So if people are starting out, one of the main challenges is if you are bootstrapping, you might need money for rent and such like provisions, because you don't want your founder to be spending time thinking about how do I pay rent, how do I pay for electricity. Which kind of support do you provide? Is it during that 2 to 3 months? What is the stipend or what is the support that they provide? And afterwards, when you form the team, how do you help the founder decide how much they should be paying themselves or something like that, so that your founder concentrates most on building the product and providing the solution? Thank you.
Right, very good, very good. Maybe I can take one more. Can take one more question.
Yes, hi everyone.
Hi.
My name is Deborah. I'm a co-founder in a tech company. I can explain further details later. But my question is to Sumitomo. So you had mentioned something about an incubation, a collaboration with the Safaricom team. Could we please get deeper details? Because some of us, maybe our idea we already have it, we've validated it, so we just need like guidance as we're going forward. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So some pretty good questions, guys. And let me maybe we start with Antler.
Yes.
Clearly, Marie, you're quite popular, if I may say. So there are two questions from Antler. Then we can then hear from Nick around, how do you, what support should, as an angel, how much should I pay? How do you support, or the kind of support you give yourselves? None, if I may just ask you as well around how much should the founder pay themselves, right? And what has the experience been? Because that tends to be a very interesting question. And then we'll get to Spark. So maybe start with you, Marie, Nick. Then we come to Spark, and finally we end with Noni.
Sure, I tried to write down the questions. So do we support younger founders? Yes, we do.
Maybe the mic a bit closer to you.
Sorry, yes, we do support younger founders. I think the youngest founder we've ever invested in was 19 at the time we invested. I don't know if you've come across Honeycoin, led by David. But David was truly exceptional, and he could convince us that despite his age, he had significant experience in the area that he was building. He had worked for multiple startups. He'd been a serial entrepreneur even at the time of just being 19 years old. So I think if you can convince me that you have the background to build on and you have an unfair advantage, we will also be willing to back you. But it's easier. The older you get, the more by default experience you accumulate, and hence it's easier for us to, assess your background when you're a bit older. But it's not impossible. Cumulative experience, I think, was a question as well. It's not a mathematical exercise when we, work with people, right? Like, we try to get to know every founder before we bring them into the program. We try to understand what you bring. So it's not someone has 2 years, another one has 3, and then together you have 5. It doesn't really work like that. It's way more around us understanding, have you something to build on that makes you, like I said before, have a unique advantage in what you're trying to do. It's really, really hard to build a business. And if you don't have something to anchor you, it can be even harder. So I think it's more of a conversation where we get to know the founders, and then based on that, we decide whether we think it makes sense to work together in the program and take it forward from there. There was also a question around support in the program itself. We pay a small stipend of $2,000 for attending the program. Which hopefully can you keep you alive, keep the lights on until eventually you get to pitch to our investment committee where you can get more funding and move forward from there.
Thank you. Maybe Nick, on your end, Antler giving $2,000 at least to help you kick off. But what's your experience as a founder bootstrapping before that institutional round? And maybe your thoughts around that, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I mean, as a founder, I'm gonna challenge you to be creative and find a way. I think the best founders do, whether that's a side hustle that you have to keep going, whether that's something in the family business that can kind of keep the lights on. It's also a real strong signal to investors that you figure it out, right? Like, because there's going to be so many challenges as you try to scale a business. So when people come and say, "Oh, can I get a stipend for this?" I'm like, it's already a signal on the other side of like, I understand their needs, and this is not to put any shade on the person asking the question, but show investors that you're going to figure it out at all costs, and that's a really strong positive signal to us, especially for those of us who've done it ourselves and figured out a way to grow the business while still feeding ourselves.
Very good. Maybe Spark, just a bit about what is Spark and how can one join?
Yeah, Deborah, thank you very much for asking that questions. I wonder if Karanja, before this session, you were asked by Karanja to make this question. But anyway, so Spark Accelerator program is the program which Sumitomo, Safaricom, and M-Pesa running together since last year. And the aim is to create the ecosystem surrounding the Safaricom, M-Pesa, Sumitomo business foundations, let's say. And the unique point of this program is to provide the access to the market. Like Safaricom, M-Pesa has a huge huge market presence in Kenya, so provide access and also provide access to technologies, and also provide access to the capital. As Safaricom has Spark Fund. And in cohort 1, we pick 9 companies. Then selection criteria, you can Google Spark Accelerator program so that you can see what was the condition in the cohort 1. But the post revenue is one important conditions. As in the cohort 1, a selected startup worked closely with Safaricom and M-Pesa to build their service into Safaricom M-Pesa existing business. So business itself need to be at a certain level. Otherwise, it's quite difficult to adjust or to meet Safaricom M-Pesa requirement. And otherwise, the sector you can see in the homepage, but cohort 1 demo day is happening this Friday, and we are going to announce cohort 2. So you can check what's the requirement and what's the target theme so that you can apply if you are interested in.
Thanks a lot. Noni, how much, I mean, it's a very interesting and topical conversation. I founded this company, should I pay myself $10,000 a year, a month? You know, sometimes we get entitled and the rest. But what are your thoughts and maybe what's Enza's position around this topic?
Yeah, that's a great question. And it's very hard to give one answer because it really does depend on the stage that the business is in and how much capital it's raised and what kind of milestones it's aiming for and the time to the milestone. But essentially, prior to kind of raising capital, you're going to have a budget. You're going to have a good understanding of the milestones that you are trying to achieve ahead of the raises. And you're going to have a good understanding of how many months it's going to take you before you run out of capital. So, you know, before you kind of go to investors and you're looking for money, you should have all of that planned ahead of time. But I think the salary point is really important because as a startup, you know, in order to succeed, your team is crucial. You know, you have to be able to recruit and retain really top talent, and you have to be able to pay that top talent. So I think it will really, really, really depend on, you know, how you can survive and show kind of personal grit and perseverance and resilience. Nick had some great ideas going through accelerators where you have a stipend, you know, bootstrapping or even seed strapping and paying yourself, you know, just enough to kind of get by and make sure you get to the milestone, etc. So I think using your creativity around that, you know, prior to raising capital. I think once you've raised capital and you've brought on board your first institutional investors, then it really does become something that your advisory board or your board of directors can guide you on. And so you want to prepare a budget for them, maybe at the start of the year or you know, start of 6 months or whatever it is. You want to prepare a budget and share it with them, and it becomes a discussion to ensure again that you are well incentivized to continue, but of course incentivized by your equity as well, and also that you can retain a top team. So I think lean on your board, lean on your advisors to give you guidance around, you know, what do those amounts need to be. I think the last thing I will add is when you are pitching to investors and they ask you to show you financials, I would say that a red flag is where you see payroll as being, you know, a significant proportion of your operating expenses. And when I say significant, I mean sort of 60, 70%, because it shows that you are paying a lot for your staff and you're not capital efficient. And I think if you are bringing on board venture capital, which has high expectations, you want to be as capital efficient as possible.
Excellent, excellent. Now, have you guys had fun so far? Has this been informative? I would love to continue, but the constraints of time are such that we may have to pause. But very quickly, maybe just 1 or 2 lines, starting with from my immediate left, Yuhei. Final thoughts, and if we want to raise money from you, how can we get in touch with your institution?
Thank you. Again, we always have long-term view. And especially in Africa, growth market, Japanese companies see Africa as a last resort. So I want to have, of course, the passion and the area what problem you solve, and is this essential, or you always think what you want to do 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. Then if you think Sumitomo is a good partner, and if we can grow together, then we definitely want to invest. And also accelerator stuff. So Sumitomo is willing to invest from the second cohort. So if you are interested in the Spark Accelerator program, then we will very frequently communicate and we seek the opportunity. We seek the investment opportunity. Yeah.
Nick, your thoughts and how can one raise money through you?
Sure. So go to our website, naiban.co. You can apply there, but I think my piece of advice would be, as a founder who's trying to raise money, like build relationships first before you just come asking for money. So, what's that old saying? If you ask for advice, you might get money, but if you ask for money, you'll probably get advice. Like, ask for advice and really ask for advice. I mean, the people in our group have started lots of businesses. Talk to them on a real level, reach out to them on LinkedIn and say, hey, I'm working on this, I'm struggling with this one thing. Can you do a 15-minute phone call with me? And then, maybe down the line, there's an opportunity to raise money or to bring that into Naiban. But start with relationships, and you'll get a lot more value out of it. So that's my advice for founders.
Thank you. Marie?
Yes, follow us on LinkedIn, where we announce a lot of the things we do. We also have a mixer for founders on April 3rd, I think, a Thursday. So feel free to come to that at ABC. Find us on our website, antler.co, where you can apply as well. I think that's it.
Thank you. Nani?
So I think my piece of advice for founders is, entrepreneurship is hard. So make sure the problem you're solving is ginormous, to make the opportunity set equally huge. In terms of how to keep in touch, always looking for exceptional founders. You can find me on LinkedIn. My name is Noni Wanjahia Burbage. And also you can find information on Enza on our website and also through our LinkedIn page.
Very good. I would like to kindly request if we could kindly appreciate our panelists. I think they've given us some pretty good wisdom, eh? We've had some amazing fun. Would like to also appreciate you, esteemed panelists. So we have a small token of appreciation. So as we give them, kindly do clap in appreciation. So Mbogo, if you could kindly assist, that would be really good.
You'll do one at a time and then the group photo. Then a group photo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, Karanja, and your panel. And as I ask Aziza, my co-host, to join me, that particular conversation was very interesting, and Nick pointed on something pretty important, prop tech, and talked about fractional investment. You're getting to the age of tokenization where you could literally fractionalize anything. Events like this could be fractionally done. Like if you had to host a big event, we saw a famous Nigerian musician come into the country, and we saw that event cost upwards of 128 million. If you're in the event space, you could actually sell the opportunity to different people. That's what you're calling fractional ownership. So you say, I'm going to host an event. It's going to cost 100 million. But you're probably going to make 250 million. Buy in now, and your return's going to be in another 3 months based on that event. And that goes not only for property, but for any single asset that you have. I love that Marie and team have actually deployed their cohort in West Africa, and the East Africa cohort is coming live very, very shortly. And of course, you saw that Enza is heavy on their Kenyan investment. We did learn a lot from Kamal, and it's great to see a builder who's building different companies in the country and spreading out to the rest of the world. I think the last number I have in my head, it's probably a lot more, There's a point Craft Silicon was doing 500 million shillings a year in turnover, which is fantastic. And then to top it off, Michael Mutega, who's from Safaricom, also spoke about the 3 Ps. Talked about people, talked about planet, and also talked about eventually also profit. Making sure that our businesses can be sustainable, that they pay a fair wage, and also do not destroy the environment. Aziza, why don't you tell us about what's up in the afternoon and usher us into lunch?
Absolutely. In case you are interacting with me for the first time, I'm Aziza Hashim, and I'm one of your hosts for today. And let's start with a bit of interaction, because we have the privilege of having a huge audience that's joining us live via our platforms. That's at Safaricom PLC, on LinkedIn, on YouTube, and on Facebook. So a big shout out to everybody who's joining us from wherever it is that they are joining us from. I see the interaction is quite a lot. If I could sample out just a few of the comments that we have online before I take you through what to expect during the afternoon. We have Juliet Muihaki and Asama Julie here watching from Kabete, a board member of the Africa VR Campus and Center. A big shout out to you, Julie. I also see Dennis Fundi locked in via LinkedIn. And Asama, thank you for setting up this platform at Safaricom. The insights and knowledge are very valuable. I also see one from Facebook, Moses Karani, and Asama, thank you at Safaricom PLC. We're excited to attend the sessions. I also see one last one from LinkedIn, Fidel Ndege, and Asama, Safaricom, your programs are always at a high stake. Keep inspiring young people like me. Now the afternoon is going to be getting a bit more interesting, because we'll be having the youth program, which I'm particularly excited about. So we'll be having a lot of you joining us during the afternoon session, talk about a bit of entertainment. Let's just easen it up a bit. But we're also going to be delving deeper into the evolving workforce. And then last but not least, we all need mentorship when it comes to our careers. So we'll be delving into that one-on-one career mentorship during the career extravaganza. So keep on interacting with us. If you are watching us live at Safaricom PLC, we have a few gifts for you here and there. Na kwa watu wote wenye wako hapa, we hope to see you during the afternoon session. But just to finish up, one thing that caught my attention during one of the sessions, you see more often than not, as an entrepreneur, when you start a business, you want to pat yourself in the back and reward yourself fast.
Yes.
So that stuck with me, and I'm glad that we had that as part of the conversation.
Excellent. Now we do break for lunch. We've got an hour for break, so we reconvene here at 2:30. Remember, the plan for lunch is that we've got vendors who are offering lunch at very subsidized rates. But if you choose to do so, there's also the food court that's available for you. Point of note as well, we have the Safaricom Care Center at the lower basement of Sarit Center, where we are hosting today. And if you have any needs or any requirements from M-Pesa to having your SIM card checked or any other issues you may have, do make time to visit them. So ladies and gentlemen, from us, it's bon appetit. See you back here at 2:30.
Run.
Warembo ni wengi ila nawalenga, ndio maana usiku siku hizi nalala mapema. Hawataniteka, hawataniteka, heri tu ninyonge na nilale tu, sitakucheza nami. Nimekiri yetu sio siri, ni wewe tu na mimi. Niamini, loving you is easy. Wacha wakupinga watupinge. Umenibeba, asante kwa kunipenda hivi unavyonipenda. Umenibeba, asante kwa kunipenda hivi unavyonipenda.
Warembo ni wengi
It's about time. Time to build a powerful campus network, redefining bandwidth, experience, and reliability, boosting digital production with better connectivity. It's about time. Time to offer gigabyte wireless to millions of terminals, building immersive AR and VR offices, engaging in HD conferences anytime, anywhere. It's about time. Time to bring smart machines to production spaces, keeping swarms of AGVs up and running 24/7, performing operations from thousands of miles away, leaving the tiniest flaw with nowhere to hide.
First of all, congratulations to Safaricom and everyone involved with regards to the certification as a top employer in Kenya and Africa. It's really a great fit, something I'm very proud to be associated with. And it's something that I've witnessed in my personal capacity working for the organization. Everything all the way from what they're offering from an employee point of view, how everyone is dedicated to ensuring that we serve our customers to the best of our ability, the working formulas that we have internally from a collaboration point of view, and basically embracing the spirit of Safaricom is something that I'm really proud of, and you can clearly see it as a testament of why Safaricom has been selected as a top employer in Kenya and also in Africa.
Safaricom being chosen as a top employer is a significant achievement that shows commitment to the employee and to the society.
It's such an amazing thing. It just shows the dedication of the team. It just shows, we are not backing down. We just want the best for our community.
Congratulations to Safaricom being top employer, not just in Kenya, but in Africa. I must say that I'm humbled to be part of the team that is creating the future of technology.
It's a privilege to work at a place where talent is nurtured, ideas are valued, and the impact is real. Here at Safaricom, we do not just check a box, we drive meaningful change.
Having said all this about Safaricom, where else would one wish to be at than to be at Safaricom, where we're the top employer of choice, not only in Kenya, but also in Africa.
At Safaricom, we are not just about product and services, we are about possibilities. We are not just about connecting people. We do connect dreams to possibilities, individuals to opportunities, and challenges to solutions. So every interaction, every connection, every commitment and call we make is a step toward transforming lives, empowering communities, and shaping a better future for Kenya and Africa.
I think it's an amazing recognition for Safaricom, not just to be the top employer in Kenya, but in Africa as a continent. I think it shows the dedication, and it's another opportunity for us as the team to continue creating products that are relevant to the common mwananchi in our communities. And I'm so happy to be part of the team that is, doing these amazing things. I am Safaricom.
I am Safaricom.
I am Safaricom. I am Safaricom.
I am Safaricom.
I am Safaricom.
I am Safaricom.
Safaricom is covering Kadar es Kadar, every corner of Ethiopia. From the south to the north, from the east to the west. Kadar es Kadar. We are everywhere. live with our commercial operations in Mekele and a few other cities of the Tigray region.
We are very happy to open officially the Safaricom network in Cape Breton this morning.
We are in Southeast Ethiopia, in Kabre Dehar. We are here to provide communication. Akam Bultani. Safaricom is coming to your doorsteps at every corner. We are in the western part of Oromia in Nekem City. It's a great honor to stand before you today as we launch the Safaricom network in Gambela. Our presence here is a strong statement to our commitment to expanding our reach across Ethiopia. We keep you connected, we foster your growth. With Safaricom, further ahead together.
Welcome to the revolution.
18 years ago, Kenya stood at the threshold of a financial revolution, one that would transform the way people moved money, built businesses, and lived their daily lives. At the time, only 26% of Kenyans had access to formal banking. Sending money home meant trusting a bus driver with an envelope of cash. Paying bills meant hours in long queues. Savings sat vulnerably stuffed into mattresses. Kenya needed something better.
Michael's management and his technical team were very innovative, creating M-Pesa. It's the first thing in the whole world.
With mobile phones in nearly every pocket, what if we could move money as easily as text?
I feel very proud that one of our own companies has taken this gigantic step to bridge that gap through a very simple product such as M-Pesa.
I don't think any of us ever understood or appreciated the immense contribution that M-Pesa would make to the success of Safaricom.
It was a bold idea, one that got unwavering support from the Central Bank of Kenya.
If you controlled this, or you did not allow it to operate, it could have been a very big missed opportunity.
They championed a groundbreaking shift in financial access.
There will be so much creativity that will come in the future. And you'll be walking around with a phone, and you probably won't need anything else.
The M-Pesa is much more than a money transfer service. M-Pesa is restoring dignity to hundreds of thousands by empowering them with the right tools for economic growth.
Look at the solution allowed M-Pesa. It started as person to person, but look now at the innovations around it.
When I got the confidence of using M-Pesa, tangu wakati huo, it has never let me down. Kama ni nyama nataka, napiga simu, mimi namtumia pesa zangu.
Watu wanaanza kufungua M-Pesa na hawali nilikuwa mimi peke yangu.
What started as a simple idea became the backbone of an economy, proving that financial inclusion wasn't just possible, it was inevitable.
M-Pesa has transitioned Kenya from financial inclusion being in the low 20s to now 80s. And there would have been many who would have been excluded from the financial services area if M-Pesa or mobile money was not available.
To the millions of Kenyans who use M-Pesa every day, thank you. Your trust, feedback, and resilience have made this incredible journey possible. When M-Pesa launched 18 years ago, it unlocked financial access for millions, fueling independence, entrepreneurship, and economic growth.
M-Pesa has been a very convenient tool. I pay my workers on daily basis. I can't keep on doing so on cash, and there are days we are not together with them.
For women, M-Pesa shattered barriers to financial inclusion. Small business owners gained financial control, accessing microloans instantly, no collateral needed.
Sasa M-Shwari imetupatia advantage kubwa sana. Unaomba loan hapo, unapata pesa hapo hapo. Kama nilikuwa nafunga mapema kwa sababu sikuwa na pesa ya kutosha. Lakini sasa hii nafungua saa 4 mpaka saa 3. Stock iko mingi.
Chamas, once reliant on risky cash collections, could now save and invest digitally. Today, 1.9 million women across 900,000 savings groups rely on M-Pesa for financial security. For businesses, M-Pesa became a lifeline.
Niko na clients wa Timboroa, Bomet, Kericho, Naivasha, wanalipanga na M-Pesa, na confirm, nawekea delivery kwa matatu, na inawafikia.
Nearly 2 million businesses and micro-enterprises now depend on it for seamless transactions, eliminating cash risks and reducing costs of operation.
Posta ya biashara imenisaidia sana. Juu hata pesa ya biashara inakaa kado, halafu tena customer akituma hawezi kosea.
With digital records, business owners secure credit, expand operations, and create jobs, strengthening communities.
Lipa na M-Pesa overdraft inanisaidia kubuy more stock hata kama sina enough money kwa till. Nikilipa the same day, silipi na interest yoyote.
As an SME, we've given you the tools like the USSD and the app. We are providing credit through the M-Shwari, KCB M-Pesa. They should be seeing M-Pesa and Safaricom as an empowerment to their business.
Businesses now thrive, contributing over 40% of Kenya's GDP. The next chapter? Financial health for every Kenyan. Users can now manage finances wisely, save and invest for the future, and handle unexpected expenses through insurance.
We saw customers' balances are sitting in their wallet. There's an opportunity for them to earn some money, the ability to invest, and then be able to meet your normal financial requirements. And so that's how ZD was birthed.
M-Pesa has done more than revolutionize transactions. It has empowered people, transformed businesses, and is now shaping the financial future of Kenya.
Teremsha kichwa. Tulia bana. Angalia huko. Kwa sawa? No, sema noma. Noma. Aya watu wangu, siku ni tarehe 21. This coming month, not this coming month, this month. Palivo Uhuru Park, we are celebrating the 18th birthday of
M-Pesa.
Tuangu, Laina. Niambie, wewe ni mtu wa sherehe bana. Laina,
nataka tumsikie. Extra pressure.
When you wind
na solo wanakuja kambo.
Akina meja jua kali.
Na kushoma zee. Adito.
18. Sawa. 18 hours of non-stop music, fun, jamani. Tukuje tujibambe. What else?
Waje tu nipaka che. So kuja na full energy ama ni aje? Na tutakuwa hapo. Si ndio?
From 2 p.m.
Hii hype set si mchezo. Si mchezo.
Mnajua mambo yetu. We as the Alpha House shawaita. Kuje have fun together. Tuendelee.
Yeah.
Tumke nayo.
Tamuke. Ni hadi chini.
Hadi chini bana. Haya 5 6 7.
Kaza.
M-Pesa at 18, they call me CNG.
And I'm DJ Dream. On the 21st of March, the plan is at Uhuru Park.
Yes, it's a big bash at 18 and it starts at 2 p.m. Tell a friend to come through.
It's an 18-hour non-stop party. So please, all the honeys, come through for us. CNG and Dream.
We're gonna be doing a crazy R&B set, so get ready to dance and sing along. What's your favorite song at 18?
Cheers.
Come through.
Hey, how you doing, guys? My name is DJ Under the Addiction, and I want to let you in on this big news. M-Pesa just turned 18. M-Pesa turned 18. 8 years of brilliant service courtesy of M-Pesa. Ladies and gentlemen, we're having a bash to commemorate this event. It's happening on the 21st of March at Uhuru Park. From 2 p.m., we're having an 18-hour line of entertainment, full of DJs and artists like yours truly, nitakuwa ndani Under the Addiction, just in case you missed it. And you guys, the entry fee is only, just check into your M-Pesa app, get the M-Pesa birthday bundle for 20 bob. Kondani, pango ndio hiyo. 21st March, Uhuru Park, M-Pesa turns 18. Let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. See round 2.
Hey fam, welcome, listen, it's a man like Grouchy, and I'm excited to tell you that M-Pesa is turning 18. And turning 18, maze tunafanya sherehe moja safi maze pale Uhuru Park. Come 21st of March. Listen fam, it's 18 hours, meaning Grouchy in the building, Sam in the building, DJ Dream, CNG, Balo pale ndani, Ben Sol maze. Wasanini wengi wala hatuwezi maliza. So listen, yeah, M-Pesa Nation, come through. I'll say one more time, yeah. Uhuru Park, 21st of March, M-Pesa turns 18. I'm ready. Are you?
Hi everyone, this is DJ Ivy and I want to invite you to the biggest party of the century. So, M-Pesa is turning 18 and they're celebrating this on the 21st of March, okay? They're celebrating this at Uhuru Park and the gates open at 2 p.m. The entry is for you to download the M-Pesa app and buy the birthday bundle, okay? It's only 20 shillings. Sawa. It's an 18-hour long party and we're gonna be having so many DJs, myself included. So if you like Amapiano, if you like Uns, I'm the girl for you. Yeah, come through, let's have a good time and happy birthday to M-Pesa.
Wagwan, they call me DJ Kalonje, Africa's baddest DJ, manze. And this 21st of March, I have a legit plan for you, manze. Come, let us celebrate M-Pesa turning 18. I'll see you, manze. Big DJs, I'm going to be one of them, manze. And also, of course, big artists are also going to be there, manze. Come through, let us celebrate M-Pesa turning 18.
Yes, sir, watu wangu ni aje M-Pesa Nation wagwan. Join us at the 21st of March. Itakuwa ni ajabu sana pale Uhuru Park as we celebrate M-Pesa at 18. Maza itakuwa ni 18-hour bash. DJ Monda kwa pale na wapigia marege na madancehall. Kama kawaida, you know the drill. More spice. Let's talk more music.
Wagwan M-Pesa Nation, DJ Redbone here, the queen of mashups. Imagine Bashia 18 hours because M-Pesa is turning 18. On 21st March, tutakuwa pale Uhuru Park, where I'll be on the ones and twos with many other DJs. Entry ni only 20 bob. Other details ziko hapa kwa caption. Wagwan M-Pesa Nation, DJ Redbone here, the queen of mashups. Imagine Bashia 18 hours because M-Pesa is turning 18. On 21st March, tutakuwa pale Uhuru Park, where I'll be on the ones and twos with many other DJs. Entry ni only 20 bob. Other details ziko hapa kwa caption.
Hey guys, I'm Suraj. I'm a DJ and producer from Nairobi, Kenya, and I want to invite you to the M-Pesa Turns 18 event on the 21st of March at Uhuru Park. I'm going to be there alongside 18 hours of non-stop music and fun. I'm going to bring my version of electronic music from the region, and I hope to see you guys there. Much love, peace.
Hi guys, niaje? This is Femi 1, Femi Uno, and this Friday nataka kuwatolea plan. Nitakuwa na perform live pale Uhuru Park, courtesy of M-Pesa. Make sure you come through, manze. Details ziko below za entry. Come through, we have fun. Sherehe nenda kudonjwa hapo vibaya sana. I hope to see you guys.
Listen, M-Pesa is turning 18 years old. We're throwing the biggest party at Uhuru Park. And remember, let me tell you, M-Pesa turns 18, it's got to be 18 and over. Now, let me tell you, for me, G-Money, I'm going to take you on a musical journey all the way through the past 18 years. But of course, I'm going to play some dancehall and some reggae music as well. M-Pesa Nation, make sure you come through. Download the M-Pesa app. Happy birthday, M-Pesa, 18 years old, Uhuru Park, G-Money in the building. Boom, can't wait.
Hey yo, Guan Africa's mega hype man, good men, Dalakula, Genje Kobo Mada Wojo Desi, Dana for Shizo. And if the name is nice, you definitely say it twice. Good men, Dalakula, Genje Kobo Mada Wojo Desi, Dana for Shizo. Yo, M-Pesa celebrating 18 years. Happy birthday! Alafu na joni aje, kuna sherehe 18 hours pale Uhuru Park on the 21st of March 2025. From 2 p.m, come through Nambogi, alafu entrance iko hivi. Una download app ya M-Pesa, alafu unanunua tu bundle ya 20 bob, alafu inakuwa vulai, au sio? Come through, shereke na mimi. Unajua, of course, energy iko top. Unajua, dances ziko top, mixes ziko on top, ma MC wako on top, wasanii wako on top. Yo, 18 years, man. We have to celebrate. So come through with your friends, with your neighbors, girlfriend, I'll see you. And everybody pale komta, I'll see you. See you guys on the 21st of March 2025. They call me hey, a good man, hey, a dalakula, hey, Zaga, kaboom!
Hey yo, niaje, Hype Balo here. It's been an amazing year. Na mimi wacha tu nikuambie, mimi napenda sherehe. Umekuwa kikam sherehe, umekuwa ukiona. But hii mwaka haiwezi enda bila hizi dance. Wewe unajua kuanguka nao, si ndio? Dance ya kudonjo ni dance ya unajua. All this and more tunapatana pale Uhuru Park 21st of March, which is a Friday. Unajua kwa nini? M-Pesa is finally turning 18. Hype Balo, I'll be there. Tuta dance. Lakini nikisema ayeba, unajua nasema ni aje? You know what? M-Pesa is finally turning 18. Hello, nimekuja na tangazo. Balo! See you on the 21st of March at Uhuru Park. I'll be rocking it down. M-Pesa is finally turning 18. So, pige sherehe. Ama ni aje? Entry fee, download the M-Pesa app. Ubuy M-Pesa birthday bundle ya 20 bob peke yake. Alafu, sherehe ni 18 and over.
M-Pesa Nation, mnajua ni aje? Jua kali hapa, manze, Friday 21st March, manze, kuna bash noma sana pale Uhuru Park. M-Pesa na turn 18 years, jamaa, 18 years. So jamaa, kamini through, kutakuwa na ma DJ kibao, kutakuwa na wasanii kibao, yani jo bash noma sana, au sio? Wagenge, kuteni through, manze, itakuwa mbaya, au sio? Event ni 18 hours jamaa. 18 hours jamaa. Au sio? Kosa uchekwe wa genge. Kosa uchekwe au sio? Baadaye. Abuo.
One time, two time, short time is the only MC with an LLB. My name is Kibunja. Nataka kuambia 21st of March is going down. Nataka niwaitie bash pale Uhuru Park. Not 30 minutes, not 40, not 1 hour, not 2 hours. 18 full hours of a bashment. Why? M-Pesa finally turns 18. Na ndio nikuwekea context kidogo. 18 namaanisha kulikuwa na ngoma kama She Said That, She Came Close to Me, Kibush, Top, Shorter. Alafu kulikuwa na nataka tu furaha yako, nataka tu shima yako, ili ujue mahali bidii yangu imetoka. M-Pesa imetoka fa na imefika hapa penye tumefika. So on the 21st of March tupatane Uhuru Park. Entrance ni nini unauliza? Download the M-Pesa app, alafu unafanyaje? Unanunua M-Pesa birthday bundle at 20 bob peke yake. Come to bash, come to celebrate M-Pesa turning 18. Wewe unakumbuka turn 18? Mambo ilikuwa ni lua lala, pia M-Pesa imeingia mambo ya lua lala. See you there. Bless.
Sherio, toka kwa nyumba, osiep na nikupeleke disco. Baby, toka kwa nyumba, osiep na nikupeleke disco.
And together we are
Kodong Clan. And on the 21st of March tutakuwa pale Uhuru Park tukipiga bash moja hatari
for M-Pesa's 18th year celebration.
So come through with your squad.
Tupige sherehe moja ya 18 hours. Tupatane sote hapo M-Pesa Nation.
Come on ninyi wote.
This is your captain of good vibes. They call me Kwambokes, and I've got good vibes for you. M-Pesa is turning 18, and you know we gotta celebrate the right way. I'm excited because I've got my favorite DJs who'll be on that stage. A few of them include CNG, The Dream, G-Money. We've got DJ Grouchy, and of course, wengine kuja wapate hapo. Also, we got amazing artists who will be performing for you. Some who are a complete surprise. Even I don't know. But what you need to do is get you a way to come there, and that's by downloading the M-Pesa app, and in there, there's a surprise for you. So, see you 21st of March, wapi? Uhuru Park. Nasi Jaba. This is your captain of good vibes. They call me Kwambokes, and I've got good vibes for you. M-Pesa is turning 18, and you know we gotta celebrate the right way. I'm excited because I've got my favorite DJs who'll be on that stage. A few of them include CNG, The Dream, G-Money. We've got DJ Grouchy, and of course, wengine kuja wapate hapo. Also, we got amazing artists who will be performing for you. Some who are a complete surprise. Even I don't know. But what you need to do is get you a way to come there, and that's by downloading the M-Pesa app, and in there, there's a surprise for you. So, see you 21st of March, wapi? Uhuru Park. Nasi Jaba.
Yes, hashtag M-Pesa Nation.
Ndio manake tuko hapa sasa.
Yes, I.
M-Pesa imegonga 18 good years.
Na kama kawaida M-Pesa ikigonga 18 good years inamaanisha tumekuwa hashtag M-Pesa Nation.
Na ndio manake tunasema asanteni sana wa Kenya kufanya nchi yetu ikuwe M-Pesa Nation.
Yes, na kama kawaida M-Pesa pia wamefanya bash, itakuwa ni bash mzee.
Bash, tuko na bash kubwa sana pale Uhuru Park.
Sherehe itakuwa ni ingine noma deadly. Uhuru Park tarehe 21.
21st of this month, hii mwezi.
Kama kawaida tokelezea.
Mbusi na Lion tutakuwa hiyo maeneo.
Experience ikiwatosha na M-Pesa.
Lazima na lazima. Mbusi Lion healing the nation through M-Pesa vibes.
Lazima.
So tokelezea.
True.
Tarehe 21.
Yes man.
Hapo Uhuru Park. Mambo ikuwe lualala. Na entrance ni simple.
Kama kawaida download M-Pesa app hapo kwenye Google Play Store.
Ni hapo tu kwa na ngozi yako M-Pesa app.
Alafu kisha download kama kawaida utapata hapo ndani kuna bundle.
Ya mana. Birthday bundles.
Na hiyo ndo itakuingiza Uhuru Park hiyo siku mzee kama kawaida tukiona hiyo bash M-Pesa.
Birthday bundles unabuy na 20 bob.
20 bob peke yake.
Alafu utakuwa kwenye bash ya M-Pesa at 18.
True that.
Tupataneni hapo.
Lazima.
Mambo kwako ikue Lualala.
Kiulayon po. Respect. Rasta people.
Thank you, sir.
Bless up.
We there. Natural. Yeah.
Netizama Unimeja aka Rotaga Rama aka Bakurama aka Okonkwo aka mtoto wa Hadija. Jamaa manze tupatane 21st March Uhuru Park manze, kutakuwa na celebration ya M-Pesa. Tuna celebrate manze M-Pesa at 18. Na usahau watu wangu wa mneti manze ni at M-Pesa Nation. Yo manze kutakuwa na watu wengi, Mgenge Kakawa, Femi One, Ben Soul, Okelo Max, Jua Kali, my DJ on the ones and twos manze pale manze kutakuwa na nani? Chris Darling, watu wangu wa reggae, DJ Mo, Kalonji na wengine wengi manze. Usahau 21st March Uhuru Park mzee. M-Pesa serereka mtu wangu. Baadaye poa mzee.
All right guys, what time is it? M-Pesa's birthday. My name is MGM and we're here to celebrate M-Pesa's birthday. 18 years guys. 18 years man. I use M-Pesa, you use M-Pesa, and I want to invite you to this birthday bash. 21st of March, Uhuru Park. I'll be representing Amapiano and Afro House. So of course my own fans, come, let's dance. And of course to get in on your M-Pesa app, kila mtu akona, right? Ukiingia hapo kuna M-Pesa bundle offer. So just check it out and then I'll see you there, all right? Chee!
Hey lovelies, it's your girl Njerai, Njerae. M-Pesa is turning 18 and we're having an 18-hour long bash. It's happening at Uhuru Park on the 21st of March from 2 p.m. All you need to do is download the M-Pesa app and go get yourself the birthday bundle on the app. It's only 20 bob, guys. It's gonna be so fun. There are gonna be so many artists, including myself. Cordon Clan is gonna be there. Jua Kali is gonna be there. Femi One is gonna be there. DJs wamejaa manze, guys. We're gonna be having CNG. We're gonna have Sir M. We're gonna have Kwambox also there. Gooderman is gonna be there. Mnasikia? It's gonna be so much fun. So get your 20 bob and I'll see you at Uhuru Park on the 21st.
Niaje, I told Talia, your nightness, here to let you know that M-Pesa is turning 18 on the 21st of March. Furahi Day, come through. Furaha itakuwa noma sana. It's going to be an absolutely amazing concert. 18 hours, top DJs, top MCs, top artists coming through to perform. Kodong Klang watakuwa in the building. There's an amazing surprise artist that you don't want to miss out on. So kujeni mumone atakuwa nani. Of course pale hivyo kwenye reggae, Mo Spice watakuwa, DJ Mo, mi nitakuwa hapo alongside Chris Darling. You don't want to miss it. Tutakuwa tuna unajua mdogo, so it's gonna be fire. Mwalimu Rachel is coming through, G Money, Grouchy is also gonna be in the building, MC Go pia atakuwa kwa hivi nakwambia itakuwa noma sana. You don't want to miss it. It's a fire concert. Come through, let us have the time of our lives as M-Pesa turns 18, 21st of March, Uhuru Park. See you there.
Right, miaka ni 18. Labda nikuulize 18 years ago ulikuwa wapi? Ulikuwa unafanya nini? M-Pesa inasherehekea miaka 18. Na kama unavyojua ni kwamba M-Pesa imebadilisha maisha ya watu wengi. Na ndio maana tunapo turn 18 tunasherehekea birthday ya M-Pesa, na hata wewe pia unaweza ukaja ukatesa tarehe 21 Uhuru Park, ndio mahali ambapo unafaa kuwepo. Nini kitakuwa kinafanyika? Ni burudani. Naaminisha kwamba watakuwepo wasanii, watakuwepo ma DJ na zaidi hapo madansa. Istoshe mzazi Willy M Tuva nitakuwepo hapo ndani kwa kupatia burudani. Na unajua nini mtu wangu? Sio utani. Mzazi tunasherehekea 18 years kwenye game. Nilianza utangazaji wakati M-Pesa ilikuwa inaanza. So pia mimi nasherehekea. Tarehe 21 Uhuru Park, fika, utaburudika kiuhakika. Mida ni ile ile, saa 8 mchana, 18 hours. Usikose.
Nakumbuka kuna list mbili ilikuwa inakaa ni kakarate.
Ala.
Ama wewe si waiza?
Ngeni kaza.
Nini
mko nyuma? Mko nyuma bana. Tunaamsha kichwa. Tulia bana. Angalia huko. Kwa sawa? Sema noma. Aya watu wangu, siku ni tarehe 21. This coming month, not this coming month, this month. Pale Uhuru Park, we are celebrating the 18th birthday of
M-Pesa.
Tuangu line up. Niambie, wewe ni mtu wa sherehe bana. Line up.
Nataka tumsikie. Extra pressure.
When you wind
Na
dance.
solo wanakuja kambo.
Akina meja jua kali.
Na kushoma zile. Adito.
18. Sawa. 18 hours of non-stop music, fun. Jamani. Kuje kujibambe. What else?
Wewe tu ni mpaka che. So kuja na full energy ama ni aje?
From
Na tutakuwa hapo. Si ndio?
From 2 p.m.
Hii hype set si mchezo. Si mchezo.
Mnajua mambo yetu. We as the Alpha House shawaita. Kuje have fun together. Tuendelee.
Yeah.
Tumke nayo.
Taonge. Ni hadi chini.
Hadi chini bana. Haya 5 6 7.
Kaza.
M-Pesa at 18, they call me CNG.
And I'm DJ Dream. On the 21st of March, the plan is at Uhuru Park.
Yes, it's a big bash at 18 and it starts at 2 p.m. Tell a friend to come through.
It's an 18-hour non-stop party. So please, all the honeys, come through for us. CNG and Dream.
We're gonna be doing a crazy R&B set, so get ready to dance and sing along. What's your favorite song at 18?
Cheers.
Come through.
Hey, how you doing, guys? My name is DJ Under the Addiction, and I want to let you in on this big news. M-Pesa just turned 18. M-Pesa turned 18. 8 years of brilliant service courtesy of M-Pesa. Ladies and gentlemen, we're having a bash to commemorate this event. It's happening on the 21st of March at Uhuru Park. From 2 p.m., we're having an 18-hour line of entertainment, full of DJs and artists like yours truly, nitakuwa ndani Under the Addiction, just in case you missed it. And you guys, the entry fee is only, just check into your M-Pesa app, get the M-Pesa birthday bundle for 20 bob. Kondani. Pango ndio hiyo. 21st March, Uhuru Park, M-Pesa turns 18. Let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. See round 2. Hey fam, wagwan, listen, it's a man like Grouchy, and I'm excited to tell you that M-Pesa is turning 18. And turning 18, maze tunafanya sherehe moja safi maze pale Uhuru Park. Come 21st of March. Listen fam, it's 18 hours, meaning Grouchy in the building, Sam in the building, DJ Dream, CNG, Balo pale ndani, Ben Sol maze. Wasanini wengi wale hatuwezi maliza. So listen, yeah, M-Pesa Nation, come through. I'll say one more time, yeah. Uhuru Park, 21st of March, M-Pesa turns 18. I'm ready. Are you?
Hi everyone, this is DJ Ivy and I want to invite you to the biggest party of the century. So, M-Pesa is turning 18 and they're celebrating this on the 21st of March, okay? They're celebrating this at Uhuru Park and the gates open at 2 p.m. The entry is for you to download the M-Pesa app and buy the birthday bundle, okay? It's only 20 shillings. Sawa. It's an 18-hour long party and we're gonna be having so many DJs, myself included. So if you like Amapiano, if you like Uns, I'm the girl for you. Yeah, come through, let's have a good time and happy birthday to M-Pesa.
Wagwan, they call me DJ Kalonje, Africa's baddest DJ manze. And this 21st of March, I have a legit plan for you manze. Come, let us celebrate M-Pesa turning 18. I'll see you manze. Big DJs, I'm going to be one of them manze. And also, of course, big artists are also going to be there manze. Come through, let us celebrate M-Pesa turning 18.
Yes, I watu wangu ni aje M-Pesa Nation wagwan. Join us at the 21st of March, itakuwa ni ajab sana pale Uhuru Park as we celebrate M-Pesa at 18. Maza itakuwa ni 18-hour bash. DJ Monda kwa pale na wapigia marege na madance. Kama kawaida, you know the drill. More spice, let's talk, more music.
Wagwan M-Pesa Nation, DJ Redbone here, the queen of mashups. Imagine Bashia 18 hours because M-Pesa is turning 18. On 21st March, tutakuwa pale Uhuru Park, where I'll be on the ones and twos with many other DJs. Entry ni only 20 bob. Other details ziko hapa kwa caption. Wagwan M-Pesa Nation, DJ Redbone here, the queen of mashups. Imagine Bashia 18 hours because M-Pesa is turning 18. On 21st March, tutakuwa pale Uhuru Park, where I'll be on the ones and twos with many other DJs. Entry ni only 20 bob. Other details ziko hapa kwa caption.
Hey guys, I'm Siraj. I'm a DJ and producer from Nairobi, Kenya, and I want to invite you to the M-Pesa Turns 18 event on the 21st of March at Uhuru Park. I'm going to be there alongside 18 hours of non-stop music and fun. I'm going to bring my version of electronic music from the region, and I hope to see you guys there. Much love, peace.
Hi guys, niaje? This is Femi 1, Femi Uno, and this Friday nataka kuwatolea plan. Nitakuwa na perform live pale Uhuru Park, courtesy of M-Pesa. Make sure you come through manze, details ziko below za entry. Come through, we have fun. Sherehe nenda kudonjwa hapo vibaya sana. I hope to see you guys.
Listen, M-Pesa is turning 18 years old. We're throwing the biggest party at Uhuru Park. And remember, let me tell you, M-Pesa turns 18, it's got to be 18 and over. Now, let me tell you, for me, G-Money, I'm going to take you on a musical journey all the way through the past 18 years. But of course, I'm going to play some dancehall and some reggae music as well. M-Pesa Nation, make sure you come through. Download the M-Pesa app. Happy birthday, M-Pesa, 18 years old, Uhuru Park, G-Money in the building. Boom, can't wait.
Hey yo, Guan Africa's mega hype man, good men, Dalakula, Genje Kobo Mother Wojo Desia, Dana for Shizo. And if the name is nice, you definitely say twice. Good men, Dalakula, Genje Kobo Mother Wojo Desia, Dana for Shizo. Yo, M-Pesa celebrating 18 years. Happy birthday! Alafu najua ni aje kuna sherehe ya 18 hours pale Uhuru Park on the 21st of March 2025. From 2 p.m. come through Nambogi, alafu entrance iko hivi. Una download app ya M-Pesa, alafu unanunua tu bundle ya 20 bob, alafu inakuwa vulai, au sio? Come through shereke na mimi, unajua of course energy iko top, unajua dances iko top, mixes iko on top, ma MC wako on top, wasanii wako on top. Yo, 18 years man, we have to celebrate. So come through with your friends, with your neighbors, girlfriend, I'll see you. And everybody pale komta, I'll see you. See you guys on the 21st of March 2025. They call me hey, a good man, hey, a dalakula, hey, zaga, kaboom.
Eyo, niaje, Hype Balo here. It's been an amazing year. Na mimi wacha tu nikuambie, mimi napenda sherehe. Umekuwa ukikam sherehe, umekuwa ukiona. But hii mwaka haiwezi enda bila hizi dance. Wewe unajua kuanguka nao, sido? Dance ya kudonjo ni dance ya unajua. All this and more tunapatana pale Uhuru Park 21st of March, which is a Friday. Unajua kwa nini? M-Pesa is finally turning 18. Hype Balo, I'll be there. Tuta dance. Lakini nikisema ayeba, unajua nasema ni aje? You know what? M-Pesa is finally turning 18. Hello, nimekuja na tangazo. Balo! See you on the 21st of March at Uhuru Park. I'll be rocking it down. M-Pesa is finally turning 18. So, pige sherehe. Ama ni aje? Entry fee, download the M-Pesa app. Ubuy M-Pesa birthday bundle ya 20 bob peke yake. Alafu, sherehe ni 18 and over.
M-Pesa Nation, mnajua ni aje? Jua kali hapa manze, Friday 21st March manze, kuna bash noma sana pale Uhuru Park. M-Pesa na turn 18 years jamaa, 18 years. So jamaa kamini through, kutakuwa na ma DJ kibao, kutakuwa na wasanii kibao, yani jo bash noma sana, au sio? Wagenge kujeni through manze, itakuwa mbaya, au sio? Event ni 18 hours jamaa, 18 hours jamaa, au sio? Kosa uchekwe wagenge, kosa uchekwe, au sio? Baadaye abuo.
One time, two time, short time is the only MC with an LLB. My name is Kibunja. Nataka kuambia 21st of March is going down. Nataka niwaitie bash pale Uhuru Park. Not 30 minutes, not 40, not 1 hour, not 2 hours. 18 full hours of a bashment. Why? M-Pesa finally turns 18. Na ndio nikuwekea context kidogo. 18 na maanisha kulikuwa na ngoma kama She Said That, She Came Close to Me, Tumekibush, Top, Shorter. Alafu kulikuwa na nataka tu furaha yako, nataka tu shima yako, ili ujue mahali bidii yangu imetoka. M-Pesa imetoka far na imefika hapa penye tumefika. So on the 21st of March tupatane Uhuru Park. Entrance ni nini unauliza? Download the M-Pesa app, alafu unafanyaje? Unanunua M-Pesa birthday bundle at 20 bob peke yake. Come to bash, come to celebrate M-Pesa turning 18. Unakumbuka ukitana 18? Mambo ilikuwa ni lua lala, pia M-Pesa imeingia mambo ya lua lala. See you there. Bless.
Sherio, toka kwa nyumba, osiep na nikupeleke disco.
Baby
toka kwa nyumba osiep na nikupeleke disco.
And together we are
Kodong Clan. And on the 21st of March tutakuwa pale Uhuru Park tukipiga bash moja hatari
for M-Pesa's 18th year celebration.
So come through with your squad.
Tupige sherehe moja ya 18 hours.
Tupatane sote hapo M-Pesa Nation.
Come on ninyi wote.
This is your captain of good vibes. They call me Bootstrapping, and I've got good vibes for you. M-Pesa is turning 18, and you know we gotta celebrate the right way. I'm excited because I've got my favorite DJs who'll be on that stage. A few of them include CNG, The Dream, G Money. We've got DJ Grouchy, and of course, wengine kuja wapate hapo. Also, we got amazing artists who will be performing for you. Some who are a complete surprise. Even I don't know. But what you need to do is get you a way to come there, and that's by downloading the M-Pesa app, and in there, there's a surprise for you. So, see you 21st of March, wapi? Uhuru Park. Nasi Jaba.
Yes, hashtag M-Pesa Nation. Ndio manake tuko hapa sasa. Yes, I. M-Pesa imegonga 18 good years. Na kama kawaida M-Pesa ikigonga 18 good years inamaanisha tumekuwa hashtag M-Pesa Nation. Na ndio manake tunasema asanteni sana wa Kenya kufanya nchi yetu ikuwe M-Pesa Nation. Yes, na kama kawaida M-Pesa pia wamefanya bash, itakuwa ni bash mzee. Bash, tuko na bash kubwa sana pale Uhuru Park. Sherehe itakuwa ni ingine noma deadly. Uhuru Park tarehe 21. 21st of this month, hii mwezi. Kama kawaida tokelezea. Mbusi na Lion tutakuwa hiyo maeneo. Experience ikiwatosha na M-Pesa. Lazima na lazima Mbusi Lion healing the nation through M-Pesa vibes. Lazima. So tokelezea. True. Tarehe 21. Yes man. Hapo Uhuru Park. Mambo ikuwe lualala. Na entrance ni simple. Kama kawaida download M-Pesa app hapo kwenye Google Play Store. Ni hapo tu kwa na ngozi yako M-Pesa app. Alafu kisha download kama kawaida utapata hapo ndani kuna bundle. Ya man. Birthday bundles. Na hiyo ndo itakuingiza Uhuru Park hiyo siku mzee kama kawaida tukiona hiyo bash M-Pesa. Birthday bundles unabai na 20 bob. 20 bob peke yake. Alafu utakuwa kwenye bash ya M-Pesa at 18. True that. Tupataneni hapo. Lazima. Mambo kwako ikuwe lualala. Q Lion po. Respect. Rasta people. Thank you sir. Bless up. We there. Natural. Yeah.
Netizama Unimeja aka Rotagarama aka Bakurama aka Okwonkwo aka mtoto wa Hadija. Jamaa manze tupatane 21st March Uhuru Park manze, kutakuwa na celebration ya M-Pesa. Tuna celebrate manze M-Pesa at 18. Na usahau watu wangu wa mneti manze ni at M-Pesa Nation. Yo manze kutakuwa na watu wengi, Mgenge Kakawa, Femi One, Ben Soul, Okelo Max, Jua Kali, my DJ on the ones and twos manze pale manze kutakuwa na nani? Chris Darling, watu wangu wa reggae, DJ Mo, Kalonji na wengine wengi manze. Usahau 21st March Uhuru Park mzee. M-Pesa serereka mtu wangu. Baadaye poa mzee.
Alright guys, what time is it? M-Pesa's birthday. My name is MGM and we're here to celebrate M-Pesa's birthday. 18 years guys. 18 years man. I use M-Pesa, you use M-Pesa, and I want to invite you to this birthday bash. 21st of March, Uhuru Park. I'll be representing Amapiano and Afro House. So of course my own fans, come, let's dance. And of course to get in on your M-Pesa app, kila mtu ako nayo, right? Ukiingia hapo kuna M-Pesa bundle offer. So just check it out and then I'll see you there, all right? Chee!
Hey lovelies, it's your girl Njerai, Njerae. M-Pesa is turning 18 and we're having an 18-hour long bash. It's happening at Uhuru Park on the 21st of March from 2 p.m. All you need to do is download the M-Pesa app and go get yourself the birthday bundle on the app. It's only 20 bob, guys. It's gonna be so fun. There are gonna be so many artists, including myself. Kodong Clan is gonna be there. Jua Kali is gonna be there. Femi One is gonna be there. DJs wameja manze, guys. We're gonna be having CNG. We're gonna have Sir M. We're gonna have Kwambox also there. Gooderman is gonna be there. Mnasikia? It's gonna be so much fun. So get your 20 bob, and I'll see you at Uhuru Park on the 21st.
Niaje, I told Talia, your nightness, here to let you know that M-Pesa is turning 18 on the 21st of March. Furahi Day, come through. Furaha itakuwa noma sana. It's going to be an absolutely amazing concert. 18 hours, top DJs, top MCs, top artists coming through to perform. Kodong Klang watakuwa in the building. There's an amazing surprise artist that you don't want to miss out on. So kujeni mumuone atakuwa nani. Of course, pale hivyo kwenye reggae, Mo Spice watakuwa, DJ Mo, mi nitakuwa hapo alongside Chris Darling. You don't want to miss it. Tutakuwa tuna unajua mdogo. So it's going to be fire. Mwalimu Rachel is coming through. G Money, Grouchy is also going to be in the building. MC Go pia atakuwa hapo hivi, nakwambia itakuwa noma sana. You don't want to miss it. It's a fire concert. Come through, let us have the time of our lives as M-Pesa turns 18, 21st of March, Uhuru Park. See you there.
Right, miaka ni 18. Labda nikuulize 18 years ago ulikuwa wapi? Ulikuwa unafanya nini? M-Pesa inasherehekea miaka 18. Na kama unavyojua ni kwamba M-Pesa imebadilisha maisha ya watu wengi, na ndio maana tunapo turn 18 tunasherehekea birthday ya M-Pesa, na hata wewe pia unaweza ukaja ukatesa tarehe 21 Uhuru Park, ndio mahali ambapo unafaa kuwepo. Nini kitakuwa kinafanyika? Ni burudani. Naaminisha kwamba watakuwepo wasanii, watakuwepo ma DJ, na zaidi hapo madansa. Istoshe, mzazi Willy M Tuva nitakuwepo hapo ndani kwa kupatia burudani. Na unajua nini mtu wangu, sio utani. Mzazi tunasherehekea 18 years kwenye game. Nilianza utangazaji wakati M-Pesa ilikuwa inaanza. So pia mimi nasherehekea. Tarehe 21 Uhuru Park, fika, utaburudika kiuhakika. Mida ni ile saa 8 mchana, 18 hours. Usikose.
It's about time. Time to build a powerful campus network, redefining bandwidth, experience, and reliability, boosting digital production with better connectivity. It's about time. Time to offer gigabyte wireless to millions of terminals, building immersive AR and VR offices, engaging in HD conferences anytime, anywhere. It's about time. Time to bring smart machines to production spaces, keeping swarms of AGVs up and running 24/7, performing operations from thousands of miles away, leaving the tiniest flaw with nowhere to hide.
First of all, congratulations to Safaricom and everyone involved with regards to the certification as a top employer in Kenya and Africa. It's really a great fit, something I'm very proud to be associated with. And it's something that I've witnessed in my personal capacity working for the organization. Everything all the way from what they're offering from an employee point of view, how everyone is dedicated to ensuring that we serve our customers to the best of our ability, the working formulas that we have internally from a collaboration point of view, and basically embracing the spirit of Safaricom is something that I'm really proud of, and you can clearly see it as a testament of why Safaricom has been selected as a top employer in Kenya and also in Africa.
Safaricom being chosen as a top employer is a significant achievement that shows commitment to the employee and to the society.
It's such an amazing thing. It just shows the dedication of the team. It just shows, we are not backing down. We just want the best for our community.
Congratulations to Safaricom being top employer, not just in Kenya, but in Africa. I must say that I'm humbled to be part of the team that is creating the future of technology.
It's a privilege to work at a place where talent is nurtured, ideas are valued, and the impact is real. Here at Safaricom, we do not just check a box, we drive meaningful change.
Having said all this about Safaricom, where else?
Product and services, we are about possibilities. We are not just about connecting people. We do connect dreams to possibilities, individuals to opportunities, and challenges to solutions. So every interaction, every connection, every commitment and call we make is a step toward transforming lives, empowering communities, and shaping a better future for Kenya and Africa.
I think it's an amazing recognition for Safaricom, not just to be the top employer in Kenya, but in Africa as a continent. I think it shows the dedication, and it's another opportunity for us as the team to continue creating products that are relevant to the common mwananchi in our communities. And I'm so happy to be part of the team that is, doing these amazing things. I am Safaricom.
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 Safaricom is covering Kadar es Kadar, every corner of Ethiopia. From the south to the north, from the east to the west. Kadar es Kadar. We are everywhere.
Go live with our commercial operations in Mekele and a few other cities of the Tigray region.
Assalamu alaikum. We are very happy to open officially Safaricom network in Cape Breton this morning.
We are in Southeast Ethiopia, in Kabre Dehar. We are here to provide communication.
Akam Bultani. Safaricom is coming to your doorsteps at every corner. We are in the western part of Oromia in Nekem City.
It's a great honor to stand before you today as we launch the Safaricom network in Gambela. Our presence here is a strong statement to our commitment to expanding our reach across Ethiopia.
We keep you connected, we foster your growth. With Safaricom, further ahead together.
Go, go.
Alright. Your DJ, just a little bit. Your Decode 3.0, habari zenu, mko salama? Mko salama? Watu wa ipande mko poa? No, I can't hear you. Are you good? Alright, let me see. Huku bado watu hawajakuja vizuri, but mko poa? You guys are okay? Alright, my name is MC Gogo and I'm here to give you some entertainment. So I want us to do this, yeah? Just hold the hand of your neighbor and then stand up with them. Kindly. Thank you as you do that. Just hold the hand of your neighbor. Simama na yeye juu tafadhali. Just do that. Thank you as you do that. Thank you. You look beautiful. You look beautiful, yeah? Simama juu na jirani tu tafadhali. And I want us to do something very simple, yeah? Something very simple. My DJ, give it from the top. From the top. Alafu DJ wangu, kuja kidogo tu. Njoo kidogo. I want us to do something very simple, yeah? So everybody, you have your neighbor, yeah? This is how I want us to do it. Hold your neighbor like this. And then we go down, and then up. We go down, and then up. We go down, and then up. So everybody, let's do it right now. Twende, nipe chini, alafu juu. Twende chini, alafu juu. Twende chini, alafu juu. And then we go to the right, to the left. Everybody go right, left. Everybody right, left. Wake up energy, right, left. And you drop in the air, everybody. We go. 1, 2, 3, let's go now. Jump. It's a pool. Iko sawa, eh? Meishika. Can you do it one more time? We do it one more time, yeah? Alright, my DJ, from the top, let's get. So everybody hold your neighbor. Nice and easy. Hold your neighbor. Everybody now, hold your neighbor. Just nice and easy, sir. And when you're there, we start with down then up. Everybody, let's go. Chini. Everybody, let's go. Wake up energy. No. Everybody go down. And then we go down. Up. And to the right, to the left. Everybody, let's go now. Left. Everybody go right. And there's an energy in the place. Left. We jump up, everybody. 1, 2, 3, let's go now. Jump. Let me see you now. Jump. I wanna see everybody jump. Let me see you now. Jump. Let me teach you this one. Right, left, everybody. Right, left, let's go. Let me see you one more time. Let's go. Pull it. Let's go. And put your 2 fingers up in the sky. Everybody leave it. 2 fingers. Juu. Peleka chini twende. Slide with me. Pull it. One more time. 2 fingers up. Juu. Weka chini. Slide with me. Alright. We slide to the right. Everybody go. Slide. So follow if you want to. Nobody can stop you. That bitch can't give up to. Chicken if you got to. So follow if you want to. Nobody can stop you. Let's go. That's what it is, yeah? You know how to go nayo? Haya kila mtu pole nipo. If somebody next to you doesn't know how to anguka nayo, mwambie wacha bana. Ambia jirani wacha bana. So this one is Nairobi's favorite dance, yeah? Nice and easy, this position. Everybody go. Twende, anguka nayo. Weka, twende, everybody. Weka, let me see you, let's go. So let me see, anguka nayo, Nani hapa ndani anajua kuanguka nayo tuanguke nayo vizuri? Nani? Njoo, kuja. Njoo. Usiogope come. Let us teach you Nairobi's favorite dance. Anguka nayo, yeah? Come over, show them how we do it. Aya, twende basi. Anguka nayo, twende. Anguka nayo.
Shaskia kikingia ni kuplasi ukonga bado unachukua
everybody go anguka nayo
baki mablo na baki
anguka nayo
Gota tena strictly makula
everybody do it now
Gota tena peke wewe papigi ndio na kwenda selector nini tena kusema nimeshindwa na mboka bosa mateza lege
everybody let's go different dance Sunday
nakauna rada basi sayo maneno nakauna kopi basi sayo.
Do I have some Gen Z's in the house right now? You pick up 3.0. Wapi kelele ama Gen Z ndani ya nyumba? Haya twende pole weka na snippet.
Nakauna rada basi sayo maneno. Nakauna kopi basi sayo maneno. Nakaukujua basi sayo maneno. Nakauna rada basi sayo maneno. Nakauna kopi basi sayo maneno. Nakaukujua basi sayo maneno. Onje ni dance yama. Dance kishika unazungusha.
Let me see if you know to do this one, yeah? Simple too.
Ini dance yama.
This how we do it, tunafanya.
Ati dance ya kudonjo ni dance yama tu.
Alafu dance kishika unazungusha mguu. Right to the left.
Unazungushia juu. Ini dance yama juu. Ini dance yama juu.
Kama jirani ajui kuifanya mfunze. Sawa?
So checky.
Simple one, yeah? This how you start it. Everybody give me dance ya kudonjo ni dance yama. Alafu 1, 2, 3.
Right to the left.
Are you ready when you do this? 1, 2, 3. Twende dance ya kudonjo.
Ni dance yama juu. Dance kishika unazungusha mguu. Right to the left. Unazungushia juu. Ini dance yama juu. Ini dance yama juu. Dance ya kudonjo ni dance yama juu. Dance kishika unazungusha mguu.
Everybody, 1, 2, 3, let's go! I could have lost my tongue, but I'm what? I can tell love boy, fear Babylon, but we know. Put your hands up in the air, Decode right now. I could have lost my tongue, Wake at you. I'm a new puppy up right now. Everybody go. Hands up for the real warrior. Put your hands up, let's go. Let me see the real warrior. Hands up for the real warrior. Real warrior. Let me see the real warrior. Okay. Let me see people have some kind of music right now. Can you sing this one together, yeah? I have to remember pamoja. In 1, 2, everybody sing. Susanna. Thank you.
See you flexing on the ground when you're strong.
Let me hear you louder sing.
Susanna. I hope you're happy now. See you change your skin color. Enjoy it.
Let me hear you right now.
Na kuona mbali. Hapo kando ya Champs-Elysees. Ukitesa na kamini yeah. None of my business.
Where I see you now.
And I see you in London.
I want you to sing from the top of your voices right now.
Taking what you done. Everybody says Susanna Bande.
Everybody say it.
If you get to hear this song, somebody love Susanna Bande.
I will switch up right now. Everybody. Come on. I just want to see you pop right now because everybody knows it. So. alafu zungusha, 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 zungusha. Tujaribu. Tunaweza jaribu. Simple dance, yeah. Simple dance. What did you bring it one more time? One more time. I said it's a simple dance. Turn it. Everybody work in positions of anali. Alafu we go. Turn it right, left. Alafu zungusha, zungusha, zungusha. Nipe, rusha. Tujaribu tena. Everybody let's go. Give me right, left. Alafu zungusha, 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 rusha. Ati zungusha, rusha. One more time. Turn it right, left. Zungusha, 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 zungusha. Right now.
Nanga mojara vishuka ufila kama hita mandida rapakita inalema usuka garosha kadalime usuka garosha iseman chibiteri nyala sama wala najua acha nione ati kaskonta shanda pa let me teach you another dance, yeah? A simple one. Everybody give me this position. Hapa tu. Hapa tu. Alafu you go juu, juu, juu unashuka chini, chini, chini. Are you ready, Decode? Everybody let's go. Juu, 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 shuka. Excuse me. A simple dance, yeah? Everybody give me this position. Hapo tu. Unazia juu, 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 alafu chini, 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 chini. Everybody go juu, 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 alafu. I wanna see you right now. Go juu, juu, juu.
Daffy, go.
Decode.
How we do it together one now? Everybody let's go. Juu, 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 go. Jonathan, juu, 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 go. Defense. Let's go tomorrow. You're looking so beautiful last night. Let's go one more time. Juu, 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 alafu. Everybody go juu, 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 alafu. One more time. Juu, 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 alafu. Everybody go juu, 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 alafu. One last time. Juu, juu, juu. Kila mtu go chini, chini, chini. Everybody go juu, 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 alafu. Let me see if you know say, oh, lo, lo. Say, oh, lo, lo. Everybody go, hey, you now. You Decode 3.0. I want to hear your voices right now. Everybody say, go, go. We want to party. Everybody say, Daffy. We want to party. You need to Daffy, let's go.
Papa mo be my
Nipato, chukua, weka. Pole pole tone, chukua, weka. Kila mtu nipe, chukua, weka. That's a music, come on. Chukua, Daffy.
Papa mo be my Papa mo be my
Pole pole tu. Hapo tucheza nayo niko tuende. Come on, come on. Jaribu tena, tuende kila mtu. Pole pole tu, pole pole tu, pole pole tu. Let's go, let's go.
Boss, Eric Mandala. They wanna know me.
Run it. Check it, Decode. Cause all of you sound amazing. I wanna hear your voices. Tunachochana kidogo, sawa? Tunaenda hivi. Everybody say, eh, 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 eh. Ati, eh, 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 eh. Tena, tena, eh, 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 eh. Nipe.
Boss, mama,
let's go. So everybody up on our mikono juu ya hewa. Kila mtu put your hands up in the air kindly. Weka mikono juu. Mikono juu. Alafu walk with me right. Let's everybody go. Walk, 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 walk. Nipa. Walk with me now. Walk with me now. Weka. Alafu tunaenda hivi eh. Decode. Everybody nipe kwa kichwa. Weka mabega. Weka kiuno. then you turn. One, DJ. Yo diko tuendele ama tusiendele. Diko tuendele ama tusiendele. Simple, yeah? DJ kidogo. Unaanza na kichwa, shoulder, kiuno, and then you turn, all right? And then you do it the same way on the other side. Can you try? Tujaribu. My DJ, one more time. Everybody put your hands up in the air. Why now, Decode? Mikono juu, mikono. Mikono juu. And then we walk to the right and to the left. 1, 2, 3, let's go now. Whoa, 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 whoa. Come on. Everybody. Turn the nipe. Turn the nipe. Are you ready? We're starting. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, turn the kwa kichwa. Weka mabega. Weka kiuno. Piga turn. 1. Turn the kichwa. Mabega. Kiuno. Turn the 1, 2, turn the kichwa. Nipe mabega. Nipe kiuno. Piga turn. Everybody come on. Kichwa. Turn the mabega. Nipe kiuno. Piga turn. One more time. Nipe kichwa. Turn the. Somebody say pull up. One more time.
Daffy, go.
Pole too. Sing. Come on, let's go. Everybody say, oh hiki waku. Okay, pole too. Aya, kila mtu hapa, nipe, mbele, nyuma, mbele. Come on, twende. Ready? Let me teach you another simple one, yeah? Decode, I want to teach you another simple one. This how you do it. Unaenda tu, right, left, right, good, right, left, good. Are you ready? Pole too. I want us to try that one, yeah? Are you ready? Nice and easy. Up, rush. Everybody go, 1.
To get this money today, but every night.
Do it now, let's go. Let's go. I wanna see you do it one now. Energy. Show me. Show me. Everybody, oh yeah, shakiti. Come on. Come on. I'm gonna put this one right now. Everybody go. Hey. Show me now. Where can my ring go? Come on. Let's go now. Now me watch. Follow you. Sip it. Nice. Come on. One last time. Let's go. Ready. Are you ready now? That's it. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Amona jiachilia kidogo basi. Decode everybody. Come on. Impedance. Alafu tunaenda hivi, unapiga weka alafu pose. Everybody show me now. Inua. Alafu turn. Sing now. Hapa nataka tujiachilie kidogo, si ndio? Come on. Turn. then we do this one, yeah? Kila mtu pole pole. Zunguka, zunguka, zunguka nayo, zunguka, 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 zunguka tena. Now send this to one, everybody, go. Now please. So right now I wanna see some mad energy. Are you ready? Ready? I wanna see some mad energy. One, everybody put your hands up. Joe, Joe, make on no Joe. Work out, Joe, work out, Joe. Joe, go, 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 go. Jump, 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 jump. Everybody go. Jump, jump, jump. I said it's about time to turn up the energy. Are you ready?
Let's go to the beach, eat, let's go get away.
Come on,
say,
come on.
Say what they gonna say. Have a drink.
So everybody, we run to the right and to the left, nice and slow. Right, left, right, left, right, left. I know that. We're gonna right, left. Everybody, come on, come on. So right now, I see some mad energy. You're singing now, Starship. Everybody, you're moving me, Starship. So when the beat jump on, everybody to jump in the air. So are you ready? When the beat drop, everybody will jump in the air. 1, 2, 1, 2. Everybody jump. Go, 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 go. Jump. We're gonna jump, 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 jump. You need to not be silent.
Baby, this is what you came for. Lightning strikes every time she moves.
I'm welcoming you to Decode 3.0 right now.
And everybody's watching
yes,
her,
you.
but she's looking at you.
We turn on the energy one more time. You ready? Come on. Come on. Yo, Decode, everybody put your hands up in the air. We clap now. Let's go, baby.
This is what you came for.
Clap.
Strikes every time she moves.
And then we jump up in the air one more time. 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's go. Jump it up. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay. Listen. I'm pretty sure you know this. Listen. Everybody, I wanna see you tonight. I wanna see you.
Move your body.
Come on, come on.
Out on the floor. Put your troubles aside. Start living.
We go.
Anybody can let go.
So let me see you right now, Decode. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Don't feel out of place.
Listen, I'm in love with this feeling, man. Sing it now. Let me see everyone who knows this one right now. Listen, inside it. You want it? You're Decode. We go. 1, 2. 1, 2. Everybody go. You let me see you. Come on. I say, I wanna. Okay. I've got another crazy one for you. You ready? Another crazy one for you, Decode. Listen to this now.
You shut it out, but I can't hear a word you say. I'm talking loud, not saying much.
Just now, some this warming up for you. If you know this one, I want to hear you singing from the top of your voice right now, yeah? Can I hear you? Yo, Decode, sing it now. What? Sing. Thank you. One more time, sir. Fly away. What you do? What you do? Wanna see energy? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, open the corner. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Listen.
You're a good soldier, choosing your battle. Pick yourself up and dust yourself off and back in the saddle. You're on the front line, everyone's watching. You know it's serious, we're getting closer.
And this one for you right now, listen.
The pressure's on,
you feel?
You feel it.
Okay.
You got it all.
I say believe it.
When you fold it up, oh, and if you fold it up,
everybody zamina, mina. Wow.
Cause this is Africa. Zamina, mina.
I said zamina, mina.
This time for Africa.
Let's go. It's time.
The room is on fire. Follow the leader.
Yo, Decode, how you feeling? Decode, mko sawa? Mko sawa? Tuendelee ama tuachie hapo? Tuendelee ama tuachie hapo? Tunaweza zunguka na hii kidogo, si ndio? Walai. Tujaribu. We tried. Manager, bring it on.
The room is on fire. Follow the leader, follow the leader.
Everybody!
Follow the leader, follow the leader.
Nyinyi mnanienjoy. Tuzunguke nayo kidogo tu. Yeah? Can you try something crazy? Hapa tu hivi kidogo tu. Mko sawa? We tried. Madije, one more time.
The room is on fire.
Go!
Follow the leader, follow the leader.
Everybody go follow the leader. One bit, turn on. Follow the leader. Follow the leader. Turn on now. Turn on now. Turn on deep. Come on. Come on.
Down. Everybody now, put your hand in the air.
Zunguka nayo.
And we go from left to right. Watch this.
I say left. Everybody.
Right. Left.
Everybody.
Right.
Left, right. One more time. Zunguka turn on.
Follow the leader, follow the leader.
Follow the leader. Everybody go follow the leader.
Follow the leader.
Kirudiwo. One more time.
The room.
Turn on.
Follow the leader, follow the leader.
Follow, let's go. Follow the leader. Everybody go follow the leader. Everybody go follow the leader. Turn them up in the front.
Down. Up.
We go.
Down.
Everybody.
Put one hand in the air. One hand in the air.
Let me see you. We go to the left and to the one whenever you are. Left. Turn left.
Right.
Everybody. Left. Turn left.
Right.
Turn left, right. Go home.
Left. Follow the leader, follow the leader.
Follow them.
Follow the leader, follow the leader. Follow the leader, follow the leader.
I said follow them. Follow the leader.
Follow the leader.
Okay.
Jump for the left. Jump for the right.
I said jump on the left. We go.
Jump for the left.
Everybody jump on the right. We go. Jump on the left. Come on.
Jump for the right.
Let's go.
Now clap.
Hey.
And wave.
Are you ready?
Clap. And wave.
We want to switch it up a little bit for you, yeah?
And wave.
We want to switch it up a little bit.
And wave.
Everybody, let's go.
Follow the leader, follow the leader.
Now, you ready?
Follow the leader, follow the leader.
You ready? Follow the leader.
Follow the leader.
I said follow Listen! Come on! Everybody, let's go!
All of my guys on the team, they tell me everybody animal. Who be that girl with the shake and keep it for body and one time like that? Whether they keep in a real or fake, I bet just say about
so bad energy right now, yeah?
Spend the money, then I spread the money, then
just follow, go!
You know, since I'm about to see young guy, they rock, I bet no name my job. You will be area boy, they do my things like a ziggy.
Listen, Nico, I say, I never want to be matter. I can prove to them, say somebody bad up, somebody wicked. Let's go. If you know this one time, 1, 2, 3, let's go. Ozeba. I said, Ozeba. Ready? Come on. Normally I go low, money full for my bank. Okay. Twitter the so try me make a sample. When me battle, animal with nacho. 17 at the dark bow, at the crack code, the bridge of back. Okay. Every day this my mother they sharp on. Knew I wasn't trying from this anger. Step on the stage and they so from everyone. You ready right now? Switch me up now. Let's go. Yo, Decode, hello! Decode, hello! Kama jirani amekaa chini, mwambie wacha hizo bana. Iko nene. One time my DJ, let's go. So kila mtu go! Everybody know. Come on. Hey! If you know this one, sing it with me right now, say. What you know now? And then I check a stop. Say what? I had to run like a fugitive. Let me hear your beautiful voices, yeah? Everybody sing. And I'm gonna be what? Attendee. How we say, I'm gonna be. Hey. Come on. Pull on. Your Decode ni kama imeishi hapo. I've got some airtime I want to give to some people, yeah? Wacha nione. Nani anakalikuwa anajibamba sana hapa ndani? Ni nani? There you go. Nani? Here you go. Huyo alipanda kidogo tu. Let me go to that other side, yeah? I see he said the major majenzi, eh? Wapi kelele ya majenzi? You are students. Nyinyi ni ma student. But hapa kuna mzito, eh? All right, let me see. Who else? I've got like 3 of them to give away. Wacha nipeane hapa. One time. Thank you. Last one. Thank you so much, Decode. My name is MC Gogo. Mko sawa though, yeah? Thank you so much for vibing with me. My name is MC Gogo. In case you don't know, I've got the baddest DJ Duffy. I'll be back in a few. I'll see you. Siko sawa? You may have your seats. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we need a bigger round of applause for that, right?
Yes.
Wapi kelele ya Gogo na Duffy? Come on.
The guys who sat first, au ni millennials in Gen Z bodies. You cannot be a Gen Z and your knees are rickety.
Come on.
You know?
Come on.
Yes.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you are excited about this particular session of Safaricom Decode 3.0, let me hear you give a huge round of applause.
Hiyo haitoshi. Another round of applause, please. Exactly. So, Decode 3.0. Decode. It's Decode. I'm being reminded. And just as we are about to begin, I'd like to request all of us to move a seat forward, except the one seated at the front. So for those of us at the back, please let's move closer. And then please note that the other arenas are in session. So anyone who was to join earth, fire, water, and air, it's okay for you to leave. This is a youthful session. We understand knees, not everyone's knees can take the dances and everything.
Yeah.
We have
and to the people who are also a bit far off, especially towards the door, we'd like to create some space for anyone who's coming in. So kindly, if you can move a bit closer. Msonge karibu jamani. It's about to get even more interesting. Why do you want to piga sherehe ukiwa mbali? Come on a bit closer and let's get into the action.
Yes, when we get to the train, you will be too far off. Utakuwa wa mwisho, alafu kamera itakuona. So let's move closer. I can still see people at the back and some empty seats here. Guy with S on your cape. Yo nubaya. Nilikula carrot, I can see far. So let's just move closer. Even this one seated here, there are seats in front of you. Can we just move?
In short, if there's any empty seats right in front of you, make sure you occupy it. Kindly move a bit closer. To anyone ambayo yuko mbali, we don't want to see you there. Please, let's save on time. Let's move a bit closer. But remember, we are also live on our platforms at Safaricom PLC. That is on YouTube, on Facebook, and on LinkedIn. So a huge shout out to every single person who's joining us live.
Yes, and I hope that you stood and danced with us. Sisi tumekatika kweli kweli. And so we hope that even at home you were entertained. I believe MC Gogo had vendetta.
For a minute, I thought I couldn't be able to speak.
We were, but we have survived.
Yes.
We have survived. So once again, welcome to Decode 3.0. And we are going to have a very wonderful afternoon session. We have someone delving into segments, talking about what are the offers for the youth. And then we have a very interesting panel discussion about what is the future of talent, and we delve into that. But after that, what do we have?
After that, we're going to be breaking out into one-on-one mentorship sessions. So I can see we already have some markings, and they're there for a particular reason. So we're going to be breaking out into absolutely amazing one-on-one mentorship sessions during the career extravaganza.
We're even calling it extravaganza. Who wouldn't want to be part of an extravaganza? And so thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. So our first speaker is a lady that doesn't need a lot of introduction. She's passionate about the youth. She looks most of the time like a Gen Z and speaks so passionately about the young people. So I was in a session in the morning and someone said the average age of farmers is between 60 to 70. And remember Kenya, the average age in Kenya is 19. So we are a very youthful population, so we need to speak for ourselves so that we get those opportunities. We are not leaders of tomorrow, we are leaders of today. And so allow me to welcome the lovely Flavia Othim.
Hi everyone, my name is Rose, but my friends call me Rosie. I'm 21 and part of Kenya's biggest and boldest generation. We make up over 57% of the population, and trust, we are here to shake things up. We are purpose-driven. We don't just want change, we are the change, stepping up where the generation before us fell short. We fear not succeeding in life, we fear missing out on current and trending activities, and in the past, we were viewed as lazy, opinionated, phone-addicted, and unfocused. But we recently proved to the world that we are different. Let's be real, we dream big, we have the ideas and the talent, but we just lack the resources and the opportunities to live up to our full potential. The thing is, we don't just want ready-made solutions, we want to be part of building them. We are the heartbeat of creativity, innovation, and change. Safaricom has always understood the need to engage us, and that's why we are a big bet for driving acquisition as the organization shifts from being product-led to segment-led. They brought us in. They didn't just assume what we wanted. They sat down with us. They listened. They learned. And since then, they've teamed up with brands we love, giving us access to tangible opportunities and the best experiences. You see, tech, it's not just about gadgets. It's about giving us digital skills that open doors. Career is about conventional and unconventional careers. Think mentorship, training, and networking with people who can help us level up. Culture is about self-expression, whether it's fashion, music, dance, or content creation. Safaricom Hook helps us turn our passions into careers. But it didn't stop there. Safaricom Hook speaks our language, not just in words, but in how it looks and feels. It's all designed to resonate with us. Safaricom Hook understands that we crave freedom and seek value. That's why they created Make Your Bundle, so that we can customize our own data and talk time the way we want. And they didn't just expect us to find them. They came to us. From campus activations and TVET visits to major events like the Circle, Practicals, and Youth Connect. They showed up where we were. But don't just take my word for it. Let's hear it from my peers.
My life will change a lot. I'm so patient. I know it won't happen right now, but the small tricks I've gotten from these classes, I'm going to put them on practice and make my life better. Yeah.
Nilishukuru sana vile mulivyoniita. Nikafika pale, mkanikaribisha kama yule msee ako tu sawa.
So what's next? Safaricom Hook is more than just a platform. It's a movement, a space to create, connect, and grow. Tap into vision yako. Get hooked.
Good afternoon, everyone. I've come with someone who told me, don't go up there and try to be cool, but I'll try anyway. She also told me, don't go up there and raise your hands, they'll see your sweaty patch, so I'll do it anyway. Isn't that the spirit of the Gen Zs? Isn't it? I have the absolute pleasure of being here, and I want to talk to you about what I call things only Safaricom can do. At Safaricom, they've hired a 40-plus-year-old woman to figure out things about the youth. Isn't that fun? Isn't that amazing, right? At Safaricom, they figured out that they cannot talk to the youth and not give them tangible benefits, right? So when you hear about Safaricom Hook, we're not just about selling you bundles, and you'll never hear us talking about bundles. Although if you do *555# and make your bundle, I'll be extremely excited. So the platform is truly about empowerment, right? And this was born of an insight that the youth are misunderstood, the youth are never up to any good online, the youth don't know what they really want, until you guys came and showed us, didn't you? Didn't you? Gen Z, am I talking to you in the room? You showed us, right? So when you showed us, I think that's when it really hit us that the insight we had about you was true from the get-go. You are on about change, you're on about empowerment, you're on about taking the lead. So at Safaricom Hook, that's exactly what we want you to come to the platform and do. Take the lead, show us. We don't want to pretend we know what you do, what you like. We co-create with you. So even the name Safaricom Hook was coined off a session with what we call our youth council. And they told us, you guys, mkono Safaricom, so if you come and call this thing Safaricom for the youth, it won't work. They said, if you come and say Safaricom for you, for the youth, it won't work. So they actually gave us the names and we listened. On top of that, they told us, okay, the things that matter to us, technology does matter to us because we see how it can empower us, we see how we can do things faster, we see how we can monetize it, etc. So they told us technology must be a big pillar for your platform. Then they also came and told us we like to be doctors by day, DJs by night. So what does that mean? We don't want to talk about conventional career paths. And that way, then we decided to form the second leg of the platform, which is about unconventional and conventional career paths. Then they also told us, we are cool, we're in culture, and we want to do things we are passionate about, but we also want to be able to convert it into money. So then our third pillar was born, which is about culture. So you see, there's nothing about Safaricom Hook platform that we sat and cooked on our own. It came from the youth to us. So I'm asking you today to think about this as a movement that we can make bigger and better. Our ambition is to tap into 8 million youth in Kenya and really show them how they can be empowered. We don't have to wait for jobs, blue collar or white collar. We can create for ourselves whatever the dream is, right? So I think for me, the beauty about having all of you today is just to share the vision about the platform and to tell you that we're not walking alone on this journey as well. We have partners, like-minded brands, as you saw, whether it's on career, whether it's on tech, we have all of them from Powerland to ABSA, who come in to teach us about financial literacy, to mental health conversations. Our partners are immense, and we're glad that we are with them. AWS, we love that we are on a journey together, and if you leave this room today, please find me and tell me how we can partner to make this movement even more significant for the youth. Having said that, *555# to tap into your vision. Thank you.
That's it. That's the best we can do. The change makers, innovators, that's it. That's what we are doing. Can we clap better? Hey, Jamani. So Flavia has closed this with how to get hook bundles. Who can tell me how do you get it? What are you dialing? I think she was the first to raise her hand. Yes? Vizuri hauna mic. Hiyo part ingine hawafai kujua. Flavia ndakuambia kando. Enjoy. Ajirani hapati. Hiyo kwa group work. So what defines a youth? What age do we say you are a youth? At what age does youth end? Yes? 18 to 30. Watu mko 30 nyinyi si youth. Ona vile wamekasirika. Niliwaambia huko nyuma ni millennials pretending to be Gen Zs. Yes, my good gentleman. Please stand. Yes? 18 to 35. Do we concur? No, yes, no. Ni nini? 18 to 24. It's getting worse. At what age does youth end? So once you qualify to run for presidency in Kenya, wewe si youth. Wewe ni mbabas, mamas. You can never say, I come from a humble background. Humble background is you. Right? Yeah, so where's the good gentleman? Aziza, what do you have for us?
Let me see who will be able to talk to. When I'm trying to distinguish, akasema 18 to 24 is a Gen Z. Na tunasema Gen Z, platform yao ni gani? Nataka uni convince me ka Gen Z. Kwa nini kuwe hooked? Unani? Na ametoka wapi? Apana, weishia. Baby girl. Why should I get hooked? Okay, you get to gain skills and take control of maisha yako, sindio? Sisi ka Gen Z, we want to take control of our lives. Unataka wendo take control kabisa. Now, part of what you'll be doing, kwenye USSD code ya kuwa hooked, kuna kitu unaweza make for yourself. What are we making? Kuna mtu ameisema? Yes, make your bundle. Have you ever tried to make your bundle? Bundle yenye imekubamba fiti sana ya Safaricom hook ni gani when making a bundle? Ya 1 GB. Ile ya 20 bob. Hiyo si ya kumake, si hiyo tayari iko hapo. Una make kitu iko. Shika lakini. Umejitetea sana, si ndio? But I want to know, we all have dreams, we all have goals, si ndio? Sisi ni Gen Z. Nataka utuete nje yako hapo kiasi. Usijali, hakuna mtu ataiangalia hapo chini ya waba. Weka USSD code yetu. Au hiyo haijui. Naweza nitolea tenje hapa hivi.
Ni mtu amekaa kando yake. Mbona vile amefi?
Anamwangalia na can't even help, man. Rusha hapo. Nataka nikupatie hii credo, alafu nataka umake your bundle hapa hivi. Kwa S-Hook, si ndio? Siwe ni generation za. Haya, shika hapa hivi. Rusha hapo. Unaona option gani na kunaice hapo? Huyo tayari yuko. Yuko ndani kabisa. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is Safaricom Decode. Decode.
Usibant.
Please. Kidogo hapo nikaa nimebant wala.
Karibu. Nimekuokoa.
I was this close.
Yes.
But of course we have so much more to gain insight on.
Exactly.
And now we're delving into a panel discussion that's going to be spearheaded by a lady. I absolutely love the afternoon. There's a lot of affirmative action.
Yes.
The ladies are very well represented.
No, it's not affirmative action. They've earned their spaces and their seats. Yes.
Absolutely. A huge round of applause for all the ladies.
Amen.
Who are killing it. And for the lady that's coming right up.
Maureen Njuguna will be moderating the next panel. She has vast knowledge. She leads hiring of tech talent in Safaricom PLC, and she'll tell us, yesterday when someone was presenting, when Steve was presenting, the questions were, the coding looks so easy. How come your codility tests just fail us all the time? So those questions, Maureen is about to answer them a little bit. Why is codility so hard, yet the coding was so easy? And someone asked me, I thought we are going to no code. So codility imekosea watu wengi, but Maureen will delve into the world of tech talent and where it's going. So karibu sana Maureen, and please introduce the fellow panelists.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I have the privilege and honor to have such a wealthy panel this afternoon. So allow me to first of all introduce Professor Odhiambo, who is the VC for Meru. Karibu sana, Professor. Let's give him another hand of applause as he comes up. I have Rosie Contractor, who's the VP for Europe, Middle East, and Africa for Andela. Welcome, Rosie. Today we'll teach Rosie some Kiswahili. And then last but not least, I have Lorna Juma, who's the program manager at Oracle. Welcome, Lorna. Hey, so I think it's important they say a bit about themselves first before we ask them difficult questions this afternoon. So we got to learn a lot about Professor when we were waiting for this session to start, and he's such a gentleman. So he's telling me, no, let's start with the ladies first. So Lorna, if you could tell us a bit about yourself, where you work, a bit about Oracle, and also your experience with working with a multi-generational workforce.
Thank you, Maureen. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I mean, maybe the energy is gone. You know, the DJ and the MC have really given us a workout, and yeah. So thank you, Maureen, for having me. My name is Lorna Juma. I currently work for Oracle. And I am program manager, Oracle Academy, covering Africa. And what we're doing at the Academy is working with educational institutions in terms of digital transformation. So we work with educators in terms of helping them modernize, their teaching methods, integrate digital skills and tools into curricula, and also looking to, expand this to their students. Because the amazing thing about our program is the full curriculum includes workshops and hands-on tools, and it's sort of it's aligned to industry tools. So we're looking at giving students the competitive edge, by the time they are graduating. So we have a lot of student success initiatives that I'm looking forward to highlighting, and we also have a lot of diversity and inclusion programs that I'm looking forward to talking about. But just to highlight as well that, at Oracle, we're not just building technology. We are also big on building a diverse team, really to reflect the world that we live in. So we have about over 155,000 employees globally. And, just having this diverse workforce also helps us build, these innovative solutions for our customers. So we're not just doing this internally, but also through the education program that, I'm looking forward to highlighting more. But maybe more on a personal level, I can talk about maybe my personal journey and taking a gap here in terms of joining an international fellowship that gave me the opportunity to really interact, with young African leaders from different cultures, backgrounds, different countries, and just learning, and also made me appreciate, where I'm from. So I know I've met with a lot of young people. I was around here yesterday and today morning. I hope a lot of you guys have visited our booth. If you have not, for the Formula One fans in the audience, if you're wondering how, we are the multi-champions year after year. Of course, we're in a new season, so let's see how that goes. You're wondering how probably we do this. You can get to, visit our booth and interact with the, the setup that we have there. Also learn how, our teams use Oracle Cloud and AI on and off the track, all right? So I'm really excited to be here to discuss this a very important topic, Maureen. Thank you for having me.
Welcome, Lona, and thank you for sharing that. Thank you. Over to you, Rosie.
Hello, everybody. My name is Rosie Contractor. I'm the Vice President of EMEA currently at Andela. And I come with 30 years of experience in the tech sector, with having worked in India and in the UK with European responsibility when I joined Andela. I'm so pleased and privileged to have the responsibility with Africa included. This is my second trip to Nairobi, and I'm absolutely in awe of the inspirational youngsters, all of you out here. Please give yourselves a loud applause. I have attended some of the sessions here, and I've been absolutely wowed by even school, young people in school uniform to some entrepreneurs who've been asking such thought-provoking questions in the sessions. So well done, you. I'm truly impressed. A little bit about myself. I'm a mom of two, one of them being neurodiverse. And I have worked in the tech sector from 30 years ago when there were not many women in tech. But I'm so pleased today that it's changing, and we've got to do more. And I'm here to talk about my own experiences on inclusion and the power of inclusion. At Andela, one thing I can tell you is it is absolutely diverse. We are around 135 countries across, so our employees, as well as 150,000 workforce of freelance tech talent are mainly from Africa. So we were founded in Lagos 11 years ago, and 60% of that 150,000 comes from Africa. So again, a huge round of applause for yourselves. Maureen, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
You're most welcome, Rosie. Prof is the senior most, as you can see, in this panel. and the only gent. So welcome, Prof.
Thank you, Maureen. Good afternoon. My name is Romanus Odhiambo, Professor of Statistics, currently the Vice Chancellor of Meru University of Science and Technology the last 6 years and a half. But I'm a professor of JKUAT the last 34 years. And at Meru University, we are very happy really to participate in this because as a science and technology university, when we hear people talk about inclusions, tech educations, the conventional education, the unconventional education, we always want to be part and parcel of it. And so what I came here is really to share my experience, especially as an employer. I have led people who are even around 85. I have people in my employment team who are around 18. I have people who are 40. So that inclusions in terms of labor demand and the kind of diversity requirements that various kind of people require and what they really need to fit in that system is what we do in Meru University. How do we prepare the young people like you really to get into the jobs within Africa and outside there? And so it's very exciting, Maureen, that I was given this opportunity. But very importantly, I think Maureen and my colleagues here were laughing. I'm not ashamed to say that I'm a husband of one with 7 sons and 4 daughters. And it's just fun. And Dr. Pamela Odhiambo was just a young girl, like some of these my grandchildren I see here, the grandgirls I see here. And if you Google Dr. Pamela Odhiambo, she still looks like you guys 18 and 20. We can still start a journey of 11. And the issue is, what is it that has made her really follow that? She's more educated than me. She's a politician, she's a pastor, she's a mother, she's a wife. And I mean, it's all inclusive. So I think perhaps that's why Maureen brought me here. And you can see she has taken care of me well. She looks very young. And let's wait and talk more. The most important thing, preparing yourself as young people for the world of work, current generation, it's not just the conventional education that we give you at the university, at the TVS or wherever, but there are also other things that are required so that you can pick up. But let's wait for the discussion as it comes. God bless you and thank you very much.
I only had 30 minutes with them before we had this session, and you can imagine the wealth of knowledge I gained from the 3 panel members. So we are truly honored to have them in the panel. As introduced, my name is Maureen Jogona. I work at Safaricom. I'm the HR cluster lead for technology. And we've also had experience with working with a multi-diverse team at Safaricom. And I know we have a booth at the back where you can learn more about our opportunities to work at Safaricom. But even as we do the panel discussion today, I will also share our own experiences and what you can expect should you want to come and work with us. So Prof today is holding 2 hats. He didn't realize it when he came. He's holding one as an educator, but he's also holding another as an employer, because they do employ people as well, as is mentioned. And I want to put Prof on the spot to tell us a bit about what they're doing in the university, just to ensure that we're teaching theory, but also teaching practice. Because as you all know, when you're working in a tech field, you need the theory, but you also need the practice, right? But also how industry can partner with him to ensure that we are giving the youth what they need to come and be able to flourish at the workplace. So I'll start with you, Prof.
Thank you, Maureen. At Meru University of Science and Technology, being a public university, we do teach students at the certificate level, the diploma level, bachelor level, master level, PhD, and even postdoctoral. And the kind of disciplines we do in Mary University are mainly science, technology, but we also have brought in things like entrepreneurial training and things like, even if you have to be a good engineer, you require to know a bit of accounting and all the rest. So we have BCom and all this kind of thing. But very importantly, what we have seen in the last 6 years have been there. We've been migrating from the traditional courses, but to the real courses and unconventional way of teaching that makes the students fit in the society. And so the latest that we have just introduced, the latest course is the e-commerce. Something still very new in Africa, but most of the Gen Zs, if you want something, you actually use e-commerce to get it. You don't walk into a mall, you just use an e-commerce. We have courses like data analytics, the cybersecurity and forensic science, the midwifery, the nursing, name them, the computer science, all kind of things. Courses in CES, School of Engineering and Architecture, the food security, addressing many issues of the food and what have you. And how we teach them so that you are relevant to the industries that we have decided to partner together with the industries. Like I'm very happy now that this function has been really brought forward by Safaricom. We work very closely with Safaricom that once in a while they come over to Mary University and they talk with our students. That is bringing industry in the courses that we teach, that we get people from the industry to come and talk with the students, especially in engineering, be it telecommunication engineering, be it the cybersecurity, forensic science, be it the data analytics, computer science, software engineering, all these kind of things. So we bring the industries, the way we are in contact with them. We have signed an MOU. Once in a while they come. Like next week, I think for 3 days, we have brought quite a number of people from industry to come and talk with our students. We do this so that it is not just the theory, knowledge that we give them, but they also want to check what happens in the industry. Very importantly also, is that even if you are doing BSc computer science, we still want you, computer science is a rapidly changing discipline. There are things that come every week and all the rest. So we also do encourage our students to interact with the new knowledge that is coming, and so you'll find that we interact with the Safaricom, their learning academy and all the rest. So these are things we do. But the world of work, ladies and gentlemen, now let me talk with you as a professor for 35 years, is changed in this world. That it is not just the diploma, it is not just the degree, it is not just the bachelor that we give in Mary University, but it's also those small competencies that you learn when you are free, when you go for attachment, when you go for internship, that really account in the world of work, that make you go and fit there. And so in the university, Mary University is particular, and JKU, where I'm professor, these are things that we have taken very essential, that you don't just learn this, but we also allow you as a student to engage in some of these things, that once you've learned something, you also go and think seriously, like in our innovation hub. You go think, what is it that you can innovate, you can incubate, and get something out of it? And I think this is what we require, and that's what we call the inclusive learning, that it is not just the computer science, I'm just using that as a random variable, but also the small things that you learn that now become very, very useful out there. And so we have also learned in the last 2-3 years that it is not just being taught in English. Once you have got the skill, there are jobs all over the world. I was just in Germany the other side. I was in North America the other side. I was in Italy in December, and they want workers. The only thing that is needed is you must speak the language. So when we talk about inclusive labor and inclusive education, even the language, the Kenyans only like speaking Kiswahili and English. But if you want to go work outside there, you also require to be skilled in some of these languages. I think that's what I can say for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Yes, let's give him a round of applause. And I think what Prof has called out that's really profound is the university will do everything to give us the right level of education. But as students, we have some work to do to get the additional skills that will prepare you for the workplace. And as employers, we can tell you that we do find gaps when you come out of uni and you haven't managed to either practice or get some extra certification that will prepare you for the workplace. And at some point, I'll open up for questions from the crowd. You're also leading the panel. So at some point, I'll ask some questions from your side. But just going back to Rosie and Lorna, Prof has spoken so profoundly about what he's doing in the universities. But I think the reality of it is when we're looking to receive somebody who's not worked before, straight out of university, we are finding some gaps. What are we doing in the workplace to either help with that, or even before I come to the workplace, are there things I should be doing to prepare myself and set myself apart so I can be employable?
So I'd like to take this from two angles. One is in general, because a person, a young person growing up, can often be confused. What is the career I take, right? And I know that some of the young people are very sure of themselves as to what they want to do, but many really don't know what they want to do. And one of them is my daughter. And if I can take her example, she actually used the process of elimination. So I enabled her with going in for different internships, work experiences, and she came back from an internship, a weekend with psychologists, and she was really, attuned towards that career path. And after she came back from meeting various psychologists in the field of forensics, child psychology, geriatrics, and etc., and she comes back and says, "Mom, this is not for me." So she went through the process of elimination and then landed in what she's currently doing, but many others don't. If I take my own personal example, I just went with the flow. And I knew I didn't want to do medicine, so I went into engineering. I got into engineering and finished my degree, and I didn't know what was happening. Somebody recruited me on campus, and I went with the flow. So everything is okay, right? There is no need to pressurize yourselves as young people as to I don't know what to do, because there are enough careers and more out there, and your generation is so lucky. It's okay to take gap years. It's okay to take a dive at doing something yourselves. There's so much do-it-yourself tech out now, low-code, no-code platforms. Technology enables you to actually get into something. All you need is an idea and the willingness to do that. And I can see that in this crowd, certainly, I've seen over the past 2 days, there's a lot of zeal, so I'm sure there'll be ambition there. In terms of Andela, for the techies out here, for the tech aspirants out here, we run something called Code Wars. And Code Wars is for whether you are 9 or 91, you can participate in development hackathons and little competitions. You can learn, you can be mentored. It's a whole community that's global. It's 5 million strong. You could be a beginner, you could be an expert. As an expert, you could be mentoring some beginners on the platform as well. So by all means, when you come out of university or some form of certification and people are telling you you cannot be employed because you don't have a work experience, start getting that experience. Volunteering is another big opportunity. There are so many different avenues for volunteering in your country and anywhere in the world, frankly. You can just volunteer and gain a lot of soft skills, because soft skills is the other thing. As students, we are not exposed to how to run a project, how to lead a team. But when you volunteer and you throw yourself into those activities, that actually nurtures a lot of those soft skills that will be very, very valuable for you in your workplace.
Thank you. Lorna, you want to build on that?
Yes. Thank you, Maureen. So, I'm thinking about, it's a very important question, and I'm thinking about the young people in the room. As I said, I have engaged a number of them, and, there's a lot of questions on what can I do to move up to the next level? What am I missing? And right now there's a lot of industry extending their hand to educational institutions in terms of collaboration, all right? And so that's what we're doing at Oracle, sort of creating platforms where, experience and young people come together sort of to innovate. So we have a lot of initiatives that we are doing, and I'm just going to start with the very first one, which is focused on educators, because we have to recognize that, at the end of the day, students spend about 80% of their time, 70 to 80% of their time in the classroom. And so you have to think about this teacher. What are they teaching? Have they updated their content? Because really, the students are in their hands, And so that's what we're doing at Oracle Academy in terms of equipping educators with, the latest curriculum, industry-relevant tools. So for example, if an educator is teaching database, we provide an environment for students to be able to, have these practice sessions. And the same goes for Java, the same goes for data science and project management, and also the business courses as well. And so it is really about equipping educators to have this advanced classroom so that they can in turn help their students prepare for the future of work, because we're really seeing a disconnect, between the graduates and the type of, workforce or graduates that the workforce is looking for. And so that's what we're doing. And so for students, we have a lot of, career development opportunities. For those who are seated in the audience, maybe you are undertaking, a database course, cloud technology, you're wondering, where else can I be able to, practice, enhance my skills, and, where can I get these courses from? All right, so that is what our Career Center does. It sort of helps students align, what they want to do, their career pathway of choice, and maybe extra courses that they would like to do, and certifications to help them be successful in that role. All right, and we also, of course, have these hands-on labs. We have virtual labs that students can be able to practice on. And for example, for the teachers who are teaching cloud technology, we provide access to Oracle Cloud environment for purposes of practice. So there are a lot of developer tools that you can be able to access to practice on. And we have really looked at the journey of a student from primary to high school, to higher education, and sort of what happens next after that. So it's like an all-rounded program that really encourages lifelong learning. So we have content for primary education for the K-12 schools and the higher education. And then, of course, we have, our internship programs for those who are interested to get into Oracle. And then we have the Generation Oracle program that I know I'm going to get an opportunity to talk more about that. So it's really about building an all-rounded student and partnering with educational institutions to provide these opportunities. And, of course, empowering the educators to be able to do this.
Excellent. Thank you, Lorna. I don't know, Edna, if you're the one who will assist us to see if there are any questions in the room.
Breakfast. So, Prof, there's a friend of yours on YouTube that is saying hi, a very humbled man of God. Can people say that about you? I think before we get to our physical audience, we do have a question about, I know you mentioned freelance and maybe taking a gap year. How then, considering you've spoken about the Code Wars and you've also spoken about Oracle Academy, how do Form 4 leavers serve you? So how do they freelance and show value? Because I might have practiced, you've offered this sandbox that I use and I develop this solution. How do I preach my value add to you so that I can be taken in or you can help me develop my idea? That's to, I think, the two ladies.
Want us to take that first, Edna?
Yes, we can take that, and then I'd like, do we have mics for the floor? Okay, so how many questions do we have? I think we start with this gentleman here, and then we have that one. Can we get a mic here?
Okay, so Edna, maybe in the meantime, we can take the question.
Yes.
Rosie, Nona, you got the question, yeah?
Yeah, so in terms of, if I understood the question correctly, it's about somebody who is developing something on their own and wants to kind of showcase it.
Yes.
As an entrepreneur, it's a tough one, right? There are companies and platforms for entrepreneurs and startups to showcase their products, their ideas, their services. I don't know if on television, here in Africa, you have something, we have something in the UK called Dragon's Den, where you have a set of investors and people seeking funding actually pitch their ideas.
We had one, but it's more, Rosie, I'm here. We had one, but it was for all types of businesses and startups, yeah.
So those would be good to actually watch and learn how to pitch. But yeah, I think it's a tough one to answer here because I know at Andela we don't really get into that space, but I do know that there are lots of startup platforms. I'm not familiar with the African ones, but I'm sure that there is a lot of investors and VCs. I don't know if I'm the right person to answer that question then.
Thank you very much. At Meru University of Science and Technology, we have a Dr. James Mwangi Innovation Center, something that James Mwangi, who is the CEO of Equity, donated to the university. And the idea is for those Form 4s or for anybody outside there who has an idea and he wants to come or she wants to come and really stay there for some time and be shaped and produce this idea, sharpen this idea and see how it can be grown up, get a startup out of it, get the IP value out of it, those kind of things. So that is a place you can actually come and show and discuss your idea. Every year at Mary University, we have what is called MASTU, the Mary University of Science Exhibition Week, MASTU. And we invite all kind of people, including the investors. And when you have an idea, you come and pitch it there. And when it is very good, they pick it up and go. So you can always visit us and see what we do during that week. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Yes, I just have an additional point. So first of all, kudos to the high school students in the room joining in. So I would say we have collaborations with our educational institutional partners, and this involves high school as well, where we have, boot camps, we have hackathons, and this really provides an opportunity for students to be able to, present their innovations. And they also get, expert insights from Oracle experts. Just to give an example, but this was not specifically for high school. What we do with high schools is the boot camps and the hackathons and all that. So maybe the student who has asked that question can, maybe write the name of their institutions and we can see how to reach out. And then for recent graduates, just to give an example of last year, what we did with one of our partners, education, in terms of just providing an opportunity for young people who have, these innovations in health, education, and I think it was agriculture. to sort of, make an application because we had this Oracle Award where we have partnered with this nonprofit education. So we were sort of collaborating on providing business coaching and all that. So at least I can say that we had, 3 winners out of that. Maybe those are some of the things you can be able to look out for. And for the young people in the room, I hope you came with your notebooks. And these are some of the things you can be able to follow, the Oracle pages, Oracle Academy. You can find us on, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. When we have an upcoming hackathon, we post that and we let our members know because we normally open it up to students across the country to join. So if that's something that you're interested in doing, you can also join that because at the end of the day, we have to accept that there are 2 types of graduates. They are those who just want to get into employment, and it's really how we work with, their educators to be able to equip them to be successful in that role. Because, we're moving towards sort of like a skills-based certification economy where the undergraduate degree is not enough. All right, so we have to prepare these students to stand out. And so that is why I'm urging all the students here, when these opportunities are available, I ask you to take advantage of them. See how we can be able to collaborate with your institutions. A number of times, to be honest, how Oracle Academy comes to institutions is through students. I have a lot of students reach out to me on LinkedIn, and we follow through with that. So if you have anything upcoming in terms of Research and Innovation Week, you have a hackathon coming out, just reach out and we see how we can be able to collaborate. Of course, the other type of student is one who wants to get into entrepreneurship. And these skills at the end of the day is going to still help them in terms of building their innovations because they get to interact with applications and innovations technology that is globally recognized, right? So they sort of have a benchmark and they can work towards that. Just to give an example of a student a graduate who joined our internship program. And for him, after graduation, he's really just passionate in going back to Garissa County and, skilling the girls in that area, starting a digital skills program, And so I think that's really amazing. And where you feel, your calling is, just follow that and see what opportunities are there to help you be successful in that role. And also, the reason why I shared about that fellowship specifically is because, you may be here and you have graduated, you've already done these certifications, you're sort of wondering, what next, because you've made like 1,001 job applications. But, there are also other opportunities where you can be able to join fellowships, or if you are, you have an innovation of sorts, you can be able to seek grant funding and all that. So I did a lot of that. After finishing my internship program and sort of that gap of waiting, to join employment. And these opportunities are great because at the end of the day, when you come back and now you want to apply for a job and you have gone for a fellowship, for example, where you get to interact with all these different cultures and all that, you can actually quote that as an experience in your CV.
Thank you, Lola. Thank you. And I can see Joe in the crowd. I know in Safaricom we also did sponsor startups. I'm forgetting the name of what we called it.
Spark Accelerator.
Sorry? Spark Accelerator. And what we saw in the Spark Accelerator was actually very young people who are so innovative. And when we called people to make their applications, we expected it would be startups that are so established, but Joe will tell you we were pleasantly surprised. Some of the startups that we saw are actually as young as people sitting in this room. People who have been spending time innovating, creating, coming up with new ideas, identifying where there are opportunities that we can solve with technology, yeah? So I think just to encourage you that there are many opportunities, so Spark Accelerator could be an avenue as well, where you already have a very established idea, you're clear on what your business model is, but all you're looking for is sponsorship. look out for the next time we advertise for Spark Accelerator. I think sometimes people think that's for only people who have already made it, but we were surprised that a lot of young people came in and had pleasant ideas that just required funding.
Yeah, so I think we had a question over, where's the mic here? So we start with the gentleman, and then we pick that one, and then we come to this side, take two, and then our panelists can answer, okay?
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I'm Kiplangat Enoch Arab Kigen. And first of all, before I ask my questions, let me give Prof his flowers. Prof, managing 11 people, 12 plus you, is not an easy task, so kudos. And my question actually is targeted towards you. We have seen the trends are changing. It's no longer learn and then get employed. 2025, we are talking about learn and learn to empower yourselves. You know, since you are a VC, what are universities doing? Or rather, I think you sit in the board of VCs. What are universities doing to change this idea of learning to be employed for students? And my second question goes to it's Rosie Contractor? Yes. I hope I'm right. Sorry. So you talked about volunteering opportunities for the young people and for the young graduates. So as a Gen Z, we have always said, we are done with just talking. We're taking the step to action. And since you are a VP, I know you can just say a word and give volunteer activities or volunteer opportunities to some of us here. Well, myself, I'm ready to take up one of that opportunity. So you can take up the lead and give out the opportunities. Thank you so much.
Okay, so before we answer, Prof, let's pick that one, and then so we take two at a time. Mesema wewe uko ready kulipwa na exposure.
Thank you so much, panelists. My name is Michael Wairungu. I'm assistant professor at St. Lawrence University Kenya Semester Program and also assistant director of student life and academic instruction. If you look at our country, most of the people that we look up to as role models, they are beneficiaries of international cultural exchange programs, and I'm a beneficiary myself. So my question is to the whole panel. We would like to form partnerships with your organizations to be able to address needs of those Form 4 leavers. Rather than subjecting them to the pressure of getting formal employment, we take them to cultural exchange programs. We know the US is doing a great job. What about us, countries like Kenya? Can we maybe partner, let's say like St. Lawrence University, partner with the organizations? We pick 10 of those young people in this room that we are talking about. We take them to a foreign culture. They go there, they appreciate the culture of those people. Then they come back as people who have been resocialized as global citizens. What is the place of this in your organizations? Partnership for such programs. Thank you.
Amazing, amazing. So I think we'll answer those, and then we'll cross over to the floor. Some questions will be answered when we start our career extravaganza, especially if you want one-on-one, a deep dive into the opportunities for the different organizations. But I'd open up to Prof and Ms. Contractor to pick up the questions that were addressed to you directly.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you for appreciating. I didn't know that it's such a big issue to be a father of 11. But we enjoy our life at home. We are a happy family, very happy. What are universities doing so that the graduates that come out of them are not just looking for employment? These are very important questions. Universities world over have always been teaching universities, research university, and community engagement universities. This trend in the last few years has changed. That today we are looking at universities as entrepreneurial, research-based universities. And the idea is to migrate the student's mind and the professor's mind from just producing people to go and look for a job, but also producing people, students, graduates, that can also create jobs. So what we are doing, the Kenyan Public University, I can talk, even the private universities, is that all the students, when they are in the university, they are now being exposed even to entrepreneurial education. And in my university, I've just insisted now that this is not an academic course. It is a course where whether you are doing mathematics, I'm a professor of mathematics, or you are doing engineering, or you are doing clinical medicine or nursing, you also have to go through this course, and at the end of it, you are able to have a bankable business plan so that when you go out, if you don't have a job, you can still go look for potential investors that are interested in your bankable idea and do that. So enterprising graduates even as they come. But very importantly also, like my university, we have courses where we have twinned. I think I'm trying to address my friend, was it St. Lawrence? We have twinned some of our programs with universities outside, within Africa and out of. Like we are collaborating very, very actively with the University of Dalhousie in Canada. And the idea is we have students who do diploma in agriculture. Once they are done here, we take about 5 to 10 to go there and go do now BTech for 2 years. They can come back or they can decide to establish themselves. But in the process, you try to really create opportunity for them so that they, in terms of culture, they are not just Africans in their mind, but they are also learning from other places. The other thing, of course, this job migration, you remember our president, as in this government, we have crafted a State Department of Diaspora. The idea is, even though we are saying we are not training people for jobs, but they are still also employable. But it's not that the jobs are not here, but the jobs are outside there. And so at the universities, we are also trying to create opportunities through our CAS, Career Services Department, that we build our students so that they have the skills that can allow them to migrate to go outside there. By giving them other languages besides English, we teach them French, we teach them German, we teach them Italian, we teach them Chinese, I mean, all kind of things. These are some of the things that we have to do so that we are very relevant. But the last one, in my university, we have insisted, even as you learn, you also have to go time and pray in the innovation and incubation lab so that you meditate on what you are learning so that you can have some idea that later on when you go outside there, if there are no jobs, you can see how to sharpen it and create jobs for yourself. Thank you.
Rosie?
Thank you. So to your point, Andela actually, let me give you a little bit of history for Andela. The name comes from Mr. Nelson Mandela's name. So 11 years ago, 6 founders in the US made it their mission to develop technology skills in Africa. So they set up shop in Lagos, in Nigeria, and then expanded to Ghana, Kenya, Uganda, and other places, Rwanda, in different places of Africa, and developed a pool of talent on technology. Now, in those years, maybe African enterprises were not on the digital transformation journeys as much as they are today. So they realized that this talent would go waste because they had thousands and thousands of technology talents that they had developed in the region. So what we have started doing at Andela is, our mission is connecting brilliance, which is everywhere, to opportunities wherever they may be. Therefore, as an Andelan, you would be not just working for customers in Africa, you could be placed for opportunities abroad, sitting in your own home. So that's the difference. We're not asking you to give up your your primary place of residence, leave your family and go abroad. We're actually going remote first, and even our learning programs are all virtual, online, remote. So just to give you a little bit of idea in terms of the learning programs we have partnerships with Google, Meta, AWS, Microsoft, NVIDIA, and recently in January we declared another program for 30,000 African tech talent to be trained in Kubernetes over the next 5 years. And today, we are actually launching another program, the Andela AI Academy, which I'm pleased to say, Maureen, we will be engaging with Safaricom and giving some of the cohort places to Safaricom as well. And we will be creating those platforms to develop more talent who want to live independently in their own hometowns, in their own, wherever they may be. And I've often been asked here in Africa, why has Andela reduced their presence here? We do not have a single office in the world. I work from my home office. My colleagues work from anywhere. Some of my colleagues actually are digital nomads. One American colleague is here in Africa, going to various companies. Shout out to Akuya. And she goes from country to country, working at the same time, seeing the places that she wants to see as a young person. So there are different opportunities available to you as Gen Z, and I think it's up to you to see what is right for you, what you want, and how you want it. It's a completely different time and space with technology enabling your journeys and your careers in the way that it never has been before.
Thank you, Rosie. I think one of the things that Lorna, the youth or the audience would be very keen to know is also what opportunities exist now in the workplace. I know we've spoken a lot about the skills that you need to build, the opportunities that exist in building skill. But going to Lorna and Rosie, maybe you can speak into now for Oracle, what opportunities exist if I'm looking to come and work with you, and the same for Rosie. And Prof, we also have some opportunities to come and work with you at Mary University. So what exists? Yeah.
Thank you, Maureen. And excuse my voice. For those who have toddlers or young ones at home, if you have a child in kindergarten, they bring a new virus every week. So I think I got something from my daughter yesterday. I can feel my throat itching. So in terms of opportunities, I think first I'm going to talk about the Generation Oracle program, which is a career development initiative targeting, recent graduates and also those who are looking to change their careers. For example, maybe if you're in health and looking to get into the field of technology, it sort of also provides those opportunities. And so what we look for are, of course, you have to be a graduate, but really to demonstrate the soft skills, side of that. So in terms of, communication, critical thinking, and just even your presentation skills and sort. And I really like this because we cover this in some of our programs, like the internship program where, we have partnered with ICT Authority to provide internship opportunities. So I'm sure a number of you have heard of the Presidential Digital Talent Program. It's a government initiative where you get internship opportunities for 9 months, and you are attached to various government agencies. And then for the remaining, 2 to 3 months, you get to work with one of the private organizations they have partnered with. So Oracle is one of them. And, through this collaboration, we have taken in about 15 to 20 interns. And, it's a very intense internship because we have the technical workshop and the soft skills workshop. And it involves project-based learning. And I can tell you the transformation that we see in the students, sort of when they join in, and by the time they are graduating, where they get to, present what they have learned to Oracle partners and customers. And we have also seen a good number get absorbed within the Oracle network. So it's a really successful program, but it also highlights the importance of soft skills. And even as we think about, the future of work and a lot of fear around AI, is AI going to take our jobs and what? Personally, I'm very excited about the future because I think as a woman, as a mother, I really think AI is going to favor me because I'm already using it, in terms of even helping me prepare, the meals preparation for the month. Because, if you have a house manager, she doesn't care whether you're going for a high-level meeting. She's going to ask you, Mama Sagon tunapika nini leo sapa? Lazima unipange, So if you can do that for the whole month, then it has also saved me time to focus on other more important work. So I think AI is going to focus on, work that can be automated, but also give us opportunity to focus on more relevant, work. For example, if I can give an example of even a teacher in the classroom, and administrative work and all that takes about 50% of their time, when they should be focusing on the most important thing, which is teaching and connecting with students. All right. Okay. So those are the two programs that I will say the opportunities for graduates, the internship program and the Generation Oracle program, and I hope that you're going to stay around for the speed mentorship, because we have a number of them here, and you can connect with them and ask them how probably the interview process was, and learn from them. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Lorna. Same question to you, Rosie.
Yes, so in terms of how would you apply into Andela and seek opportunities there, I would request Feji to just stand up, if you can please. Feji? Sorry, she's our talent experience leader here at site, and we also have a table just outside the venue in La Piazzetta restaurant. You could come up and sign up over there. A lot of you already have, so I would love for any of you who is interested in exploring the Andela world to come and sign up. Thank you.
Rosie, you really glossed over that part. And we know that in Andela you have how many engineers again?
150,000 globally.
150,000
60% of who are based in Africa.
In Africa. So don't miss that part. She glossed over it. So it means there's some great opportunities to join your world.
Yes.
And make sure we can continue to transform the world as well, yeah?
Absolutely. And like the gentleman said, many of our Africa-based talent actually get opportunities abroad. So they work with the Goldman Sachs and the IBMs of the world. And then they can come back and add value to the Safaricoms and the Digifarms and the Embassies of the world.
Excellent.
Absolutely.
Thank
and
you.
They are doing, that.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I think the question was, what is it that we are doing in Mary University, especially for the Gen Zs, like the Form 4s who are ready to go to the TVET, universities and all the rest. Number one, Mary University has 8 schools. The first one is called SKY, School of Computing and Informatics, where we have BSc Computer Science, BSc IT, BSc Cyber Security and Forensic Science, BSc Data Analytics, and BSc E-Commerce, and BSc Computer Technology. And all these courses are also toned down. So you can do the diploma version of it, you can do the certificate of it, or you can upgrade it to master's and PhD. Now, this is very important, because the world over right now, the trend, these are the skills that are really needed outside there. And it's only Mary University that has all these package from the lowest up to the highest, and you can have them. And then we work with people outside. Very importantly, I'm very happy, I hope I'm not embarrassing Maureen here. Mary University works very closely with the industry, especially Safaricom, in our School of Computing. And I'm very thankful that every semester they send people really to talk with my students. So around 24th of this month, the portal will be open for those people who are interested to come and do diploma, to come and do Bachelor of Science in those courses. In our C, School of Engineering and Architecture, again, a whole package from certificate to PhD. So we have mechatronic engineering, we have electrical and electronic engineering, we have civil engineering and construction management and architecture. Again, all that are open for you, and we offer them in 2. There's the BTech part of them, and then we are soon to be launched is the BSc version of them. And all that will also be opened on 24th. In our School of Agriculture and Food Science, what we call SAF, I think I trained some of the best mid-level agriculture people who work in our farms, because all of you eat, even though you don't go to the farm, but you all eat. And so we have programs in certificate and diploma and bachelor's and masters and PhD in agriculture, and especially IT-enabled training in agriculture, which is becoming very, very useful, and you can all apply to them. Time may not allow me to tell you all of them. I would like to invite you to our website and check. Mary University, a bit young, just about 11, 12 years old, but we are now churning out some of the best people that are not only constituting the workforce in the various disciplines, which are very useful right now, but also in the whole world. So please come. We'll give you opportunity. We are just next to Mount Kenya, and a clean place, green place, surrounded by the mountains, surrounded by the great national park. We have the great 5 animals in Kenya. When you are tired, you can go and climb the mountain. You can go and celebrate with the elephants. We are the maternity of elephants in Kenya. Wow. So that is what we are, and I invite you to come. Thank you very much.
Absolutely brilliant. I might go to Mary University at this rate. So does Rosie. So you might find us there. And I know we have teams from Safaricom in one of the booths at the back. I don't know whether Grace is somewhere in the room. But when you have an opportunity, please interact with us at the back as well. Because at Safaricom, we do have opportunities for young people. We have an internship program that we run every 6 months. And we take over 40 of talent that's looking to get experience. And then we also have a GMT, so it's the Graduate Management Trainee Program. And we have a lot of opportunities to come and work directly in a permanent role. So I know Grace is somewhere at the back. Please do engage with her and just see how you can do that. But also go on our Safaricom website. You'll see the careers page and put in your profile there so that an opportunity arises and you have the right skill set, we can find you there. I want to allow my panel to help me close out this discussion. And I only have a minute each. Edna is giving me the eye. So if I can start with our very wise professor. In 1 minute, what's one thing?
Thank you very much, Safaricom, for organizing this for all of us, especially the Gen Zs, who are very useful to this country and the world. I welcome all of you who are interested to visit our website, and let's partner together to shape and change and transform the world, to create an impact for communities, touch people's heart, and change the whole world for the better. And Mary University is a place there you can come, and we can all do this, co-creating solutions to the problem, the labor problem we have in this country, in terms of the kind of programs we offer you, in terms of the environment we offer you, in terms of the inspiration that we can give you. May God bless you. Very proud of you. Thank you very much.
Over to you, Rosie, 1 minute.
Sure. So I have a mantra for myself, which I'd like to share with you. Keep on learning. Learn, unlearn, relearn, and at all phases in your career, at all phases in your life, whether you're 0 years work experience or 30 years work experience, you need to adapt to the changing needs around you. And with the zest that you're showing currently, I'm sure all of you will be very adaptive at doing that. Thank you. Wish you all good luck.
In 1 minute, Lorna.
Wow, Maureen, 1 minute feels so short.
It has to be a minute.
So I guess I'll just end by saying, and this is something that we talk about at the academy, and that is curriculum plus skills. Curriculum plus certification equals skills plus careers. So it's just to encourage all of you to take advantage of all of these resources that are being offered to students and to young graduates. All of you are on social media. Whatever we have discussed today, from Oracle Academy to, Andela and even Safaricom and Mary University, you can quickly get on their website and see what opportunities, they have. I've talked about Generation Oracle, so you can follow those pages. You can follow the academy. The opportunities are there. Sometimes life may be hard and you feel like you want to give up, but really you need to look around you and use the resources that you have. So sort of focus on your circle of influence, the things that are within your reach, and use that to get to where you need to be. A lot of times, being young, there's a lot of peer pressure. You see a lot of posts on Instagram and all that, so you feel left out. If you have a dream car, put that in your circle of influence. So you'll get there, your circle of concern. So you'll get there one day. But for now, whatever is within your reach, use those resources to sort of build yourself and get to where you are. And as I've said, Oracle is extending its hand to educators and to students. We just hope that you reach out and, shake our hands as well. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Lorna. And I think just to applaud each one of you for just being in the room. This is a step in the right direction. Joe is shaking his head because he knows. When us guys started our careers, we didn't have these opportunities. But the fact that this opportunity has been provided and you have walked into the opportunity, I think it already sets you apart. So wishing you the very best as you begin, and for those who've already begun your career journeys. And we hope that we can get an opportunity to have all of you at Safaricom. Yeah. So thank you. Thank you for having us.
Amazing, amazing. A round of applause to this wonderful, wonderful panel. Haijatosha bado. Haijatosha. I'd like to ask that we step down. Thank you so much. You have been so, so amazing. But before you step down, we'd like to give you something small. Now that Prof has told us elephants and ambience. Naisenya and I cannot speak about our university because it closed. Who here went to Moi University? The old ones. So thank you so much. Please let's give them a round of applause. They have done so well to demystify what the workplace looks like, what the workplace will look like, and how do we equip ourselves. I like what Rosie said, that work is no longer a place. It's a mentality. And for the organizations, it's just to equip you with the right skill sets, with the right tool sets, but it is for you to have the right mindset so that you can take it to the next level. So we pause. I have seen Simon, so let's gather together for the photo of the panel. Yes. Do you want to carry your hamper, Mori? Okay, it's fine. Amazing. Thank you so much. So, like we said, the workplace has changed. I cannot say it's changing. The workplace has changed already. And we are talking about us creating opportunities for ourselves. So when I was on YouTube, just to check what is coming from there, there's someone who said they have created a metaverse. They are in Missouri, in the United States, and they've created a metaverse, and there are like 13 people seated somewhere from all over the world listening into Decode. Can we clap for them? It's opportunities, opportunities, opportunities. And at our age, we create those opportunities. That's what Flavia said. S-Hook and young people, you just need to be shown this is the door. The rest you'll do by yourselves, right? Am I lying? I'm not lying. Thank you. So, I'd like us to give a last round of applause for all of us for being patient as we wait for this extravaganza thing. I know we've sat and sat and sat. So, please be upstanding. We make that clap, and then I have goodies. I have goodies. I have goodies after this. So let's stand. Let's stand and clap for ourselves. It has to be a big clap. So let's go.
Well, that brings us to the end of day 2 of the third edition of Safaricom Decode, East African edition. And why? In between my interview, you want to pass around. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been quite an impactful day, true to collaborative innovation, as we've been able to unpack and, of course, gain deep insights in our different arenas. Of course, in the main arena, we've also had the fire arena, water arena, earth arena. And of course, it's been quite amazing. From experiencing sustainability and grounded solutions, unlocking creativity and innovation, exploring adaptability and resilience, and of course, igniting passion and transformation. We've had amazing keynote presentations throughout all the different arenas. We've also had insightful panel discussions with our amazing moderators, and we have to thank you for being a part of our audience from wherever you are tuned in from. Umekuwa nyumbani, umekuwa jobo, umekuwa kwanganya, wherever ulikuwa unatuwachia from, we definitely appreciate you. But remember, this is a 3-day event, so tomorrow we'll be here at the Sarit Expo Centre. So if you can, come through and join us, because we'll be delving even deeper into the world of technology and innovation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, be sure to still keep it locked tomorrow at Safaricom PLC on LinkedIn, YouTube, and Facebook, because we are going to be live. But in case you missed out on any of the action, you can keep up on our Instagram stories at Safaricom PLC. Until next time, I am Aziza Hashim. I have been one of your hosts for today. I want to get right back in, because mtakosa kidogo of some entertainment, but kesho pia ni siku, my guys. So keep it locked. Tuonane kesho pia. Adios.
It's about time. Time to build a powerful campus network. Redefining bandwidth, experience, and reliability. Boosting digital production with better connectivity. It's about time. Time to offer gigabyte wireless to millions of terminals. Building immersive AR and VR offices, engaging in HD conferences anytime, anywhere. It's about time. Time to bring smart machines to production spaces. Keeping swarms of AGVs up and running 24/7. Performing operations from thousands of miles away. Leaving the tiniest flaw with nowhere to hide.